Hello everyone and welcome to the start of the 2023 Servant Class tier lists. First of all, I am sick. Very unfortunate timing for me to get sick. My throat is feeling pretty bad right now, I'm not gonna lie. I will try to do this still in one sitting as usual, but I will already apologize in advance for when my voice starts dying and when I also have to constantly keep clearing my throat. And if it gets too bad, I might have to split this into multiple days or something. But here's hoping I can do all this in one sitting. Now back to the main topic. For all the disclaimers and criteria, please refer to the video I posted a month ago or so. There will be a card somewhere up here, top right, that you can click on that should redirect you to that video right about now on the screen. If I did my job properly, that is. And now that everyone is hopefully familiar with that stuff, we can get right into it. If you're someone who plans to watch this or listen to this, the full thing, I recommend grabbing a drink and maybe some snacks because we will be here for a while. For people that just want to see certain servants, I got you guys covered too. You can find timestamps for all the servants covered in this list in the description of this video, so feel free to jump around with those as well. Now, before we begin, I want to introduce my partner in crime this time because I'm not doing this alone, at least not today. My fellow lovely FGO content creator on YouTube, Mr. Plushy Mistress. How are you doing, my dude?
Hey everybody, Plushy here, and I'm very glad I get to join this such a fun event, really, and hopefully I can give out some real hot takes and keep it interesting.
Yes, indeed. We very much welcome all the hot takes here. And
All right.
finally, a couple of shout outs to people helping with me with these tier lists. So first of all, obviously, shout out to Plushy for taking his time. I know he's a busy guy. He's still a student working on his masters, etc. And he, does a lot for his YouTube channel as well. For his time, I'm very grateful. And shout out to Copy for making this template of this list. And Jord for his AoE servant numbers right here. I've been using this on most of my videos if you guys have seen those. And this time also shout out to Li-Fi for his single target looping sheet that I've also referred to during these placements for some, added little fun numbers, I suppose. I will link all of these amazing people and their works in the description too, though, so do check them out. All right, intro done. Let's do this. We got 47 sabers to go through here. And if you
Oh,
see the screen region sometimes change like this, is because my setup is very scuffed. So for the tier list, I have its own thing, and then when I switch tabs, I have to change it. So you'll be seeing that a lot during this. So we're gonna start going from lowest to highest rarity, and also in release order within the rarities. So as we only have one-star saber, the first servant we're gonna cover this year is none other than Mr. Blondie himself, good old Yasura. Yes, indeed. So I'm still gonna cover all the stuff in their kits, etc. But I'm gonna maybe try and go a little bit faster, not only for the sake of my throat, but to not repeat myself too much. There will be things that will change this year, obviously, but I assume a lot of people watching these have a good grasp of this stuff already. So, let's see. I should get my reference data ready here, which I should have done beforehand. Let me see where it is. Here we go. Okay. So yes, Mr. Yasun, one-star saver. I guess you can call him Jason as well. I don't really mind. I guess it's supposed to be Yasun, but call him what you want. AoE Art Saber. Got a double buster, double arts deck. Attack is around average for 1 stars, so nothing crazy. Looking at his kit here, we get the first skill, single target heal that removes 1 debuff, the latest one. 4-turn cooldown on max rank. I would say fairly weak, but you can't expect miracles from 1 stars anyway, even the more modern ones. Second
yeah.
skill, another targeted one. Or did you have something to add to the
Oops,
first
sorry.
skill?
No, I just want to add because it only removes 1 debuff.
Yeah, if it was a full cleanse, this would actually be very decent, I feel like.
Yeah,
Although
definitely.
maybe at that point it would have to be a 5-turn cooldown, but I still think it would be in a better spot.
Mm-hmm.
Second skill, targeted evasion for 1 attack, 1 turn. Also increase the target's absorb by up to 1k, decent numbers. But also comes with the demerit of inflicting a 20% defense down for self on 1 turn. 6 turn cooldown. Again, I would say pretty weak. It's nice to have the targeted utility, but it's not all that big, all things considered. And then the third skill, I guess it's kind of his charisma. So you get the 20% attack up for team for 3 turns on max rank. Although this comes with a 6 turn cooldown instead of 5. Now, if you don't have Argo allies, that's all you get. Like, just that attack up. But for your Argo allies, you also charge them up to 20%. You give them up to 30% crit damage and 30% star generation for 3 turns on each. At that point, it's actually a very good support skill. But I'm gonna be flat out real with you, and this will be a thing today's list as well. I'm maybe gonna try and be a bit more savage than last year as well, just for the sake of it, because a lot of people do have a lot of options. I would say, yeah, this skill is amazing when used for Argo servants, but I would not do any kind of setup with this, honestly. I don't think it's really worth. Memes aside, I don't think it's gonna ever lead to like good team comps, even among the better Argo servants teamed up with him. So I think it's kind of a hit or mostly a miss. At least the 20% attack helps with his own like looping damage, because honestly, again, I'm gonna be real, I would not pick him for anything else than loop farming. Just cold like that, you have way better options, even among the free stuff.
Yeah.
So,
oh, sorry.
Yeah, feel free to cut me.
I just want to add, because like usually this kind of stuff feels really like, oh, for people min turn, it's kind of good because you know he's like low stats and stuff. But I have not seen him in a single min turn comp with like Argo servants. Like there's a lot of like Nemo min turns of stuff. I'd never see him. So unfortunately,
yeah, I've never seen anything either. I'm sure someone has done it. That may be someone who's like a super Argo fan that grails all of them, but
yeah,
like I just don't really see it being all that effective, even if the skill gets a lot of value from that. Now, passive-wise, he has a Magic Resist B and Writing B. Writing B is pretty much completely irrelevant, as he only has 1 quick card in his deck, doesn't really do much. Magic Resist B is nice, but for farming, it's, again, pretty irrelevant, and that's where I would only pick him, basically. His third append is, I would say, kind of useless. He probably can't do enough damage on neutral to farm casters reliably, although in some cases he might be able to, especially after his MP buff, which this is a new thing actually. When I did my list last year, he did not have his buff. And they actually gave him a really nice buff, I have to be real with you. I mean, the standard damage buff was already nice for the farming, but man, that is a fat normal effect they added. It's 20 stars per turn for 3 turns. This does give me a little, like, interest in running him outside of farming as well. But I still don't know. I love this effect though, it's very strong. It's a very strong effect though. And the OC is also nice with the arts for base 20% for 3 turns before damage, which again, very useful when you loop with him, because you know, you just stack that up. So yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize.
All right. I think this is really just boils down to the problem with like 1-star stats. It's just really hard to like use them as a damage dealer. Like imagine if he had 5-star stats. I think he would be, especially with
like,
this MP,
yeah, like look at this MP. Imagine
solid.
this MP on a 5-star. That would be crazy good. Like this MP is really good after the buff. The OC is great as hell, and then at a normal effect is also really strong, and it has the base damage upgrade as well. But yeah, I do agree that 1-star stats in the more difficult content for boss stuff without outside of farming, and even farming on the highest end, it's just not really gonna cut it all too well.
Yeah.
Now I do have the numbers obviously for the looping as well. And, you know, we're going to get a lot of memes about this because, you know, people will be comparing him to Muramasa in farming. And it's actually funny that he is fairly close to him when Muramasa can even run Black Grail, which he sadly cannot. So after the MP buff, he's actually getting pretty close. And if Muramasa was not running a Black Grail, he would. I'm pretty sure he would lose on damage to a 1-star, which is either pretty funny or sad, depending on how you look at it. But honestly, for a 1-star, he has actually very decent numbers for looping. Like, very good. You could definitely make it work. Now, another thing we have to really consider is that in these placements, because, 90 plus plus is a thing, but
True.
it's just going to be the cold hard reality that for most servants, at least with my criteria, which assumes like MP1 for gold servants that are not welfare, is not going to be all super realistic. And even for like Yasun, who's going to be a free MP5 and assumed MP5, I don't really see him ever doing 90 plus plus. But outside of that, I think he has a lot of uses. Like he can pretty much farm anything that just has a standard 333, I'm pretty sure. So there he definitely has no issues. Now last year I did drop him off at apparently B+. I think he's definitely worth at least an A this time after the MP buff. Arguably maybe even A+.
I mean, he doesn't really have competition, so I feel like it's a little bit hard to...
Yeah, that is also, going... Like, it helps him, obviously. And being a free MP5 is also very nice. So everyone basically has access to him.
Mm-hmm.
Where would you place him?
Where would I place him?
Yeah.
Assuming he's a bronze, I would still say probably at most just A, because it's like he's trying to be a support, but it's so hard to keep him alive. And
yeah, I wouldn't really place him on anything besides farming, even with the MP buff. That helps with non-farming as well.
Yeah, but then 1-star stats. So I don't know. I feel like people would just probably.
I feel like there is an argument for A+ because inside Sabers there's not that much competition for him. I feel like there could be a reason to place him higher.
I didn't
but I feel like as soon as like we get another or some more competition at some point, I feel like he could maybe drop down a little bit, especially if the competition is more accessible as well.
Yeah, if there's like a 3-star Arts AoE Saber, then he's probably
for instance.
Yeah.
But I feel like in the current state of the game, I could probably slide him into A+.
Fair enough, yeah, because there's
I feel like like you said, at least today is probably fair. But I'm because of the lack of competition, I feel like I can slide him into A+.
Yeah, that's really fair because there's really no point of comparison with him, and his skills are just on paper really good. MP on paper is just insane, right?
The MP is really good.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the only 1-star Saber, and then we don't have any 2-stars, so we're gonna move into the 3-stars. And first up is Mr. Fatbad himself, if I can find him. There he is. We got Caesar. So, single target, quick Saber. Stat-wise, his attack is actually on the higher end for 3-stars, which is nice. He has a double quick, double buster deck, which I feel like is good for his purpose. You can have a quick full Brave Chen with his MP if stars align, and then with double buster, more crit potential. Works with Summer Scotty as well. Now, kit-wise, there are some things here that I'm not a huge fan of. Like, he still somehow has a baseline tactics in the year 2023. It's just a horrible skill. I'm gonna be... It's terrible. It's like, in this day and age, it is absolute garbo. It's gonna be worse than someone we're gonna be seeing very soon, but at least on Caesar it does something. But it's just bad. It's a bad skill.
It's not even 20.
Yeah, it's not even 20. It's 5-turn cooldown. Yikes! They always, when they buff these, they always make this like 20% and 3 turns, and they add a new effect as well or 2. This is just terrible.
They like hyper buff it so it's like usable.
Yeah, because it needs to be. It's so outdated.
Yeah.
Then sadly, he also still has a baseline charisma as well. I do think charisma is definitely a better skill than tactics, but still kind of weak. Even on the higher ranks nowadays, kind of a weak skill. And then his third skill, which has been buffed long ago, it's a targeted one. Gives ally up to 40% crit damage for 3 turns and 100% star generation for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. But also reduces their defense by 20% for 3 turns, which actually can be a noticeable demerit. So it's kind of a double-edged sword right there. I feel like the Star Generation, I don't think Star Gen is a great buff, honestly. It can be okay on subservants, but nowadays we have a lot of tools for like just getting stars from like passives, CEs, skills from supports. Star Generation as a stat, there's a reason they stopped adding that to the kits of new servants pretty much completely as well. I'm pretty sure they realized that Star Generation is just not a very strong effect. Even at 100% for 3 turns, which is definitely on the high end, it's still not like that amazing. I feel like if it was absorbed, this would have been better to go with the crit damage. But
Yeah,
as is,
definitely.
I would say it's still on the weaker side of things, even after this buff.
Yeah, I agree. I think as you said, stars have been, it's like a inflation, and it's just not worth that much anymore, right, these days. And usually these effects are better if you tie them to like AoE MPs and stuff, so they can naturally make stars. And having this
Yeah.
as a targetable buff is just, I don't know. The only one I see being relevant is maybe Casgill, because he also has a
Yeah,
star
he's one of the rare cases where we can actually generate stars on an arch servant
Yeah, but
from hits.
this is this is not amazing. Like I probably wouldn't even use it
Yeah,
if it
arguably
didn't have the
sometimes it's
demerit.
just a flat out demerit, if you, especially if you can't land any crits,
Yeah,
which is why I would
definitely.
have preferred absorb, and also maybe
Mm-hmm.
a slightly higher number for crit damage with that demerit on.
Yeah, 50 is
So, so
definitely
yeah,
fair,
skill wise,
right?
he is looking pretty sad. I'm not gonna lie. Now,
Mm-hmm.
passives, Magic Receipt is okay. This was actually relevant for anyone that is single target. Sadly, could have been higher. Riding B is actually good on him because he has a quick MP and double quick. Sadly, only 2 hitters on the card, but still helps with damage. Divinity D. I keep saying this, but in my opinion, Divinity, the base one that doesn't do anything but adds flat damage, is the demerit, honestly. Because there's a lot of anti-divine mechanics out there, even on the enemy side. So this barely does anything for your damage, but it makes you susceptible to all the anti-divine mechanics from the enemy side. Even a Divinity EX, it doesn't do anything for the meaningful boss. It just doesn't do anything. It needs to be like Goddess's Core or something that also adds like debuff resistance, or one of those really special ones that does something else as well. Now, his append is Assassin, so pretty much meh. MP after the buff is a cannon though. This is where he truly shines. This is why he is still very relevant. His skills are meh, but his baseline stats and this MP are very good for a 3-star. So it does a fat amount of damage, no pun intended. OC is kind of shitty, I'm not gonna lie. On base you get 5 stars, like even the hits alone will generate you way many more stars than 5. So it's just a weak bonus. But the damage potential of the MP is where it's at. Because you can have so, like, even if you're like max HP, you still get a good amount of attack buffs from this. And obviously the damage upgrade from the buff is very helpful. If people didn't know, single target quick MPs have the highest damage modifiers in the game,
Mm-hmm.
which is cool. Goes nice with these MP buffs.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can get up to a bonus 50% more attack buffs. Pretty sure that's how that works, right? Yes. But yeah, you have to be on lower HP to land all of that. But even on full HP, it does really good damage. Like if I take a look at the single target looping sheet here, he is all right. Obviously, he's not gonna be here. My bad. Because he can't loop, right?
He's
Yes.
down there. I think I
Oh,
saw
was
him.
he? Oh, yeah. Okay, he
Yeah.
can do it enough. Okay. Well, he has to run a K scope though. Yeah.
Yeah.
But considering it's a K scope, which is not good for damage,
Oh
and this
god,
is
that's
only
2
MP1
Obrons.
numbers here. Let's look at MP5. Yeah, for class advantage, he can do some serious numbers back to back to back MPs. Yeah, for sure. Funnily enough, he actually loses to Bedivere if you take these big setups into play. I think normally he might do more, but if you take all these supports into play and him being able to run a 50%er, I think yeah, it depends on the situation, I suppose. How do you feel about Caesar? Like
How do I feel
overall?
about Caesar? I don't really see him outside of like budget comps, and the thing with budget comps is I feel it really depends on how you define it. Because if you just define it by like 3 stars, Bedivere is just a lot better, right? Because I feel like
Yeah,
he
his
doesn't
skills
really
are
have to
definitely better at
sacrifice.
least. Mm.
Yeah, he doesn't have to sacrifice anything. He can even protect the team. And his MP damage doesn't really lose to Caesar per se. And but I guess not everybody has MP5 Bedivere,
Mm.
so he's not bad. But I definitely see like more hype than actual thing there, because like when he first got that MP buff, I see so many like videos and all that, like,
No,
oh, this
I
guy
can
is
definitely I
crazy.
contributed to that as well.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, obviously, it's good to hype up servants. I do that all the time, but like
Yeah.
when we come back and in retrospect, I think he's all right. Like he's definitely not bad because of
Yeah,
that
for a
MP.
3-star, I think he's still good, and especially among the class itself. There's not
Yeah,
like
definitely.
there's not many notable ones. Saber even in general, not just single target stuff, doesn't have a lot of low stars. Like it's a
Yeah,
huge majority of 4-star and higher.
my personal problem is though I think there's quite a bit of welfares that are single target.
Mm.
There's like 3. Like I don't see a
And there's a
reason
and
for
not
him
just
being
welfares. There's a
single.
lot of permanent 4-star single target sabers, and most of them are actually really decent.
Yeah, four-star
Like
single target
surely you
sabers
would at
are
least have one or
mad.
two of those, maybe even higher than MP1 at some point.
Yeah, definitely.
There's so
So
many good ones.
like
Last year,
yeah,
I think I put him on B plus, and that was with the same amount of buffs and whatnot. Quick is in a slightly better place now as well because of the upgrades to Quick Chain, and we get Mighty Chains as well, and Summer Scotty helps as well. But
yeah, true.
I feel like maybe I'll still keep him in B plus, honestly, just because of
Wait,
how many other options there are. But depending on the account level, he could be way better. Like if you don't have any of those other really good options, he could be actually really amazing.
should we consider welfares? Like last year, did Santa Karna come out yet?
Yeah, we do consider welfares, obviously. And
Which
yeah, in that sense, I would choose Santa Karna 10 out of 10 times over Caesar for sure.
yeah. Yeah, it's either B or B plus for me. I personally would have just put him at B because it's just so many options, right? Like
Yeah, now that I
even
think about it, because of
Saber
how many
Liz.
options there are, and Santa Karna as well being a free one,
Yeah.
I might
Because
put
like
him
even
on
Saber
B.
Liz, like people like to joke about her, the skill 3 being super bad, but we will get into that later. But yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
probably
maybe
better
maybe
choice
it's
than
better to
Liz.
be a bit more savage here for a change of pace, you know? Like
Yeah.
nothing wrong with him, but there's just so many options that are probably just flat out better. So,
Mm-hmm.
there you go. And oh god, next up we have oh,
Oh,
Saber Jill. Oops, wrong tab. There we go. So, Mr. Tragedy himself. I don't know what to call him. Single target Buster face card DPS? Because, like, what do I even call him? I guess some kind of a single target DPS. First of all, stat-wise, his attack pales in comparison to Caesar already, so that's a bad start. It's low for a 3-star. He has a double Buster, double Arts deck, which I feel like should be triple Buster, considering all he can do for damage is with Buster cards. So even that's kind of a miss. And
yeah,
his
I
MP
agree.
generation, from what I remember, is also not anything noteworthy either.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, here we go. The tactics strikes back again. Not only is it a worse rank, but it's on a servant that has an MP that does no damage. Like, it's clearly a lore thing, but it's one of the worst skills in the game on a completely mismatched servant. Like, you can't really go much worse than this nowadays. Second skill, his golden rule B. Like, even with this active, I feel like it doesn't really help him much. It's just
You might
a base
you might not
golden
even
rule
want to.
is
Oh,
just not
sorry.
good.
Yeah, and you might not even want to spam his MP.
Mm,
He dies
yeah,
faster.
yeah, we'll get to the demerit suit as well. Oy, oy, oy. And then his third skill, which is actually a good skill despite being as basic as it gets. It's only a self-buster buff, but it's a 40% for 5 turns and a 5-turn cooldown. Like, despite being super basic, it's actually a good skill in my opinion. But this is like the only good thing in his kit. His numbers, His other skills, his MP, they all suck. This is the only good thing. And he doesn't even have three buster cards, nor a buster MP or whatever that would do damage. So skills-wise, pretty terrible. Magic Resist B is okay. Riding B, again, negligible. Madness Enhancement EX, actually very good considering what he's supposed to do. Sadly, he doesn't do it very well though. Caster Append is meh. Now his MP, so he does give himself 100% more attack, but for 2 turns. And then the same OC as Caesar, which is a flat 5 stars on OC base. And then you get the nasty demerit on the normal effect. It's a really bad demerit. It's a 50% defense down for 3 turns for self. Like, you combine that with the 3-star stats, he will die with weak hits. He's just gonna die. And it's annoying that the MP is only at 2 turns of attack. Because one of the turns will go on when you use this, so that turn is probably not optimal for damage in the first place. And then the next turn you're gonna have to pray or count your cards so that you can hopefully make use of this fat attack buff. And even then your best bet is like, because you can't even do a full Buster Brave Chain, is like a BAB. Or actually, because I still think double Buster is probably better than Mighty Chain, because of this skill. So yeah, maybe BAB is the best, but it's even then is like best case scenario, he still loses to like all of his peers. Even when the stars align. He's just lacking in everything. And he dies easily. So would you agree that he goes immediately into the E tier?
Yeah, because I think servants with this kind of like MPs sometimes can maybe take advantage of, because card RNG is horrible, right? So if he's in a team, this is literally benefiting 2 of his cards across 3 turns. But if you solo with him, maybe,
which is not possible because he's gonna die immediately.
Yeah, and then he's gonna die. He's gonna kill himself with his MP. So
unless you get like the best necromancy RNG of your life, you're not gonna solo with this guy ever.
Yeah, he's just there's no way to use him. It's probably
hopeless.
Memes.
It's nice that they actually gave Caster some love. Caster is actually very fun and usable, but Saber, nah. And Carolike is asking, is there any way to save the man? I don't know, man. He seems kind of hopeless. They would need to buff his entire kit. So as is, no. I don't think a single buff will get him anywhere.
Wants him to die.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about Fergus next then. Mr. Brock from Pokemon. So AoE, Buster, DPS, not a farmer. He has 0 batteries, so he can't actually farm reliably. But he's still not a complete lost cause as a DPS in my opinion, especially after the buff that we got after last year's tier list. So 7.4k attack, again on the higher end of 3 stars. He actually does have a full gorilla deck, which I actually like. Very cool. Skill 1, self-attack up 3 turns, 30%. Actually a decent chunk for a 5-turn cooldown, and then mental debuff rest for 40%. It's an okay bonus. It's like, I think bravery is still an okay skill in this day and age. It's not garbage. It's not like a great skill. It's an okay skill. Several servants still do that, have this, and yeah, it's okay. Now the second skill used to be pretty meh, but now this buff was amazing. It was like, not only does it remove the demerits, which was really annoying to deal with, oh boy. So first of all, 20% buster up for 3 turns on self, and then 50% buster crit damage for 3 turns on self, and then the fat 25% defense for 3 turns on self on a 5-turn cooldown. Like, this is now a really good skill. Like, I would say this is like an A tier skill, like its name actually suggests. This is very, especially among 3 stars, it's just really good. And it goes well with him having a triple gorilla deck as well for the buster crit damage. Great skill. Mind's Eye True. A lot of servants still have these, and you know, to this day, they're still fine. There's nothing wrong with having these. These are like, they're the basic evades. They work. They're not amazing. They're not terrible. They're nice. So I don't really see anything wrong with this. But one thing to note that when you do activate this, and if you have this active as well, you actually will have 45% defense for 3 turns, which is kind of cool. So you can definitely tank a lot of hits. Magic Resist B is okay, Riding B is irrelevant. Rider bonus kind of irrelevant. The MP has a really shitty year 1 buff, but it's still a buff, I guess, because the only thing they added was a damage buff, that's it. The base effect remains the same with the flat 20% defense down for 3 turns after damage, and also the debuff rest for 3 turns after damage. Not that it really matters if this is after damage or not. I would say his MP is not great. It's okay. If anything, I think it's more exciting to try to go for like bust or crit playstyle on him now, because he's clearly meant to be a DPS anyway. And not like a farmer, because he has no batteries whatsoever. So yeah, Fergus. Let's see here. Where did I place him last year? Without the buff. I think I'm a C+. I feel like he's still around these 3, to like C to B, somewhere there. Because again, even among, because there's, with Caesar, he has the same problem that, yeah, he's not a farmer, so he has to compete with all the other DPS options, right? The buff is nice, though. It gives him like a more solidified spot in the meta, I would say. With the Buster Crit playstyle. He still lacks the Absorb, but luckily you can get a good chunk of stars anyway. Maybe we can bump him into B. I feel like his face card said his skills are way better than Caesar. He does lose out on the MP though. So maybe it kind of balances out or something.
Okay, I have a hot take.
Go for it.
Alright. So I think it's heavily dependent on what you use him for. I agree that you really wouldn't use him if you have like, you know, meta supports. If you have like double Koyan or something, it's kind of hard to justify using him because, you know, like you said, he's not really MP focused. But on the flip side, if we're looking at, let's say, a budget option for like a new player or for someone who just likes to do budget stuff, maybe they just want to deal with the Lancer boss. And I feel like as a standalone servant, like maybe he doesn't have good synergy with some of the bigger meta supports, but I think as a standalone servant, he's extremely solid. He keeps himself alive. The defense up paired with the evade is really powerful. His skill too, as you said, is just nuts. He can sustain a lot of damage. He can even be like maybe for more newer players, he can be like a last man standing against Lancers.
Yeah, he has anchor potential a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so I personally actually would put him above Caesar. I don't know if that's a good
I think I'd be okay with a B+ as well, honestly.
Yeah, because Caesar
he's good for value, and he's a free MP5 at some point anyway, which is nice.
Yeah, like Caesar pairs better with meta supports, definitely. Like if you have like double Scotty, and Caesar can be like a
alone he's kind of sad. His
but...
MP generation is not that good because he, unlike Fergus, he actually needs his MP. That's literally all he does. His big fat MP. His downtime is not good. Fergus can still have good downtime with his nice uptime on the skills as well. So. Yeah, and he's not MP reliant.
Yeah, so I mean, it's debatable. So I personally would rate him a little bit higher than Caesar.
I'm probably not going to place him in A, but I can agree to a B+. Again, mostly because there's so many permanent single target Saber options that you're probably going to have some of those sooner than later.
Yeah, that is true.
Alright, last 3-star before we move on to the big gold list. We got the Bedivere. We already talked about him a little bit via Caesar, but now let's take a look at him. So he has a 7.6k attack. That is the best of all the low star Sabers and very high for a 3-star. So that is great. Double Buster, double Quick deck. I always felt was a bit mismatched. I feel like double Buster, double Arts, or maybe even triple Buster would have been better. I don't really get the double Quick, but it is what it is. Now, his tactics has been buffed, luckily. So now he has a more modern version. So it's now 20% MP damage for 3 turns for the party. And his version also increases the party's MP generation by 30% for 3 turns. This on a 5-turn cooldown, especially for a 3-star, I would say is a good skill. Now it's good. It used to be trash, now it's good. This kind of makes me sad that he doesn't have double arts even more because of the MP gain, but oh well. Second skill, his 30% battery, which allows him to, loop with 50% as well. He does need his append though, I will already mention that. You need to max his append if you want to do it with a 50% CE. But because of this, it is possible because he's on a 6-turn cooldown. And then in addition to that, you get 50% mental debuff resistance for 3 turns. Even higher than Fergus for what it's worth. So I would say a decent skill. Not amazing, but decent. And the third skill is a 30% AoE defense up for 1 turn with 50% AoE debuff rest for 1 turn as well. The downtime is bad, but at least it bolsters your party for a turn. I would say a decent amount. It won't save you from like meaningful AoE MPs, definitely not single target stuff, but depending on your other teammates, you can maybe stack your defense high enough to make this really amazing for like tanking the harder hitting stuff. Otherwise, it's just going to be a nice little bonus mitigation for a turn. Kinda average. Magic Resist B is nice. Riding A actually is not completely useless because he does have the double quick. And then the MP. Much like Caesar, he is also known for having a fairly high-hitting MP, all things considered. So sadly, there's no other normal effects besides damage, but for the OC, you get 30% buster up for 1 turn before damage, which really adds to that MP damage. And if you get the miracle of having a MP buster full brave chain, then you're gonna chop someone up real good, I would say. I wish they added in a normal effect as well, but this buff is old, so it makes sense. Now, he actually, like we discussed it during Caesar as well, if you go with a looping comp with him for back-to-back-to-back MPs, he does actually stomp him, kinda. But here's where the story luck thing also comes into play, because he's obviously not a free MP5. You need to either roll for him on rate up after MP1 for free, or just roll story like a madman. But looking at his MP5 numbers, he's hitting hard though. He still is not like among the highest, but of all the non-gold ones, he is definitely the highest in that regard. Not that there's a lot of competition, but yeah, something worth noting, I suppose. So, how do you feel about Bedivere?
I think he is okay. He's like in the complete opposite camp of Fergus, I guess. When he's just so good with even with if you have all the meta supports. Like just a sad example on my part. If you compare like MP5 or even sometimes MP3 Bedivere to Saber Liz, you take Bedivere every single time. That is
I would probably do that too.
Yeah, it's kind of a testament to how powerful he is as a 3-star. He's beating out.
I feel like he's aged pretty
welfare.
well.
He aged definitely very well with the double Koyan and the ability to once again like use his MP 3 times in a row with plug Oberon and 50 MPC. It's just all very powerful. He fits right in with the most meta of the supports, even as a low star. So I would rank him pretty high. I don't know, like.
Also, one thing I forgot to mention, he actually has a useful append. He has an anti-berserker append, which is very nice.
True.
That's rare to have a useful append.
He actually deals more to berserkers than lancers then. Maybe for raids.
Yeah. Where would you place him? Come on, 3 stars. He's definitely on the really better side, right?
Yeah. He has... I feel like if Yasen is A+, he has to be A+.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm okay with that. I feel like last year I kind of did him dirty, because we also already had Koyan, etc. last year. I feel like I placed him a little bit too low. But yeah, he's definitely very good on the right hands. And much like Fergus, he's not bad on his own either.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm
not as good as Fergus alone, but...
And yeah, my criteria is still like, I'm not comparing rarities directly, so this is like thinking among like 3 stars. So, or lower, I suppose. And he does get bonus value from like beating some golden ones as well, depending on their MP levels. Like Liz just flat out kicks ass.
Yeah,
so that's
unfortunate.
yeah, oh, you of all people. Hey, at least we got Ryder Liz, who is amazing.
Yeah, Rider Liz.
Alright, I guess now we move on to the gold stuff then. That didn't take long, but this will definitely take longer. Alright, Saber Alter is the first on this list. Also story locked, sadly. So 10.2k attack for a 4-star is very high, first of all. Much higher than the average. Double Buster, double Art Stick. Also, she is a AoE Buster. I'm not even sure, do I want to call her primarily a farmer or a DPS? I feel like she's more better at farming, but even there, I don't think she's like amazing. So it kind of depends, I guess. But I think the deck is fine. It makes sense. She still has a base mana burst, 50% buster for 1 turn, 5 turn cooldown. I would say it makes for a good 1 turn and then it's really bad. So yeah, I don't like mana bursts, baseline ones. Too much downtime. They have buffed her instinct luckily, so now it comes with a 20% battery, which actually enables her to Buster Loop, which is nice. You get a 20% battery with a 20-star bomb on a 5-turn cooldown. Looping aside, I would say it's still an okay skill with this cooldown and these numbers. Third skill is her Charisma rank E. So I think that speaks for itself. Very weak. Just very, very weak. Magic Grizz B, if you're using her against bosses, it's okay, but for farming is useless. Rider bonus, I don't think you would run her against riders in farming or DPSing. No normal effects on the MP, and the OC is a base 10% MP charge for self, for refund. Now, she is a pretty special case, because her MP actually has better damage modifiers than you would normally have with a base Buster AoE MP, because of, you know, year 1 designs, I guess. So, she's looking still pretty bare bones, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, she's one of the, like, 2 servants that has a higher than buffed MP damage on baseline because of the wonky modifier, yeah. On the sheet, let's see how she fares. So you do have to run the full Super Scope double Witch Oberon setup, so it's definitely not, you know, easy to do. Numbers-wise, they're not all that impressive, because we also have Siegfried among the 4-stars, who's also permanent, and who can run a 50% CE. So that really kind of hurts her potential, I feel like. And I don't think she really compares... You can maybe compare her to, like, Mordred of the SSRs, but Mordred is also easier to work with as well. Yeah, I agree with Chad. She's serviceable, but I wouldn't think she's, like, anything, like, really great. Where would you place Saber Alter?
Compared to the 4-stars, especially, I don't know if I should take this into consideration, but being story locked really like kills your MP level potential. Like it's very realistic that you would just have one MP1 Saber Alter, which me in JP only have MP1, but like a lot of my 4-star sabers are MP5.
She barely gets any rate ups either, I've noticed. It's so rare to see Saber Alter on rate up.
Yeah, so it's like I really can't put her high, it's especially after Siegfried's buff. And also I actually think Saber Lily, I didn't check the damage, but I feel like Saber Lily MP5 compares pretty well to her at MP1. And Saber Lily's, I mean, yeah, the friend point, you know, rate is low, but you know, she's technically free, right? So
yeah, she can't like loop farm though, right? But damage wise, she actually is there as a free option for sure.
Yeah, so I actually don't think Saber Alter is, and the thing is, she didn't even get an MP upgrade, so like her only edge is sort of not even that present anymore. If she had a like unbalancedly high modifier after she gets like an MP upgrade or something, maybe, but definitely
they probably can't do it because the base modifier is already so high.
True. Yeah.
But yeah, honestly, like she's not a great DPS. On farming, she's passable, but nothing worth noting. And there's a lot of options you could go for instead. And MP getting her MP levels is really hard. I'm thinking a C plus maybe.
Yeah,
I feel like B might be too high.
Yeah, I thought this was gonna piss people off. I 100%
Oh,
agree
I'm
on
sure.
C
I mean,
plus.
hey, that's what we do. We're just here to make people mad, so don't worry about that. I'm sure everyone's gonna be
Yeah,
mad regardless. So yeah.
yeah.
Luckily, my stream chat seems to be more understandable, but just wait for the YouTube. If
You
you're watching
just
this
don't
on
see
YouTube,
her
anyone, I
anymore.
love you though. Don't take this seriously.
Yeah, you just don't see her anymore. And I mean, obviously, you shouldn't compare her to SSRs, but sometimes perma SSRs people have more
Yeah,
than
like
people who
honestly,
have
I would
her.
say permanent SSRs are easier to MP up than her. I would
Yeah,
say most of the time that's the case. Unless you
and like
specifically say for her rate up or something, if you love her, then yeah, obviously.
and any perma SSR Buster Saber is just miles ahead of her in my opinion.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
just
I would agree.
anyone. So it's just there's no reason to use her. She's a trophy character at this point.
Yeah,
Unfortunate.
that hurts, but it's kind of true.
Yeah.
Alright, I guess next we're going to talk about Saber Lily then. A lot of people don't realize, but she's actually a day one servant, even though Saber Wars happened like 7 months into the game or something, because she was given away as a login thing, but only one copy, so it was really weird.
She was really bad at MP1.
Oh yeah,
God.
yeah, for sure. Anyway, yeah, Saber Lily, AoE Buster. Now, sadly, her attack is atrociously bad. Like, it's probably among the lowest of, like, most of 4 stars in the game. As a deep, she even loses to a lot of supports. It is god-awful at 7.7k. Like, that's Bedivere. Like, how is that on a 4 star? It's lower than Guchan on Assassins. Yikes. Double Buster, double arts, I think is fine. Her instinct buff is actually pretty good, I would say. 15 star bomb, 20% battery, and then well, the healing up is like whatever, I guess. It's like 50% healing for self for 3 turns up. Her MP does heal, so there's a bit of self value, but I think the other 2 effects are the real focus here. It's an okay skill for sure. Mana Burst is back. Same comment here, it's pretty meh. And then her third skill is AoE MP gain for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. Meh. So overall, her skills are not terrible, but not really amazing either. Magic Resist B is okay. Writing C, irrelevant. Appendix Casters, whatever. And then the MP, which luckily has been buffed. They didn't add any new effects, but they did increase the healing on the OC as well to base 2k. But, as you said, yeah, she is a free MP5, so I'd, like, even... Like, oh yeah, her scaling, you're right, actually. Her scaling is higher after MP1, because she has really wonky numbers, too. So, she actually, on paper, has a really hard-hitting MP, but she's mostly held back by the lack of her buffs, this only being 1 turn, and then her god-awful attack line for a 4-star. So, it's kind of awkward, for sure. If she was Arch MP, she would be good. Yeah, for sure. Oh, Saber Lily. I don't think... Is she even in the sheet here? No. I don't think Jord ever added her. You could force loop her to with like double Vich... Or not, no, Vich double Oberon, but... It's not gonna be pretty. It's gonna be... don't do it.
She should be the same as Saber Alter. It's both 20 battery, right? In terms of the
but Saber Alter has the refund on the MP though, which I think affects the
true.
comp, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, double Oberon doesn't exist. Yeah, it's not on the sheet. It's never really worth it. You can brute force anyone to Buster Loop with a 10% battery, but it's so ugly. Just don't do it. So, where should we place Saber Lily? Last year, give her C+, which, I don't know, maybe that was generous.
I've always treated her as a 3-star.
Yeah.
So, if you want me to rate
like, you
her
can compare her to
4-star,
Fergus, really. And I feel like Fergus is just... His MP might do a little bit less damage, but besides that, I think he's better in every other way.
Yeah, I would definitely use Fergus over her.
Mm.
And if we're counting her as a 4-star...
I do give her a little bit of points, because you can get her from the friend point gacha, so the MP5 is easier. Yeah. If you miss Saber Wars or whatever. Not a whole lot, just something worth mentioning.
Probably on par with Salter, I don't know. Maybe we can adjust later after we've
I
seen
feel like
some
I'm
other.
gonna. I think she should be just under Saber Alter. I
Fair
like
enough.
because I like she has like
Somewhere.
3,000 more attack or something. What the fuck?
True.
It's such a
Yeah.
big difference, dude. Oh my god. Okay,
I
people seem
mean,
to say maybe not under. Okay, maybe we can put them on equal terms. I feel like I can't put her higher though.
actually, no. If we're here to create chaos, you can move Salter down instead of moving her up.
Ooh,
I think that's
ooh,
fair,
that's an
honestly.
interesting idea. Wow. I'm
I
honestly, I might be okay
honestly,
with putting Salter to C.
yeah. I the fact that she's like we're like sort of trashing on her, and then previously we're just like, oh, Salter's actually not that much better than her. So like I think
Mm.
it's fair to move her down. I'm sorry,
Okay,
guys.
I'm ready to create chaos. Let's do it.
We gotta give it to him.
All right, we're still on
I guess.
day one servants here. So next up, we have Umu herself. Not the only Umu even on this list, but the OG 4-star Saber. Also story locked because fun design choices. 9.4k attack. Let's see, it's actually slightly higher than average for a 4-star. Double Buster, double arts is fair. Triple arts I think would be the dream, but it's not realistic for most servers to have that deck that are not like casters. It's very rare. This is fine too. Now she has seen a lot of buffs. First skill now, 30% battery, 20% arts up or in water or city maps for 3 turns, and then mental debuff rest for 3 turns, 100%, and a decent 2k heal. All of this sort of 5-turn cooldown is actually very decent. Even if you don't land the arts buff, I think it's alright. I think it's pretty good. And if you do land the arts buff, it's actually great in my opinion. I like it. Second skill, good old Imperial Privilege. She has the EX rag, so high numbers on the attack and defense for 3 turns, but obviously both are baseline. 60% chance to land them, and she doesn't have buff success rate up like some of the other ones do. Good heal though, you get always, I guess. So I might as well say this at this point. This is how I feel about Imperial Privilege. If you land the shit, it's an amazing skill. If you don't land the shit, it sucks. If you land one of the things, it's okay. It's actually not bad. But yeah, it's RNG, so I don't like it.
Yeah, numbers are big, but
Yeah, like actually big numbers for such a good uptime as well. And then her guts, which is really strong, I suppose. 3-time guts for 5 turns. The revive number is really low, but it doesn't really matter for the purpose. It is a 10-turn cooldown. But if you pop it on like 3 turns before the first fatal hit happens, you can get all 3 of your procs, and then you only have like what 2 turns of cooldown. I can do math, but yeah, you can mitigate a little bit, but you most likely will only use this once per battle, realistically. But it should, do its job regardless. Magic Resist C is okay. Oh yeah, I should mention that. Yeah, she's AoE arts, and I think she's mostly used for DPS. I think you can maybe brute first some kind of farming with her, but it's not gonna be pretty, so I would not bother with it. Riding B is kind of shitty on her too. Sassy bonus doesn't really matter on the append. And the MP also has been buffed, but again, it's a year 1 buff, so they only up the damage. Imagine if they buffed this nowadays, they would do so much more fun stuff with it. It still had an okay normal effect in ignore defense at least, that's always nice to have. And then the OC is 20% defense down after damage and only 1 turn, so it's even worse than Fergus's, which is a shame. If she was single target, I think she would be a lot better.
Oh, 100% agree.
Yeah, I don't think she's really made for farming. Or for AoE bosses, for that matter. I do like Umu. But I think she hasn't aged super well. The one-hitter MP is a real bummer as well. Like, not just for farming, but for refund on battles as well. It is a real big bummer in my opinion. What do you think about Umu OG?
Well, I mean, in a team, she's definitely not amazing, but maybe it's my content brain sort of like, affecting
I
me.
mean, we do
I
give
think
points for if the
she's,
solo is good as well. Honestly,
yeah,
that's something worth considering.
she's an amazing solo servant.
And an
So
anchor, I
one
would
of,
say as well, because of the guts.
yeah, one of the things I like about some solo servants is that the ability to recover after their guts, such as King Hassan, right? Like he can get the
True,
defense
it's
up and
actually
pull the
rare for
HP
that to
back.
happen. Yeah, it's rare.
Yeah. And Umu with both of her heals combined,
True,
I
she
mean,
has double
okay,
heal.
the defense up is a little bit RNG. I mean, if you
Mm.
landed, then congrats, but
You still get like what,
it,
like a 5k heal on max ranks total?
yeah, and if
Yeah.
you're soloing, you would very often bring the heal up command codes and stuff. So
Mm.
you can like pull back like 6k, 7k HP.
Yeah, and most
And
likely you would only use her to solo Lancers, right? And at that point, you have 6k HP, maybe a fat defense up as well. You can definitely last for many turns still.
yeah, so I, especially if you're fighting like Lancers and she's taking half. So I don't know, it's hard because like I feel like most people still wouldn't use her because like the thing with a
Mm.
good solo servant is you have to be really good. You have to be like Tyra good or the King Hassan good like
Yeah.
for people to use it. And
Or
she's
like Van
probably,
Gogh.
yeah, and she's not like that good. I've seen like definitely like 120 Neros, like fully invested Neros. They can
Yeah, I
solo
feel
like
like a
things you never
huge one
expect.
is actually good, but a baseline one is like
Yeah,
it's all
base
right.
like one.
It's all
Yeah,
right.
her damage is a little bit too low for her own good. Like she can't last that long because of how
Mm.
little she does. So
And people are also saying that both of her steroids are either RNG or conditional, so that's kind of an iffy thing. So she can whiff the
yeah,
attack up, and she might never even get the arts up, depending on the map.
yeah. If I don't know,
I want to
maybe
say maybe a
with
B tier,
Fergus.
honestly.
Oh, I would have rated her a little bit higher, like with Fergus. But yeah,
B plus.
around those lines. I mean,
Eh,
around those lines. I mean, it's just me. I
I
don't know.
usually don't compare to lower rarities, but yeah, maybe it could be made a case.
I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. She's a hard case because like once again, if she was single target, this would be
Mm.
a completely different
I think
conversation.
she would be at least an A tier with single target.
Yeah, but unfortunate. Yeah, B or B plus. I don't
And
know.
also, again, story locked, so man, good luck getting that MP up. She gets more rate ups than Salter, but it's still not easy.
I just pulled my first one in the
Your
most
first,
recent
yeah,
rate up.
exactly. And you've been
Yeah,
playing like
it's
what for like over 2 years?
definitely, yeah. It's I don't know.
I'm this people are gonna kill me, but I'm probably gonna just plop her into B.
Yeah, B is fair, I guess.
Yeah.
For like general use cases, because
Yeah. All right.
just wouldn't use her.
Yeah. Honestly, kind of same. All right. Sumana is next. Still day one servants. So Mr. AoE Buster, and I will say Farmer, definitely. I would not really use him for DPSing. I know people are like, oh, but he does amazing damage against dragons. Like, no, I would still pick someone else. I swear, dude, I would still pick someone else. Like, I don't care. I would only use him for Buster farming at this point. Anyway, 8.1k attack, sadly on the low side. Double Buster, double Arts deck. I guess it's okay. Nothing matters too much for farming anyway. And then the golden rule buff on the first skill, which wasn't there when I did this list last year. So this is the reason why he can actually do some pretty okay buster farming. Fairly cost efficient as well. Doesn't require like a super scope. So a 30% battery. A really weird number of MP gain for self, which again for MP looping for him doesn't even matter. And then a 30% attack up for 3 turns is very nice. Especially in buster looping because that's the one thing Koyan and Oberon don't provide is an attack up. So ideally, you want your Buster Looper to have that, to have more multiplicative buffs, right? So now this skill is actually very decent. I like it. It makes a lot of sense. It gives him a place, all because of this one buff. Is nice. He still has a disengage though for like an outside of farming, which is like I never really like disengage that much. It's passable, but as a defensive option, you could do a lot better than this. The cleanse is nice, the heal is okay, but it's still a 5-turn cooldown, so yeah, have you do you like disengage? I really don't honestly personally.
Not on him.
Yeah, I guess it's also servant dependent.
Yeah,
True. Like for Ku, it's actually nice, for instance, because he's
yeah,
supposed to be like the cockroach, but Sumana is like,
yeah,
well, what does he have a disengage?
yep. The
All
only
right.
time it came
Third
into play
skill is
was
his
outside.
like unique thingy.
Yeah.
3 turns of 80% dragon damage is why people are always typing like, "Oh, it's so amazing, dude." And then also 30% dragon defense for 3 turns, which is not negligible. That's definitely a decent chunk of defense up on a good uptime. And then the mana burst of 50%. So it's basically a better conditional mana burst. Okay. Riding Bee, no one cares on him. Saber bonus, most of the time you will not really. I mean, some sabers do have dragon trait if you want to go for the memes, but I would say most of the time not really super relevant. Then his MP, which has seen a buff. They gave him that MP gain for self as well on the normal effect because they really like giving him MP gain apparently. With all these buffs on, he can actually generate a decent chunk of MP with his face cards, but only when like all of them are on. And then the MP also has the dragon damage mod on the OC. Oh man. I guess it's worth noting that the third skill, yeah, it can be like stacked with Koyan because of the 5 turn cooldown. What do you feel like?
Mhm.
Before we talk about farming, how do you feel like with Sumanai DPS? Do you think it's legit?
I think it's legit. I think
Hmm.
like people like to joke about his damage because of his low attack stat. Obviously, I mean low attack stat is kind of something that you can never really fix because that's the most
Yeah.
base of your damage. But he has gotten so many solid skills and his MP is upgraded. I think it's pretty legit. Even without
Hmm.
anti dragon, he's pretty legit.
Honestly, if I'm not fighting a dragon, I would not use him as a DPS. If it's a
I
dragon,
see.
I might consider it. And depending on the matchup, you could maybe even bring him on neutral dragon, maybe.
Yeah,
Depending on if you
maybe.
want to go for like a min turn with like buff stacking, it could be a thing. But if I'm not fighting a dragon, I would not think about him as a DPS.
I
Otherwise,
mean,
only farming.
are there that many good alternatives? Oh, there's Gawain and Vargas. Oh, I guess. Uh,
They are story locked though, so there's that.
yeah. I mean, I still think he's pretty legit. I mean, okay, I can't say for sure. I haven't really used him a bunch, but I just feel like on paper he should be pretty good because of
Hmm.
he has a lot of stuff that
Yeah, like
throughout the years
he
that
like
makes up
his
for
yeah
his
his attack is low,
damage.
but there's a lot of like stuff to try and fix it.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. It's definitely a break your legs and then give you like a lot of crutches sort of thing. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
Now looping numbers wise, he actually hovers around the same numbers as Salter, but again, he can run a 50% C, which is way easier to do. And two, he's way more easier to MP up as well than Salter is. Otherwise, the
Hmm.
numbers are fairly similar, I would say. Not a huge difference. Wave 1 is identical, Wave 2 Salter wins, and Wave 3 he wins, but it's not a big difference.
Yeah.
So I
Oh,
think he is a decent in farming for sure.
yeah. Oh, sorry. I just want to bring something up because I
Mm.
saw it in chat. Like I hear this a lot, which is the George, synergy.
Ah,
But
yeah.
I just think because he's AOE. Like
Yeah.
if you're telling me George with Sigurd or George with Kriemhild, then I think that's pretty legit. But
Yeah.
it's just because it's
I
he can
never
only
like
apply it
I
to a
never
single
liked the idea
target.
as the dude I have had so many debates about this where people are saying like if you do George and Sumanai it's like an amazing comp. I still don't buy it, dude. I don't
I
buy
don't
it.
like it.
I
Yeah,
don't yeah,
I
I
personally
don't
don't
like it
like it.
either. Now that you mention it with the single target options though, maybe there it could be more fun and more viable, but like otherwise
Yeah.
I don't buy it with Sumanai. It's just a meme, I
Yeah.
think, mostly. You would just
Yeah.
bring like other supports instead
Yep,
or just not
definitely.
bring him on a fight that has no dragon to begin with.
Yeah. Like it would never be better than just double Koyan. I know not everybody has double Koyan, but
Mm.
you would never have a slot for George if you bring him with like a full on support. So
Yeah. I think he will probably go up here though. I think last year, yeah, I placed him on a C, which nowadays maybe he should be a bit higher than that for sure. Yeah.
I think for general use, I would probably even use him more than Nero, but
I think he has more use than Nero for sure.
yeah.
I think so. So B plus a minimum.
Yeah.
I'm thinking B plus or A. I'm not sure though. It's nice that he's permanent at least. And
Yeah.
there's a lot of most sabers that are permanent are single target.
Mm-hmm.
So he
He's a
doesn't have
rare
the
case
most
for sure.
competition.
Definitely.
It's a tough call actually.
It is a tough call.
I might slide him into A, honestly.
A's fair. You can push him to A.
Again, this is mostly inside the rarity and lower stuff. This is not like because I will already tell there will definitely be some SSRs in A tier. I can't wait for the angry comments like, oh, what do you think Subara is on the same level as this? Like, no. I'm not directly comparing like to higher rarities here.
Yeah.
So it's mostly among their own stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Sabers have a problem with a lot of permanent SSRs being just so good, but you technically can't compare them.
I would say permanent SRs as well. At least the single target side. There's a lot of good
the
stuff.
single targets. Yeah, of course. I mean, like the ones to compete with him are mostly SSRs, which is not that fair.
Yeah, so I feel like he stands well among the 4 stars nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then we get the special case, which is Daeon. I'm actually kind of a Daeon simp myself, I'm not gonna lie. I might be even a bit biased here, but I like using Daeon. A lot of people never really use her or him, depending on which one you want to use, I guess. But I like Daeon. So we get a Saber tank, not a DPS, not really a support either, but a tank, full-on tank. Attack. It's on the lower side, but it's actually good because you want him have more HP rather than attack because they're not supposed to do damage anyway, so I like it. Double Buster, double Art Stick is okay, I think it makes sense. Mind's Eye True, much like with Fergus, it is okay. It's still a passable, good defensive skill. This is even better than False on him because you get the defense up for a tank instead of the crit damage, which is good. Second skill is a full cleanse. It's like a different version of Disengage. It's a full cleanse. And then instead of the heal, you get 100% debuff rest for 3 turns. Now, I think this is really good because people don't realize it, but when you're taunted, not only do enemies that have single target attacks always go on the taunt, every enemy skill that is also single target will also go on the taunt. Now, if an enemy does like a single target defense down and you have this up, which again, great uptime, you're just not gonna get debuffed. Unless they have like a really like normally higher rate or something to give them a chance. Otherwise, this is just gonna keep Daeon pretty clean of debuffs. Yeah, Magic Rest C helps to give this like 115% debuff rest. Good luck with that. So I think this skill makes a lot of sense on a tank as well. And then the third skill, which is really why Daeon can be a tank, is the 3-turn taunt on a very good uptime. It's a 5-turn cooldown as well. Comes with a heal. Sometimes you use this on max HP, so it's irrelevant. But sometimes if you do a second rotation, which is possible, you can get use out of the heal as well. So it's a great uptime for a taunt. So the kit actually, while it's basic and still hasn't been buffed, it just makes sense. There's good synergy in there. Magic Rest C is nice, like I said. Riding B is irrelevant. Assassin mod. Well, actually, here's the thing. The Assassin append is not useless. Because you can bring Daeon against neutral, because he's there to tank. Obviously best against Lancer for the easier mitigation. The MP has been buffed, but I'm not gonna lie, I think it's still pretty shit. It's like pretty god-awful. So with MP1, you only get 10% attack and defense down on all the enemies for 3 turns, which is yikes. Even MP5 is like, it's just okay. It's not like amazing. And then a chance to AoE charm any enemy for 1 turn, but a base 30% chance, which is just laughably low. So I think like Daeon makes sense stat-wise, kit-wise, but the MP is pretty terrible, I'm not gonna lie. It's just bad. It's one of the worst non-damaging MPs in the game. Now, I want to ask you, what do you think of Daeon? Because I actually like Daeon. Granted, I will say this. I don't think there will be, like spots where he's like really great or a must pick for Daeon. So it's just something if you want the added defense. But yeah, what do you think?
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay. Funny fact.
You
They
can be
are
brutal here if you want
they
to.
are my Daeon's my one of the two of my like tutorial roles on NA. I got both Carmilla and Daeon. So,
Oh,
but yeah, but like the thing with Daeon is I I just don't see a general use case for them. It's Daeon is a tank that is a tank that wants to live,
mm,
and that's not that common, especially in arts teams, because I feel like maybe
right.
if you want them to live, you put them in arts teams. Uh, in this like today, there are so many options to just keep the entire team alive instead of
Yeah, I do
I'll
feel
go
like that
first with that.
overall tanks have less value nowadays than what they used to. And the most
Yeah,
uses for taunt nowadays are for like setups where you need the target to die instead of just to
yeah.
tank many turns.
Yeah, like even on something like I see a lot of Daeon use in against like Beast Kama if you don't really nerf her. But it's just so rare because as you said, most of the times you do want the taunt to die. And
Mm.
Daeon is really good at what they do, which is they negate, like you said, they negate like debuffs for 3 turns, and they just block off damage for 3 turns. Like if you have the team for it, you can keep them alive for 3 turns as well. I would say it's a super niche. Like there will be a boss fight where you're like, oh boy, if I had Daeon, this would have been a cakewalk. But that's
Yeah.
probably gonna happen once every 2 years. So it's a
And another
hard
argument
character
is
to rate.
that Mashu exists, right? And Orthonax
True.
also has double taunt.
Yeah. Mash. And Ornax has been getting better,
Oh yeah,
right?
for sure.
Yeah, it
It's like
definitely has
night and
been
day
getting better.
compared to like release. I
Definitely.
would still
So,
say OG Mashu is definitely the better one because its
mhm.
skills are just insane and the MP is way better. But
Yeah.
Orthonax is not bad at all. I feel like people give it too much shit. But I guess that's a
Yeah.
discussion for the extra tier list.
Yeah, now you have mentioned it, I actually do agree because if you want like a taunt tank that will eventually die, you use Ortonox Mash, and if you want a tank that doesn't die, then you use normal Mash. So yeah, they are kind of outclassed by just Mash, unfortunately. So
Yeah.
I don't know. For most people, they probably would never use them.
Like I do want to say like Deon is a great tank, but in the meta there's like no need for great tanks really.
Yeah.
I think where did I place him last year? I placed Deon in. Let me see. I placed Deon in like where is it? I think I placed him pretty high. Yeah, B plus. Like that's still worth a good tier because of being a great tank, but because of tanks not being so great, I might bump him down to B. Honestly, I feel like C plus is too low for Daeon though. I think Daeon for the most cases is just a better George, way tankier, doesn't steal stars, just like a better tank than George is. But like you just don't necessarily
Uh,
need a tank, right?
I mean, yeah. Like George has the defense. I don't know. It's hard because like
Daeon
Daeon's
just
better
has
at
way more stats, so I think that
tanking
compensates.
MPs.
And I don't
True.
like that just George also steals stars if you're bringing him when you have to make him like tank like 3 turns or more.
Yeah,
Because
you
he has the
usually
best
do want
absorb in the
him to
game as a
die.
rider.
I personally would put Daeon lower just because if we consider general use cases, but it's just me. I'm not
Mm,
trying to change the ranking, but just yeah, I just don't see a place to use them, and especially considering they're also a tank that doesn't protect your team from AOE's.
mm,
They're just a tank that really specifies against single targets, which is like when you add so many filters onto like good use case for them, then they're not really a general use good servant, right? That's
mm.
just how I feel. But yeah, I mean, they're really good when at what they're doing, at what they do. So
Yeah, I
definitely
would
fits
say
the
I
criteria
understand
you
if you
said.
want to put Daeon lower, but I'm gonna keep Daeon here because I still think they're a great tank, even if they might never really be like oh this is a great like or must pick situation for a tank. Like I don't think those
Yeah,
situations really ever happen, but just because they are great at what they do, I'm still gonna put Daeon into B.
maybe one day we'll get a boss where it's like, oh
Mm.
boy.
All right, and now we're going to talk about Rama. We finally got rid of day 1 servants on the 4 stars. And man, is this is a tragedy, huh? In more ways than one. Doesn't have the waifu. They keep releasing new servants or buffing old ones that just make him look worse. Poor Rama, dude. So, single target buster DPS, 9.8k attack is pretty good. It's not amazing, but it's good. Double buster, double arts, I think is fine. First skill, you get absorb and crit damage for 1 turn, 500 and 100 respectively. 4 turn cooldown. It's not the worst crit skill I've ever seen, but it's definitely not among the better ones either. It's passable, and that's about it. Second skill, base charisma. Yeah, I don't like it. And third skill is his guts for 1 time 3 turns on a 7 turn cooldown with a 3k heal. Fairly, like, average at best for a defensive skill in my opinion. So his kit is, skill-wise, I think it's pretty old and outdated. You kind of hate to see it. Magic Rosé is actually nice to have. Riding A+, high rank but kind of useless on him. Divinity A, arguably a demerit. Rider bonus, even against demonic riders, I wouldn't bring him. Then the MP, which actually has been buffed. So you do have the fat demonic damage mod on overcharge. So if you're fighting demonic, it actually does a lot of damage. Now with the buff, it also reduces the buster resistance of the enemy for 3 turns by 20%, but it's after damage, sadly. And then also reduces MP gauge of demonic enemy by 1 tick. Like against demonic, it's an amazing MP. It's like 10 out of 10. I would use this every time, but yeah. I just don't see a reason why to ever bring him, like, not against a demonic opponent. There's so many other ones that are just way better. And honestly, arguably, he might not even be the best against demonic either, funnily enough. Like, demonic is still a fairly common trait, I want to say. It's among the more common ones, but I don't know, man. He's just so outdated, right? Poor Rama.
Yeah, not even a battery.
Yeah, not even that. Nothing. And I'm pretty sure his MP gain is, like, not amazing either.
Yeah.
Oof. Ouch. So, where would I place Rama? I think he might be lower. Last year I had him C+. It's either that or lower, I feel like. C+ is like around average for power level.
Thing with Rama is also like,
I feel like Rama of all servants here like really suffers from competition.
Yeah, he technically is not like anti-demonic niche. He's like anti-demonic, but if they're not Onis, which I won't get into it, but you know.
Yeah. We'll see that a bit later,
yeah. Yeah. I don't know. His buff was definitely kind of disappointing. His MP upgrade. The buster down.
I kind of like that they stuck with the demonic niche though, but it's just now it makes his skills look even more weird and worse. They need to buff those as well.
If his buster down was before damage, maybe, but oh boy.
I still think the MP hits really hard if you fight demonic, even with the buster res after damage, but that's only when you fight demonic, and only if it's like their lancer or berserker. Otherwise, you're not gonna get those meaningful numbers.
I think the day his buff came out, I saw someone do like a 7-turn big Kiara with him, and yeah, it's pretty pog, but that's obviously an extreme case.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I feel like I'm gonna bump him down to C level. Like, he's passable, but he's certainly not great anymore. He never really was great, to be honest, kinda. Maybe when he released, there really wasn't that many options for single target sabers. Then he kinda was pretty okay. But very soon after that, we just start releasing more and more single target sabers.
Yeah, I'll end on this. I'll use Bedivere over him every day.
I think I would too, for sure. Yeah, but it just feels way better to use.
Yeah,
that's a testament to how good he is, because you would rather use him over a 4-star.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Unfortunate.
All right, next one is a fun one though. We get Saber Lancelot. One of the roundtable 4-stars that's also permanent, which is great. So single target arts crit DPS with also a fairly fat hitting MP nowadays. The MP buff wasn't even here when I last did this. So 9.9k attack on base is actually very solid again. Love it. Double Buster, double Arts deck I think is perfect for him considering he has an Arts MP and also has crit potential. I do like it. So I think on deck and stat-wise he's great. First skill, 30% battery with a 20 star bomb on a 6-turn cooldown. I think is okay. I think most of his skills they're okay to pretty actually damn good, and I think they get a small boost because of how much synergy they have with each other and his playstyle overall. So alone, this skill is like it's all right. It's not amazing. It's all right, I would say. But once you look at the other skills, it becomes even better. Because then you have his Eternal Arms Mastery. Now it's only an absorb for 3 turns, but it's on a 5-turn cooldown, so the uptime is great, and it goes up to 6k, which is nuts. It's absolutely nuts to have like that high of a absorb for a Knight class servant. This means he's gonna get every star. He literally will get every star if he has cards on the table. So while it is a basic skill, it just means that he will be critting most turns if you have stars, which I like. And then the third skill, 50% crit damage and 15 stars per turn, which is definitely on the higher end of stars per turn effects too. 6-turn cooldown is fair on this, I would say. So now when you look at the full skills, they just make a lot of sense because they all scream like crit and MP, right? I like it. I like the skill set a lot. Even to this day, I think it has aged pretty well. Magic Res B is pretty okay. Riding B irrelevant. Man, all these sabers with their riding skills when mostly it's kind of relevant. Saber bonus, for append, I don't really like it. Then the MP. I still think the OC is a meme. It increased the damage taken, which is basically reverse divinity. So it's as bad, but it's just a debuff version. They doubled it from 1k to 2k base. It's a 5-turn effect as well, like wow. But it really won't add much to your damage, honestly. You don't really feel that at all. But in addition to the damage buff to the MP, they also gave him a new normal effect, which is ignore defense buffs, which I always like as a utility. It's always great to have. Same with Invul Pierce, Sure Hit, etc. And the old effect is still this 30% art sub for 1 turn before damage, which is also great. I wish his MP was more than 1 hit, because man, the MP refunds like nothing, but luckily, because he crits so much and his actual, arts card has decent gains potential, he can, spam his MP quite a bit with the correct supports as well. I think the MP buff was honestly the best buff they could have given him. Like, his skills might not be broken amazing, but I think his MP was the weak part. So now it actually deals decent damage as well, on top of him also being single target, which is nice. What do you feel about Saber Lancelot?
I value that ignore defense very high, and the fact that he has upgraded MP, and obviously I personally don't actually think doing damage with arts critical is that relevant.
I think it's a bit better now that we have Johanna as well, but yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a part it's like a part I was gonna include in my video. Yeah, because like I don't know, it's kind of hard to justify not using just another MP, but he has a big crit boost of 50%. You can even use mighty chains. You don't have to. It's not arts crits, right? It's all crits.
Yeah.
So you don't really have to use just his arts cards, and he's good at refund, as you said. Like, even though his MP doesn't refund on its own, 1 arts crit card would probably get him like
especially if it's overkill. He just zooms the bar.
Yeah, so I like him. I like him a lot. His MP hits really hard. The 30% arts up before it and the ignore defense. And there's not. I think ignore defense is even more rare than Invul Pierce in terms of.
I think it is. Yeah.
In terms of fixing it as well, because there's only Sherlock. But for Invul Pierce, I think most Invul Pierce Cs are better than ignore defense.
Yeah, true. There's not that many. There's not that many ignore defense Cs.
Yeah, and also you have like maybe Calamity Jane if you want to Invul Pierce as well. So I don't know. This is more of a like a min-term brain rot, but
yeah. I mean, it's good to get all perspectives though. It helps.
Yeah, I like him a lot. Yeah.
Same, honestly. I think what George says is also nice, that arts is mostly relevant for crits, except when you can actually be, supplying stars as well. And he actually supplies a lot of stars himself.
True.
Which really helps.
Star Return and Star Bomb, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And that fat absorb means that all of his cards will get every single star you have. is 6k. It's nuts on a Saber. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's like it has to be the best absorb in the game when you combine the base class one and a skill one, or like the effect or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Is ridiculous. I think I'm gonna place him into A plus, honestly. I had a lot of most of the single target sabers on A tier last year, and I think he was among them. I think with this MP buff, I can bump him into A plus though. It resolved one of his problems, which was his MP wasn't that hard damaging, because obviously his base kit does nothing, the skills, to buff his MP damage, besides the MP giving you that small arts buff before damage.
Yeah.
But now it's a lot better, and that ignore defense also very helpful for utility. He's a great DPS.
You wouldn't even feel like... Oh, sorry. You go.
No, I was done.
I was just saying, like, yeah, like, as you said, like, previously you might feel like, oh, why would I use him if I'm using, like, let's say a Castoria comp and I'm just using MP every single turn anyways, but now I think even if you just use his MP, he's still...
Yeah, I think for MP spam comps, he's still very usable for sure, yeah. Even if you don't have too much focus or crits.
Yeah, so...
He's just really very easy to use and does a lot of work. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay, then the next knight of the round table is Gawain, and sadly story locked, not like Lancelot. So we got AoE, a buster. I would say DPS and not a farmer. I would not really farm with Gawain. It's possible, you can brute force it, but yeah, I would just say DPS and just call it that. 10.1k attack is mighty high, so that's great. Full gorilla deck, that's where the memes came from originally anyway, I suppose. I like it, honestly, on him. I like maybe double arts would have been cooler, I don't know, but it works. First skill, decent chunk of attack for self for 3 turns, and then 30% buster up for 3 turns if the map is on sunlight. Now, this skill used to be kinda but now, when they buffed the second skill, from which he had a really shitty charisma, now he also applies sunlight for 1 turn when you use this. So you use this first, and then you use the first skill, and boom, now you have like, what, let's see, 50% attack up for 3 turns, and also 30% buster up for 3 turns from just 2 skills. And they share the cooldown, yeah, so suddenly he's looking a lot more viable as a DPS. Third skill is kind of a meme, I'm not gonna lie. 20% flat battery is okay. 10 star bomb is like whatever. And then the guts is a 1-time, 1-turn guts on a 6-turn cooldown. Like, okay, it must be a lore thing, but it's just so bad. That guts, the guts is so bad. Is like, most cases, it's just wasted. I don't like it. I think the first and the second skill make for a fun combo that really increases damage, but this one is like, yeah, whatever. Magic Resist B, pretty okay. Riding B, irrelevant again. Rider bonus doesn't really matter for him. Now his MP hasn't been buffed, so we're working with baseline numbers here. The normal effect is AoE skill seal for 1 turn, which I think sometimes is honestly, it's just a demerit for sure. It really depends on the encounter. Sometimes you want the enemy to use skills rather than, maybe if they're like critting you very hard otherwise. So it can be a demerit as well. I love MP seal. Skill seal, I'm very indifferent about. I don't really like it sometimes. And then the OC is just a 5-turn AoE burn with like, it's never gonna do significant damage. I would not even try to run him on like .comps either. They're mostly a meme anyway, and he would not even have enough burns to begin with. So I think his MP is pretty shitty, I'm not gonna lie. I think it sucks, kinda. What do you think of the MP?
Yeah, it kinda sucks.
If it had damage buff at least, or something else, like maybe a second OC with the buff as well. Yeah. But
I don't hate skill seal, but on an MP that is not loopable, then I don't know.
Yeah. I think it's worth saying that, yeah, his attack is really high with the triple buster and the fat buffs from the first 2 skills. His DPS potential is still definitely, like, notable, even if the MP is kind of, like, whatever. DPS potential is still nice.
He had a better battery, because if it was 30, it was just 10 more with a double Koya and Oberon.
Oh yeah, because of the 6-turn cooldown, yeah, true.
Yeah, that's mad, but...
that would make a big difference, yeah.
Yep, but nope.
So I would not really ever bring him as a farmer. I would just talk about him as a DPS.
Yeah.
Now, where did I place him last year? He was B+. I think he had the same kit still. Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah.
So B+ would match Fergus. I think I could do that because I think he's like a 4-star Fergus, honestly. They're so similar. Their MPs are both kind of like whatever, but man, their skills and their like baseline face cards are still pretty good.
I mean,
he's story locked though, which I don't like.
Yeah, and I think Fergus has like better survival. I don't know, like
yeah, his defense up and that dodge is way better than that one turn guts.
Yeah, I would put him B. I think he's
honestly, yeah, I agree now. Yeah, true. Just slightly, Fergus, I might even, like, depending on your MP level on Gawain, you might just go with Fergus, honestly, after the new buff.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah. Like, Gawain is not bad. He's still above average as a DPS, I would say, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, we got into Brave Liz now.
Oh, no.
Have you actually used her much? Or do you just, yeah, I assume you wouldn't try to, even if she's a Liz.
I didn't even full her in JP.
Oh, ouch. Yikes. You heard it here first.
Don't kill me.
I'm sure people give you shit all the time for the Carmilla stuff, so it's nothing new.
Yeah.
Alright, so Brave Liz single target buster DPS 9.8k attack is definitely above average, so that's at least fine. Double buster, double art stick, I think makes sense. So at least from here on out, this looks good. Like, nothing wrong here, really. I think this is fine. Then we get to the skills, and one in particular is going to be fun. The first skill is, I would say, a standard invul. It's a 6-turn cooldown, 1-turn invul for self. That's a standard number for both evades and invuls. The effect is unique in that she gets 50% MP gain for 1 turn. I like it, but at the same time, it's also awkward to use because it's your main defensive skill. Because let's be real, you're not going to use the third skill. You're not going to hope for the evade or the invul or whatever. This is it. Unless your supports are going to cover you, this will be an awkward use. So you're just going to have to hope that either, you have a great refund turn coming in on the turn you need this invul on, or just, say fuck the invul, just go with more damage and pray, give Jesus the wheel. So it's a bit awkward. Second skill, her version of Mana Burst, you get 10% less buster up, but you do get 20% defense for 1 turn. Otherwise, it's the same. I would say that's a good trade-off. Would I say it's a good skill still? No, it's not. I think it's still better than a base 50% Mana Burst, though. But yeah, it's like whatever. And then, yeah, I mean, they even buffed the third skill. I like that they tried something, because now it only costs 50% MP gauge. But, like, I just wouldn't use it. Like, why?
Just some of them are just so bad, right?
Like, if they let you choose the effect, then I think it's usable. I think it's usable with 50% gauge and you choose the effect. Then we're talking. But now it's so random. Like, you can't rely this for the invul to save your party. It's way too unreliable. Never gonna work.
You're just gonna get the heal. I'll be real. You're just gonna get it.
True.
You're just gonna get it. Oh god.
Like, oh, you use the third skill, have a heal. Okay.
Yeah.
I like it as a meme, but all seriousness, yeah, it's a shitty skill. It's terrible. Yeah. Nice hustle, nice attempt. Magic Rosé, I like. High number of basic res is always nice for a boss killer. Territory Creation C is actually nice because she has double arts on 3 hitters, and especially if you have the first skill active, her arts cards can actually generate a good chunk of MP for you. But again, you need those stars to align as well. Avenger Append is maybe not the most useless thing if you don't have like good moon cancers, but mostly useless, I would say. And the MP, obviously a free MP5 as a welfare, does have ignore defense on the normal effect, which again, always nice utility. And the burn is much like Gawain, it's a burn, but even worse. But they might as well be the same, they will not make a difference. So it hits hard, it ignores defense, that's it. That's all it does. And besides the MP, they're all like 1-turn effects. That's it. So her downtime is, I would say, atrocious, even if that sounds brutal. Her numbers don't make up for the big downtime she has. So she needs a lot of support. She does not stand alone very well, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Oh boy. And now we can also do comparisons to some of the lower stars as well, I suppose.
Well, it's always Bedivere, isn't it?
Yeah, we're going back to Bedivere again. I would agree that he is definitely the much superior single target servant.
Yeah. Her only edge is probably ignore defense.
Mm.
I don't see another use case. And if you have Lancelot, then yeah, there's
Yeah,
no
I would
reason
use
to use her.
MP1 Lancelot over her any day of the week. Like, even MP1
Yeah.
is like, give me Lancelot, please.
Yeah.
I think
So,
last year I placed her in C, it seems. I think I would maybe bump her down to D+. It's
I agree.
brutal. She's a free MP5 and everything, but like there's so many options. Surely you have
just
some
don't
of the
use
other
her.
options, right? Like, right? Surely.
Yeah. And the
I don't think it's
ironic thing
unrealistic.
is, I feel like all the other welfare single target sabers are like really good. And then
Oh
she's
yeah,
just
because
so
we're gonna.
bad.
Oh dude, yeah, we're gonna talk about Hokusai and Karna. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah. In
Yes, okay,
comparison, you
yeah.
just would
That
never
makes her
use
look
her.
even much worse.
She's so bad. You can't even double up her skills with the Koyan because they're only one turn.
Yeah.
It's just nothing. She has nothing going for her.
She's a generic DPS that's just not very impressive.
If they buffed her second skill instead, and made it like 3 turns and bigger numbers, maybe.
Yeah.
But
They should do
instead,
they should do what they did to Arthur, dude, to that skill. Like, we got that buff on NA today. I still think it's one of the most disgusting buffs. I guess I shouldn't talk about it too much because we're getting Arthur on this list, but yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, she's just, I don't know, man. Nobody would use her. It's unfortunate.
Yeah. All right, Suzuka. I'm actually a big fan of Suzuka personally. Now, sadly, she can't really farm. She's not really made for that. But for DPSing, I think there's a lot to like here. So AoE Buster DPS Suzuka. We got 9.5k attack, which just passes the average for a 4-star, so it's alright. Double Buster, double Art Stick, I actually really like because she has both crit style, and then her MP is fairly spammable as well, despite not being great for farming. So I think this makes sense again. She has seen a lot of buffs. We got the buffs to the first skill, so you get a 3-turn Buster up for self for 40%. Pretty decent on a 5-turn cooldown. Then the same for star, or actually flat out 3 turns of star generation, and then 3 turns of crit damage for 50%. On a 5-turn cooldown, I think this is legit. I still don't really love like 3-turn effects. Obviously, you would prefer to have more, just flat out turns. But considering you get all of this on a 5-turn cooldown, I think it's good. It's not amazing, it's not maybe even great, but it's a good skill. Plays into her crit playstyle as well.
Yeah.
Now the second skill is her Mystic Eyes. It's only a charm against male opponents. 100% chance on max rank, but that doesn't factor in innate resistances or other buffs they might have to resist, so it's still mostly probably going to be RNG. And then also a 1-turn 20% attack down on the target. That on a 6-turn cooldown, I would say kind of weak. I'm not a huge fan of the skill. It's not the worst charm in the game. Somewhere in the middle, probably. It's just like, it's there. Sometimes it's nice. Sometimes it's just the attack down that really doesn't do anything. Third skill, MP per turn 10% for 5 turns on a 6-turn cooldown. Keeps you getting those MPs a bit easier. Ignores evasion for 3 turns on self, and also self MP damage 20% for 3 turns. I wish the MP damage was 5 turns as well, because it's only 20%. I wish they made that match that, but oh well. I think it's an okay skill. It's fairly unique as well. Not bad. Overall, her kit, after the buff to the first skill, I would say I'll give it a small thumbs up. I don't think it screams amazing, but I think it makes sense. Magic Grisey, I like it. Writing B. Well, at least she has a 3-hitter quick, so it's a bit better, but yeah, whatever. Divinity A. As much as I would like for that to be great, it's not. Ruler bonus. Whoa, talk about useful append or useless appends. Yeah, wow. Why? Just why? Completely useless. Why would you ever bring her against the ruler? Probably top 5 worst appends in the game. The MP has also seen a buff. They added a new normal effect for self MP generation, 20% for 3 turns. Oh, where did I hear that earlier? Oh, right, it was Sumana. Yeah, same thing. They liked adding this at the time, I guess. I think it's nice on her in particular, actually. I don't hate it. And then OC is actually very solid. Self 40% crit damage on base for 3 turns on every MP use. Actually can get to some good numbers with that. Combine that with the buff to the first skill. You're looking at some pretty good damaging crit potential from Suzuka. So yeah, I still think I would like her MP to be single target. But, you know, there are definitely AoE boss encounters as well where I think she can do a decent job at. I think she's a bit underrated, if anything. I rarely see anyone ever using her, but I think she's actually good. How do you feel about Suzuka?
I like her a lot. I've tried her with double Koyan and you know, her being able to double up her first skill and all that. And she's sort of a, you know, self-sustaining crit DPS. Her MP is very much the bread and butter. It's a AoE multi-hit buster that generates a lot of stars. It's not a quick MP, but
true.
it's AoE 10 hits, right?
And she has star generation in her first skill as well.
Yeah, and the fact that her crit buff on her MP is also spammable. It's like 3 turns, so you can have him overlap multiple times. It's really good. She's a really good DP. She feels a little bit like Raiko. Obviously, she doesn't have, to me at least, but obviously she doesn't have the super broken like anti power mod on her skill 3. But other than that, I feel like she definitely feels like a Raiko, kind of.
Yeah, I can see that comparison. Yeah, both crit focus, buster MPs that generate a lot of stars. Yeah.
Yeah, she just doesn't farm, which is unfortunate. Like a lot of the AoE servants, people just dismiss because they can't farm, which I guess it's fair because, like, oh, why would?
I mean, it's the sad reality, but yeah, we gotta factor that in.
Yeah. So I don't know.
I think last year I had her on A or something. I might go to B plus. Maybe I was a bit too generous.
I like her in Challenge Quest a lot, but she is just for Challenge Quest. Yeah, Siegfried doubles up as a farm.
Like, I still think against bosses, I like Lancelot a lot more, honestly. Lancelot? Unless you really need to have an AoE MP as well.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if it's a single target boss, you would really not use AoE, and also she can't really take advantage of that multi-hit MP to generate.
Oh yeah, true. That does hamper her damage potential. So she's only against AoE bosses then, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
So it doesn't leave her that much use case. So I think B plus is fair in that sense.
Yeah, B plus is fair.
Okay, first summer unit is Franz Saber. We finally get another quick unit as well. So single target quick Saber DPS. 9.3k attack, just below average, I believe. Double buster, double quick. I think it makes sense, honestly. Maybe a double arts, double quick would have been better. Because I don't think she has that like massive crit potential. But her MP is very spammable under the right conditions. But I don't hate the deck, really. She can still do a full quick Brave Chain. Oh yeah, true. It does give a little bit. Yeah, I guess, yeah, true. With Summers, there's a bit more potential for that. Now the first skill is really interesting. So it costs you 10% MP gauge to even use. So hopefully you have like an append unlocked on her. That would solve that problem immediately. And then you get 80% MP generation for 5 turns. Or no, for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. Like, that's huge. If anyone's ever used her, when this is active, you get 1 overkill crit with the arts or quick. You just go from 0 to 100. It's kind of stupid. Like, this is like close to Mashu levels on OG. It doesn't do anything else. But with the, I think appends actually really benefit her. Having appends is a buff to her because just unlocking it lets you use this without, you know, having to need like your sacrifice gauge or anything. Like you use 10% for append on this, and then you get like double Scotty battery for 100%, and that's looking really juicy for a start. Second skill, you sacrifice 500 HP from self, which is like doesn't really matter. It's fine. AoE attack down 3 turns, 20%, not bad. And also a full buff strip on a 5-turn cooldown. I actually really like this skill. I love a buff strip on command, especially on AoE. So yeah, and the attack down is also very effective on 3 turns. I think the demerit is laughably low, so I think this is actually a great skill. And the third one, self-attack up 20% 3 turns, and MP damage 20% 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown, with a pretty not big burn on herself. I wish the numbers were like 30% each, but it's not terrible. It's okay. I like that she has these damage buffs as well. So I think her kit is still doing fine to this day. I like it, actually. I do like the kit. Magic Resist, I wish was a little bit higher. Riding EX, now finally, there's a really good passive. Because again, she has double 3-hit quicks, and the MP is also quick with 5 hits on it. So yeah, this is an amazing passive for her. Madness Enhancement E is okay. Sadly, not a huge amount, but you know, she does have Double Buster. Berserker Append, very, very nice. Love it. And then the MP, which honestly I think is the weakest part about her. It does a good amount of damage, even without a buff. Base 60% chance to stun the enemy. And then it has the weird thing that it applies a delayed debuff on the target. And then after the turn is over, you have a 20% chance to stun other enemies for 1 turn. So it's the highest chance to stun the target, and then a small chance to stun the other guys if you land the debuff. It's kind of weird. I'm not a huge fan of the effects, especially the base stun also being on 60% base RNG, with no resistances taken into account. So I think the MP is honestly the weakest part of her kit.
Yeah.
But I do think it's very spammable, though. And overall, I think her kit makes sense.
Yeah.
Is she in the looping sheet? She is, okay. But sadly, it's one of these counts where you need the K-scope again, so maybe not. Oh, she needs double. Yeah, she needs double Oberon as well. Okay, I wouldn't do it then.
Yeah,
so she's just a, baseline DPS then.
Quick single target refund with no battery is just not gonna happen.
Yeah, her refund just comes from face cards, so you're not gonna do it with the MP.
Yeah.
So last year I had her on B+, which honestly I kind of like. How you feel about her?
That's fair. I really don't see her a lot. I have her on NA, but I don't see her a lot. But
I think if she ever got an MP buff, she would be so strong, like so strong.
Yeah, because her first skill is very powerful, and as you said,
yeah, it just allows you to spam the MP so much. It's just that the MP itself is not the best thing ever. Is the problem?
Yeah. Like you
I'm
can
gonna keep her in B+,
I think. Yeah, kind of ignore her effect. It's just a damaging MP, I guess it's treated. Because yeah, she can spam it so easily with double Scotty.
Oh my bad, I was saying the second skill is AoE. I'm stupid. I was reading it removes there, but it's talking about the one enemy. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. It's not that crazy. But honestly, she's a single target herself, so most of the time you're gonna be fighting like one boss anyway. So I still like it. Yeah. It's not as great as I thought originally, though.
Powerful. Buff removal is really powerful.
Yeah, I like a buff removal on command, though. Yeah.
Yeah,
we're gonna see a better example of it later, actually, on this list.
I think B+ is fair. Like I don't have too much experience with her, but
I honestly same. Yeah.
Really good.
All right, then we're gonna talk about my guy next. We got Yagyu, another single target art saber here. So definitely against bosses, not really any other use case, obviously. Double Buster, double arts, I think is a perfect deck considering he has some crit focus too. Basically 10k attack is a good number for a 4-star as well. Very solid. First skill, it's his like arts mana burst, I guess. That also increases arts absorb for 1 turn and debuff rest by 100% for 1 turn. So it's still better than a mana burst, but it's still not like an amazing skill. But it's okay. Second skill, they buffed the dodge, so it's a 1-turn evade, but now they also reduced the cooldown from 6 to 5, so now not only is it a better evasion than most evasions in the game for base 1 turn, because most of them are 6 turns on base, it now also comes with 100% crit damage for 1 turn, and the old effect still remains at 20% attack up for 1 turn. So the other thing why it's really important that the cooldown became 5 is that every other skill he has is also on a 5-turn cooldown. So now the synergy also got way better, not only because he introduces more crit damage, because he had Absorb already, but now the cooldowns also match. So I think this buff was very cool. So it's now a good skill in my opinion. It's slightly awkward with the defense and the offense in the same thing, but still a good skill. Then the third skill, which allows him to go from like MP to MP, you get 50% attack down for 1 enemy for 1 turn. That's big, especially if you also land the attack down from the MP. You can seriously tank a single target MP. I'm not joking. If you have a bit more like defense up as well. This can actually nullify MPs. And then you get 50% MP gain for 1 turn, which again enables you to loop fairly easily with face cards. Now, again, the kit is great, it has good synergy, but the problem is that his downtime is significant. They're all 1-turn effects on a 5-turn cooldown. So when he is on, he's amazing. But when he's off, he's not bad, he's just a bit slow. Magic Resist C could be higher, Riding B, he's a 4-hitter quick, so it's better than most, but yeah, it's not that great. Saber bonus is kind of relevant for the append, and then the MP, I wish it had another normal effect, honestly, because it only has damage. And then the OC is attack down for 3 turns by base 20%, so you combine that with the third skill, it's a base 70% attack down on that turn, which again can be used to nullify some stuff. Now, again, neither of them factor in innate resistances, so, you know, sometimes 1 or 2 can whiff, and your plan might fail, but yeah. It's definitely nice to have, I suppose. I wish the MP was a bit better, though. How do you feel about him, actually? You're less biased than I am.
I mean, but at the same time, I have less experience with him, so I think it definitely requires more brain because you know than most, because you have to really time that.
Yeah, you
know,
don't
like,
normally just like slam your face on the phone and you're like, I use all your skills immediately in the MP and then just see what happens. You're gonna have to think ahead a little bit.
Stark contrast to someone like Saber Lancelot, right? Where you can just throw everything out and do whatever.
Yeah.
But he definitely has a lot of, has very high ceiling, I would say. I've seen like solos with him, which is quite surprising because like,
yeah, because his MP is so
like,
spammable, using that attack down so much can actually be very significant.
Yeah, like the enemy just doesn't do damage to him for a lot of times, and with the heal CC can last very, very long, which is very impressive. Like I really don't know much about him, but like after seeing some solos with him, I think it's I like, obviously he's not like a top tier solo. Maybe,
yeah,
I don't
definitely
know,
not.
debatable. But at the same time, he fits better in the team, so that's the edge. So I like him. I think he's a big brain character, I guess. Yeah.
I think last year I had him on A, like a lot of the 4-star single target sabers. I think I'm gonna keep him there, honestly. I do think Lancelot, after the MP buff, I would prefer him a little bit. Obviously, I myself would use Yagyu because, I have a Grelled one and I like him, but like objectively, I do think Lancelot, I feel Lancelot a little bit better now because of the MP buff. So I think I'll give him a small edge here because of that. Although overall, I do think Yagyu's MP is a bit easier to spam than Lancelot's, but at least Lancelot has better crit gameplay, and his MP just hits harder as well.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he's all of his stuff is 1 turn, so the timing.
You could argue still that they're around equal, but I think I'm gonna keep Yagyu in A tier.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'll do it like this. Alright, another single target saber of the arts kind. Summer Maeve is next. I never really see anyone use her, to be honest.
Damage.
Well, it doesn't help that her base attack of 8,000 is pretty laughably low for a 4-star. That's an ouchie. Like, yikes. So, single target arts DPS, double buster, double arts on the deck. Think is good. Sadly, attack, again, very low. She gets 20% MP per turn for 3 turns, and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown. I would say the skill is okay. It's not amazing, it's okay. Not bad. AoE Charm, 60% chance on base, no way to improve it on skill level. And then also AoE Art Stress down by up to 20% for 3 turns. 7 turn cooldown though, so the downtime you'll definitely feel that, at least on the charm side. It's still, I would say, better than most charms in the game though, for sure. It's definitely better. But I wouldn't call it amazing either. Another good skill if anything. And a better charisma at the end with the crit damage for 30% for 3 turns. It's just a better charisma is what it is. I wish she herself got the crit damage though, even if she might not have the biggest crit potential though. It's kind of weird that she gives it to only the party members. So the skills, they're good. They're not amazing, they're good. So nothing really to complain too much about the skills, honestly. Magic Resist B, decent amount. Riding B. Same with Yagyu, not that great. Berserker Appendo, very good. Very useful. And then the MP is a... So it's like Caesar, but like debuffs when you think about it. So, yeah, you have a base 60% chance to inflict a defense down on all of your MP hits. Your MP hits 6 times, and then you can only get maximum of 4 of these per MP. So, and each of them is 10% defense down for 3 turns. So, on best case scenario, you get 40% defense down for 3 turns. Now, I believe these are applied on each hit, right? So it actually can help the MP do more damage on the later hits. Do you know how that... I think that's how it goes.
I think it does. I think...
Yeah, I think the defense, they appear when the hits happen, like a new defense down icon appears. So I'm pretty sure it would apply to later hits then as well. So it's a bit better then than obviously full after damage. It's not the full MP though. But, you know, some of the later hits can benefit. Yeah. And no other effect. So I do think the MP is just okay. Like, it gets a good amount of defense down done, but besides that, there's nothing else. So kinda just okay. And that's it. And I do think her biggest problem is the really low attack stat. Because we have so many other sabers on the single target. Like, so many of them have really high attacks. Hers is just laughably low. She seems like a half support, half DPS or something.
Yeah. I don't know. I've never been too big of a fan of these, but...
I think I only used her during the event where she was introduced in.
Yeah. As much as I hate, quote-unquote, AoE arts MPs recently, she would make so much sense if she was AoE.
Oh, yeah, for sure, yeah.
That skill, too, is just why... why is the arts down? I don't know.
Yeah, it's AoE when her... Like, it's Kiara all over again, with reverse.
Yeah, it's reverse Kiara, which I guess reverse Kiara is better, technically, because you know, at least you're covering all the targets, but I don't know. She'd make a lot more sense as AoE. With that S1 as well, maybe she can loop well. And that would be so much earlier than, you know, Muramasa and Summer Tomoe. She'd probably be loop better than Summer Tomoe. So I don't know.
Last time I had her on B, I might keep her there or bump her down to C+.
I would bump her down, especially considering...
Yeah, we have a bit more competition now as well.
Single target art sabers have traditionally been one of the stronger breeds of servants.
Is she actually the weakest single target 4-star art saber?
In my opinion, I
think she is. I think she might just be. Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah. All right, I'll bump her down to C+. She's not bad. She's like just average. That's what C+ is, just average for power level. You can use her, but there's probably better options out there, especially if you have, you know, Hokusai, for instance.
I might bump her down even more. I don't know.
You feel like she should be lower?
The Rama looks so sad, bro.
I kind of like her more than Rama, to be honest. Even if Rama has maybe a bit higher damage potential, I think I like her more than Rama. So I think I'll keep her in C+.
Sure,
but yeah, I can see why. Alright, next is Diarmuid Saber, actually. I feel like he's a bit underrated, but I feel like it's a bit deserved as well because, you know, competition strikes again. But now we have a single target, the Quick Saber, 10k attack like Yagyu, very solid. Double Buster, double Quick I think is good because he has a bit of crit synergy as well. So Summer Scotty also looking fairly promising with this guy. I like all this stuff here. His unique version of Mana Burst, I guess, this is what they call it at least. It's a 1-turn evasion or 5-turn cooldown. So much like Yagyu, he has a better 1-turn evasion than most servants in the game. But much like Yagyu as well, it's also tied to an offensive option, so it's a bit awkward to use. You get 20% quicken attack after 1 turn, so it's very similar to Yagyu's evade. They're both good skills, but sometimes it's just really hard to, like, know when to use it. So, a bit awkward, needless to say. Second skill, self-absorb for 3 turns, 600% on a 5-turn cooldown and a 15 star bomb. Yeah, this is why he has that nicer crit potential. Is not 6k absorb, but Saber with 600, he's still gonna get a lot of the stars anyway, on a good uptime, so he definitely likes having Scotties in his team. Defense up 3 turns, 30%, and MP gains same amount. 5-turn cooldown. Basic, but it works, right? It just works. So, unlike Yagyu, besides the first skill, he actually does have a fairly good uptime, which is cool. Append is Saber, so whatever. And then his MP is, well, the OC just flat out sucks. It's an insta-kill OC, and he's a boss killer, so you can already, might as well say there's no OC whatsoever. Now, there is a normal effect, which is a defensive buff removal, sadly after damage, though. If this was before damage, he would be, like, really, really good. Now the MP is a bit awkward, needless to say. Obviously, against Guts is still very good. Actually, no, never mind. It doesn't remove Guts, because for some reason, Guts isn't a defensive buff according to the game.
Yeah,
but yeah,
it's really weird.
Yeah, because when you look at these, like, flat out, some of those effects, like, this effect becomes useless. Like, special invul, dodge, it's a useless effect, right? You can't, like, the MP does 0 damage. Unless you really want your face cards to hit that turn, but you probably wouldn't. I mean, maybe you would use his MP sometimes to do that, but it just feels bad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I do actually like him. His kit is good. His numbers are great. Summer Scotty made him even better. I do think he's underrated, honestly. And he's permanent, so, MP levels might not be the hardest thing to achieve. Last year I had him on A tier as well. I'm either going to keep him there or bump him up, but I feel like keeping him there makes sense. What do you think of Saber Diarmuid?
I actually have no idea why I don't like him. I don't like him. Like it's
oh,
like
really?
a visceral reaction, but I don't know why. Like now looking at his skills, I don't get it. He's really solid, but
really?
I don't think he's better than Summer friend. Maybe the permanent factor. Like if you MP5 Diarmuid, MP1 Summer friend, yeah, of course, but yeah.
I feel like I honestly I would put them in the same tier if both were limited or permanent. But I feel like because he's permanent, I'll give him a small edge here.
I guess so.
But they're both similar for sure. France spams her MP a bit better. Diarmuid has way better crits. So, just pick one, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep him in A. Summer Scotty does improve him though.
Yeah. He's definitely overhated.
2 more rows to go. I'm gonna try and pick up the pace here, but we'll see. Voice is definitely starting to die already, but I will persevere. Shout out to you for hanging out here as well, Plushie.
No problem.
Oh my god. Alright, we got, Prince of Lanling next. A very cool case. It's a support Saber. With supposedly a bit of solo potential as well, right? But nothing serious. Definitely a support first and foremost. So 9k attack is on the lower side, but again, it's good. You don't really want him to be... You prefer the tankier HP line. So if anything, I would prefer it to be maybe even lower than this. Now, double buster, double arts is okay. Triple arts would be the best, but they're probably not going to do that on a Saber. First skill. 2-hit invul for 3 turns on self on a 6-turn cooldown. Flexible, I like it. And then a charisma. So I think it's a good skill. It's not amazing, but it's good for his support. Targeted battery, 20%, and buff success rate up 40%. So this is what gives him more value as well, because sometimes you can bring him just for buff success rate up. There are other servants that do this on target as well, or AoE, but he is one of the better ones because he's a full support regardless. Now, sometimes you will use it on himself because of the 3rd skill, but, I like that it's flexible in the sense that it's like that. I do kind of wish the buff success rate up was AoE though, because again, he benefits a lot
Mm-hmm.
from it too, and you probably want to give the battery to an ally instead, right? Because his MP, it's
Yeah.
okay, but it's not as good as like your other servants. So I really wish the buff success rate up was AoE, but it's
Yeah.
still a nice flexible skill, not bad. So the third skill, guaranteed 3-turn 20% arts up for the team. No RNG, but then if you want the AoE star gen and the crit damage for 50% each 3 turns, then you need that RNG. You're either going to trust on the 16% base, or you're going to use that skill on himself to guarantee the effects. Most of the time, considering he's an arch support first and foremost, I think star generation will be pretty much a useless stat. Not useless, but very weak, so that's like whatever. But crit damage, depending on who you pair him with, let's say Saber Lancelot, you want that for sure, right? So yeah, it really depends on what you're doing. Magic Resist C could be better, but it's okay. Riding A, negligible. Assassin Append is actually worth mentioning because on supports, Appends are better because they're more universal, I guess. So it can have a small effect, but nothing big. And then the MP. I like that it's an AoE tick down guaranteed. No debuff immunity or anything can prevent that. I like that. And then an AoE crit chance down, 20% 3 turns. I love crit chance down. People always meme about that, but I think it's a great thing. Crit resistance is even better because you don't need to land that. But yeah, crit chance down also great. Then on MP1 you get a 500 damage cut for 1 turn on or the 3 turns on the team. At that point, it doesn't really do too much. I feel like only on the higher MP levels the damage cut actually you start to feel it towards the 1500 on MP5. So on MP1 is like whatever. It's just small mitigation. And then the OC is a base 30% AoE attack up for 3 turns, which is very solid for an overcharge effect. Taser MP is not really like crazy amazing. It's nice to help you along with the battle, fucks up the enemy, protects you, buffs you. It's nice. It's like, this is what Daeon's MP should have been, pretty much. So yeah, he wins there at least. I do like the MP, despite it not being amazing. So he's pretty good, huh? For a 4-star support, he's actually very decent. I've always appreciated him. Last year, I think he was like A+ for me. Yeah, he was. How do you feel about Lanling?
I like him a lot. He was a staple. I see him a lot in a lot of like art stall teams because of that charge drain and the damage cut.
Oh, yeah.
If you stack all that stuff up, then the enemies can't use their MP.
Yeah, bring a
and the
healer as
enemies
well,
can't-
yeah.
Yeah, and the enemies can't really crit you because they have crit down and also the damage cut. So,
Dude, you know what I just realized? Pair him with Trung Sisters, you get crit chance down, crit resistance, and heal per turn from them as well. Oh my god.
never.
And they're the
never
same
getting
class.
critted. Yeah,
That's amazing. That sounds so cool.
Yeah. His MP is very good.
Yeah, for
But
4-star, it's actually very good.
yeah, it's just unfortunate that right now
I think it's better
would
than what
say-
Rhino's MP was before the buff, actually.
I guess debatably, yeah. Yeah, like I just think it's unfortunate like right now stall is kind of just super one-dimensional.
Yeah, it's like
Castoria
right
being
now we're
dumb.
anti-stall. It's just like go as fast as you can.
Yeah, and then the one stall team is just really stupid because Castoria is stupid. But
Yeah.
but like but yeah, as a servant, I think he's good. And as you mentioned, yeah, I've seen some solos with him where he just keeps on spamming his MP. And he can actually get a lot of damage with his own face cards. He just has maybe
Yeah.
actually no, he doesn't have Stargent problems that much because that buff as well. If he's solo. But
yeah, Mighty Chain should help a lot as well.
Yeah, and he was the staple arts crit support because it does last 3 turns. Obviously we just got a new one, but you know, he was the only one that had 3 turns. Not even Lady Avalon had 3 turns of crit buff.
Oh yeah, true.
So I like him a lot. I just I don't know. I have no complaints. As a 4-star permanent,
How do you feel about him versus Castergill? I prefer him.
Castrigal, I think it's very much you know, situational.
Yeah,
Most of the
true.
time he will probably be better because
Yeah, that's what I feel like as well.
If you're playing arts and you're playing like sustain, if you use his MP like more than once, he's already more value than Castergill. His MP is so good, and yeah, in a slower world, he's definitely going to be better than Casco. Casco is more like a special case, I would say.
I feel like I would beat myself over if I still didn't put him in like A+, despite him not being the most relevant for like the best kind of meta there is for boss killing.
Yeah,
I still
it's
feel like
just
he's
not
just a
his
super
meta.
solid servant
It's
among the
just not
4
his
stars.
meta. Yeah. I mean, because it is not his meta, I personally would put him lower, but I think it's
Yeah,
very
yeah, I
fair.
can.
Like,
Yeah, that's a completely
when it
fair
was
argument.
his meta,
Yeah, I would just probably kick myself a little bit. I would feel dirty,
yeah.
but yeah, very understandable.
And he doesn't have much competition. Like, are you like? It's just Johanna, but it's not really fair. It's a ruler
Yeah, it's a limited
SSR, right?
5-star,
limited ruler
versus
SSR,
permanent 4-star.
Yeah.
All right, we got Lakshmi by next, who actually has a new buff compared to last year's tier list as well. So AoE, a quick. So she's a lot of stuff. She's like a farmer, DPS, and a little bit of support as well. I don't think she's like amazing in any one of those things, but she's very versatile at least, which is kind of cool. And with triple Scotty, her farming got a lot better as well. So around a 10k attack as well is good. Double buster, double quick deck is good because she has a bit of crit stuff in her kit too. Makes sense with Summer Scotty. Okay. Her version of Charisma is also RNG based. So you get the attack up guaranteed, and then much like Lanling, it's basically the same thing but just shuffled around a bit. 50% star gen and crit damage for the team on RNG. So if you land everything on a 5-turn cooldown, it's a great skill. If you don't, it's kind of meh. Second skill, targeted invul for 1 turn. Good flexibility. And then more RNG. Gives you more reason to give her the buff success rate up as well. 2k heal per turn for 3 turns. Actually, oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Oof, that was close. That's actually quite significant. And then a 2k damage cut for 3 times 3 turns. That's actually pretty good too. So if you land everything on this skill, I think it's a very strong defensive skill, especially for a 4-star. Then the third skill, which was buffed luckily, Self Guts, 1 time 3 turns, 6-turn cooldown, fairly basic. But now it also comes with a 20% quick up for 3 turns for Self, and also Self MP generation by 20% for 3 turns. This was literally them saying like, hey, here's some looping help. That's literally what that buff is. And it works pretty well for it. Small demerit of 20% debuff rest down for 3 turns on Self. Sometimes relevant, most times not really, doesn't really matter too much. And then luckily her buff success rate up is AoE, so hooray, now she can land all her own buffs as well. Although worth noting, the first skill is a 5-turn cooldown, so you might have to hold off on this on second rotation if you want to land all this shit guaranteed. But after this buff, I think it's a very solid skill for a 4-star servant. This could be easily a modern SSR skill in my opinion. I actually really like this now. And the quick up and the MP gain are a big help for her looping, which was kind of like a sewer tier. Magic Rose, love it for bosses, because again, she has presence there as well. Riding B, good chunk of quick up, makes sense on her. She has the better version of Divinity that comes with 20% debuffers as well, very solid. So now base 40% debuffers. Now it can be lower with this, but man, that is still a lot of base resistance. Berserker Append also very great. Yeah, I know, this buff success rate up is always AoE. Did I say it was like now it's AoE? No, I knew this was always AoE. These are the 2 new things. Anyway, MP has a lot of effects, huh? So first of all, AoE crit chance down, 3 turns, 20%. So similar to Lanling. Good, I like it. His or her MP does remove offensive buffs though, so I guess it is after damage, but because it's offensive buffs only, it's fine to be after damage, I guess. If anything, Diarmuid should have had offensive buffs as well, because it's after damage. But yeah, it can help you live longer, which is nice. Sadly, no buff to the MP though, so the damage is still like maybe not the best. Now, looping wise, her numbers, she can actually run double Scotty Shufu as well, it seems. Okay. She can run 50% C. I would assume she can't run 0, like Black Grail, because otherwise it would be here for sure, right? So even with the buff to the 3rd skill, doesn't seem like she can still run Black Grail, which kind of hampers her farm potential, sadly. Because, you know, the best quick and arch loopers are always the ones that can run Black Grail. It's just the reality of the world.
I mean, if you plug Oberon, it should, I think. I don't know. Right?
You think that could be enable it? I feel like a triple Scotty, like, because, you know, that's a lot of refund already.
True. Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
I assume Jord would put it here if it was possible, even with Oberon. But yeah. So as is without Black Grail, her numbers, they're not terrible. Triple Scotty. She can definitely pull her weight in any like Lancer farm that is not like 90 plus or 90 plus plus. Easily workable. But for anything higher than that, not happening really. Not happening. So yeah, passable for farming. If anything, I like her mostly outside of farming. Still, even with triple Scotty being possible now and the buff to the 3rd skill helping with that. How do you like Lakshmi Bai?
Okay, this is some
hot take.
hyper, you know, like min-turn solo brain rot, but she's actually good in both. In min-turns, you see people keep her at level 1.
Oh, yeah, the esports.
Because yeah, that skill 1 is really juicy if all of it lands.
Yeah,
obviously,
true.
If
you can still land it without the 3rd skill.
Yeah, and for solos, she's actually got it all. She has offensive buff removal that can bypass Invul Pierce. I think for solos, Invul Pierce is such a disgusting effect on the enemy. I can just
dude, I should know. Most of my solos are with Jinako, who has double Invul.
Yeah,
so I hate that shit.
If you don't have Invul Pierce, yeah, and she also has a passive heal, which is really good. Passive heals are really good with the heal up CC because it, I mean, okay, it's the same as a one-time heal, but it's it's easier to, you don't have to like time the button. And she has guts, and the guts cooldown actually was a bit long, but then the buff reduced it to 6.
Oh wait, was it a cooldown reduction as well? Did I miss that?
I think so, right?
Oh my god, you're right actually. Wow.
So yeah, so I actually see her solo quite a bit, which is surprising because I never knew.
Yeah, honestly, I can kind of see it now, because with solo, you can guarantee the fat damage cut and heal per turn as well, with the guts.
Yeah, just put it all on her.
And the Invul, wow. Yeah, I never actually thought about that. Wow.
Yeah, she's a really solid,
she's like a jack of all trades, like really good in many areas. Not like top tier in anything, I would say, but just very workable unit.
Definitely. Solid.
Last year I had her on A, it seems. Maybe that was a bit generous last year before the buff, before triple Scotty. I don't know, but now I feel like I can definitely put her into A tier, right?
Yeah, she deserves it.
Maybe last year was a bit generous.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I can do a A+. I'm not really feeling it.
Yeah,
if she was amazing in like one area where like there's not that much competition, but yeah.
It's like general use case, she's a little bit falling off. I mean, the battery certainly helps with the farming, but once again,
yeah. All right. Next to welfare, we got Saber Hokusai, a very popular unit, not just because she's free. So, single target Arts Saber DPS, another one of these. 9.3k attack, could be higher, but certainly still a decent number. Double arts, double quick deck. Yeah, I guess that's fine. They were probably never gonna give her triple arts, so for MP gains, this is it, right? Yeah. So yeah, it makes sense. First skill, 20% battery with 20 stars on 5-turn cooldown. It's just okay. It's a decent skill to get you going. Second skill, absorb 500% for 3 turns on a 7-turn cooldown because of the one-time 3-turn guts. This is what I always kind of disliked about her. This mismatch of these two effects, because you want the absorb to have a great uptime, but because it's tied to a guts, the cooldown has to go up like 2 turns.
Yeah.
That's certainly a bit awkward. Like, the effects are okay, both, but man, couldn't they at least make it 6 turns? I feel like this doesn't warrant 7 turns of cooldown. Come
Yeah,
on.
6 is definitely fair.
Yeah. It's not a terrible skill, but 6 would have been way better. Self-art's up 30% 3 turns, good number. And then when you crit, you get 20% crit damage. Now this happens before the damage, right? I think. I forget, because may have multiple servants that do stuff like this. I think Melt is before damage at least.
Yeah, I'm sure Melt is before damage. And Melt
Yeah,
also
I'm
doesn't
not.
have
Was
to
Hokusai
crit,
before damage? Pio
it
says
is
it's
before,
before. Pavel says it's after. Okay, immediately two people disagree.
I thought it was after, but I don't
Maybe
know.
it's after the way it's worded. It doesn't imply it's maybe before. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a bit awkward because you only get the crit damage when you crit, but then again, it's only after the crit has landed. So you're always going to lose a bit on that value, no matter what. It's only 20% per stack, so it's not like you're, it's the end of the world, but I also wish this was before damage to give her a little bit more boost. Overall, her kit, it's similar to Lancelot, if anything, but I do like Lancelot's skills a bit more, honestly. Magic Wrist C is okay. Divinity E, nice demerit, is like the lowest amount of damage as well, just to let you know it's a demerit. Foreigner append. So if you don't have alter egos, a lot of them, I guess you could run her against foreigners for neutral stuff with this helping. Yeah, would not really recommend though, but yeah, I guess it's a thing. It's not completely useless. Then the MP, no baseline effects besides damage, and the OC is 30% MP damage for 1 turn before damage. At least the OC is a nice chunk. But besides that, no other effects. Obviously, a free MP5 is very nice. That's why her MP actually does have quite high damage potential. So, I think Hokusai, she's still a solid DPS, right? I personally, of the welfares, I like Santa Karna more. But Hokusai is still a solid one. And I do think, depending on the MP levels of your other options that may or may not be better, she is either better or worse. How do you feel about Saber Hokusai?
I think she is just like, Lancelot with extra steps. The thing
Lancelot
with
is
her
easier to work with, for sure.
Yeah. The thing with her is, I know this is like a weird sort of like specific thing to bring up, but I think her only edge, as you said, is the MP and it's the free MP.
Like it's hard hitting and fairly spammable, so yeah, that still makes her pretty solid.
But now after Lancelot has an MP upgrade with a higher base MP
yeah,
damage,
he really just broke away from all the pack, right? With that.
Yeah, I think Lancelot at like, I don't know, at MP1, probably at MP2 probably beats her.
Probably not as 1, but yeah.
Yeah, MP2 probably beats her at MP5.
I feel like I can keep her at A like I had last year as well. Mostly just because, like, I'm pretty sure I said this last year as well, but only because she's a free MP5. If she wasn't, I would put her into one of the Bs. Only because she's a free MP5, I'm going to put her into the A tier. Otherwise, I kind of like the other options a bit more, if anything.
But she's still solid. I think her kit is a little bit lacking. I would have put her a bit lower.
I don't like the second skill either, and the third skill having that awkwardness as well. There's some stuff that just makes you kind of dislike this stuff.
Yeah, she definitely was. I feel like maybe I want to put her lower because how like highly rated she is. Because like everybody said she's like good, she's so good, she's so good. But I kind of disagree. Especially over the years, she definitely kind of fell off.
I think I'm gonna keep her in A, but yeah, I can understand that. I don't really like I don't find myself ever using her, even on my like JP where I don't have like good grilled sabers that much. I just tend to use like Saitou or something instead. I don't actually have them, yeah.
Definitely.
Anyway, moving on. Another summer unit. We got Summer Tomoe. Ooh, baby. Fun times ahead. VR-chan, yes. So AoE, I would say farming Saber. Maybe honestly DPS more than farming. It's hard to say. I love her crit potential, but her farm is well, needless to say, it's not the strongest out there, as people might know.
I definitely see her more as a crit DPS, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like she has better value as a crit DPS. Yeah, true that, Jord, as well. Anyway, 9.5k attack, just above average. Beats Hokusai a little bit for what it's worth. Double Buster, double Arts deck makes sense for crit style focus gameplay. with an Arts MP, that is. First skill, 1-time 3-turn guts on a 6-turn cooldown standard. 100% crit damage for 3 turns, so there it is. That's why it's, that's why the crit potential is pretty nasty, huh? Half of the time you're gonna have that. Although, after 3 turns, after this buff fades, you're gonna get stunned. But, you know, there's ways to play around this, right? Although, in this particular case, this is treated as a buff, right? Which is kind of nasty. So it's a bit hard to deal with, I suppose. But those 3 turns, you're gonna be zooming. Alright, her version of Mana Burst, I guess. 30% Arts up for 1 turn, and then 500% Arts Absorb for 1 turn. It's on a 4-turn cooldown, though, so it's maybe a bit better. I'm not sure. It's I guess it's very similar to the Yagyu one. It's inspired by that one, obviously, as well. So you get 1 turn less cooldown, but you don't get, like, the debuff res. Maybe I prefer this. Maybe I prefer the Yagyu one. I guess it depends on the matchup. Both are okay, but not, like, amazing or great. Third skill is a 25 star bomb. Stars per turn 10 on max rank for 3 turns. And then debuff immune 1 time 5 turns. Now, because this is considered as a buff, I forgot, does this actually help with that? I thought it did, but now that this is said as it's treated as a buff.
It does, it does.
So it does prevent it. That's kind of weird then.
Yeah.
So wait, is it like this? On application, it's a debuff. Once it lands, it's a buff. Is that what it is? It must be like that then. Oh wait, no. It blocks the stun, right? Not the actual. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that makes so much more sense. I'm a Pepega, yeah. Obviously, this thing is still gonna land, yeah.
You can actually salvage this with stun immune command codes and stuff.
Oh yeah, that too.
It's kind of pointless because the cooldown matches up with skill 3, so you just use it anyways.
Yeah, although this is only a 1-time 5-turn debuff, so if the enemy debuffs you lose this. But if you bring like Atlas, you can also cleanse the stun, or like the stun immune CC, have that up by the time you get stunned. Good chance, because it lasts for 2 turns, right? So yeah. I would say you have because you're gonna you're most likely gonna find that card in 2 out of the 3 turns, right?
Yeah, you can also buy another one, I think, because you can have 2.
Oh, can you?
On JP.
Okay, then it's even easier.
Yeah.
Okay, so the third skill is actually pretty good, considering she has this stun. Magic Rose is nice for bosses. Riding Bee, pretty good. Actually, no, she had only 1 arts card, right? Yeah, okay. Negligible. Alter Ego Append, actually, not bad. For any Knight class, having an Alter Ego Append is actually good, because while you still deal neutral damage, you take a 0.5x, so Knight classes will always be viable against Alter Ego. There, obviously, Pretender is the best for full class advantage on both sides, but, you know, you can still run Knight classes. There's not that many Pretender options right now anyway. The MP then. So normal effects, red and blue up 20% for 1 turn before damage, and then after damage, a burn, and the OC is a burn amp. So we can just immediately discount the burns. Even with the amp, forget about it. It's never going to be meaningful. Especially considering dots can't even break bars, which is stupid as hell in my opinion. But yeah, it's just never going to do anything. So yeah, the MP is basically these 2 effects and then the damage. Huh. I guess the burn, at least of the dots, is worth mentioning. Yeah, because of Honey Lake, right? Yeah, true. She doesn't even have Invul Pierce on her kit, so it's even better for the CE then. I guess it's worth for that.
Command code. Not true. I mean, if you're using it,
it frees up some command codes, I suppose, for like crit ones instead. So it's a small help, but yeah. Okay. So let's take a look at the looping numbers then. Actually, she's not even in here. Oh my god, Jord hasn't even put her into the list. Oh my god, that I guess that speaks.
Disrespect.
Oh, that's probably speaks a bit. We don't even want to see the numbers. Ouch. Okay. Well, it's no surprise there that people know that sadly she is just not good at it. She's just not good. So let's just evaluate her based on her DPSing, right? Yeah. Let's not do her that dirty.
Yeah.
So last year I placed her on B+, I'm pretty sure as a DPS. So like below most of the other ones at A that I had there. Maybe that was too high. Maybe B. What do you think?
Considering what we have on the list right now, yeah, probably too high. I mean, I think people, crap on her a little bit too much. The 100% crit is definitely not a joke. But
Yeah, her crits are pretty nutty.
Is I don't know. I haven't tried her out after Mighty Chains. Maybe the Buster would be worth a little bit more. I don't know. It's just I don't hate her. I don't think she's horrible. I think with a lot of these kinds of crit DPSs, they definitely have merit, especially when you're doing solos and stuff. She has like a bread and butter kit. She has star per turn, instant star gen, and crit up all in her kit. But if we're putting Nero there, I'll put her there as well.
Yeah, I guess
Or
I was
Gawain.
about to say we should probably compare her to Nero because we're both evaluating them as DPS and AoE arts.
Yeah.
So would you say she's the same tier or maybe a bit higher?
It's probably same. I don't know. It's hard.
It's a bit tough, yeah.
It's tough. They obviously serve different purposes, right? But
yeah.
And,
I feel like Tomoe
Dog,
has more use cases though. I feel like she's a good crit DPS.
Yeah, but
yeah. I'm gonna keep her in B plus for now. Yeah, but I could see her lower as well. I can't go any higher than this though.
Yeah, I mean, she's better in double Castoria. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't,
yeah, true. Her MP is actually more than one hit, which helps. All right. Next up is Mr. Saitou then. Ooh, here's a fun one. Definitely a very cool one. So another single target arts the DPS Saber. But also, not just the DPS, he can actually do single target loop farming as well. I'm actually using him right now on the Valentine's final note on NA. If you have enough buffs, his MP goes from 0 to 100. It's pretty disgusting. So, 9.4k attack around the average. Similar to a lot of others of his peers. Double Buster, double arts is, I think, perfect because he has a sub-crit potential too. And he has that on his skill 1 as well. So yeah, you get the red and the green, red and blue 3 turns, 20% each with a 20 bomb on a 5-turn cooldown. There's a lot of skills like these twin color ones, and usually a third effect as well. A lot of them are 6-turn cooldown, and a lot of them have a really shitty effect. This is on a 5-turn cooldown with a pretty decent bomb. I think this is better than most of them, so it's alright. I have to mind true. I kind of wish was I have to mind false, I'm not gonna lie. I wish it was more crit damage instead, you know? But, you know, it's still a decent survival skill. And then he at least has crit damage here. 3 attacks, 3 turns for attack up and crit damage. 30% attack, 100% crit damage, 5-turn cooldown. For the crit, I'm okay with it. But I actually hate the fact that the attack is 3 times 3 turns. Because the big problem is, if you get the best hand ever, which is MP Arts, that extra, which is fat as hell, will not have the attack buff. It just won't. You're gonna use them on the MP and those 2 cards. I really hate that. It's a real pet peeve of mine when it comes to Saitou. It just fucks the extra attack. But that's crit is fine because it doesn't even consume that stack unless you actually land a crit. So that being 3 attacks, 3 turns, 100%, yeah, that's great actually. No problems there. But man, that attack is kind of bothering me. Oh well, it's not a terrible skill though. Overall, his kit, while it's basic, it makes sense. Magic Grizz D, I wish was a little bit higher. Hey, he actually has crit damage on a passive. First Saber, nice. Assassin Append is whatever. And then the MP, which is really cool. So normal effect, 20% crit chance down for 3 turns on the enemy. We've already seen some of these. I still like the effect, very good on single target as well. And then the OC, which is really fat. 3 turns of 20% arts down on base on the target before damage. Key, before damage. That's why he can literally loop his MP, which is single target. It's kind of disgusting, I'm not gonna lie. Of all the single target sabers, at least of the arts kind, he definitely has the best MP. For sure. 7 hits, that arts res down before damage. Disgusting. Refund. So while I think maybe his face card potential isn't as good as some of the other ones, his MP is still very fat. Now, he is limited though, which I kind of hate. Because it, makes competition look a bit better. So it's a tough one. It's a tough call. Again, I think last year I had him on A as well. But what do you think?
I mean, it's it's hard to complain this character. I mean, yeah, the crit is definitely, I think, because of how strong his other competitions are with crits. But his MP is so strong. His MP is
It's
just strong.
super strong. It's so good.
His MP is stronger than. Okay. I don't want to say it like right here, right now, because
Okay.
I don't.
Drop
I'm not
it.
100%. Okay, his MP is better than every other single target art saber SSR. It's just
Even
dumb.
SSR.
Yeah,
I would maybe do some debates there regarding a certain sister pairing, but besides that, I do think it's amazing.
I like Trung Sisters as well. I have another hot take when we get to Trung Sisters.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah, but,
Dude, I have
yeah.
stuff to say about them as well, which might surprise people in hopefully a good way. But yeah, okay.
Yeah, but
Do you think Do you think he goes next to Lancelot in A plus, despite being limited? The MP is
I think
disgusting though. It's
so.
so
His MP
spammable.
is his MP
It's
is way too
disgusting.
disgusting to not be like on the
Yeah,
same
I'm gonna
level.
bump him up from last year, despite not having any buffs. I've become to appreciate him even more. It's
It's
an
so good.
insane single target MP though. He
It's
loves having
ridiculous.
like all the arts supports. He just zooms day in, day out.
Yeah, he's absolutely ridiculous. It's just
Mm,
I don't know.
okay. So then we got Watanabe no Tsuna. We're back to Buster finally. It's the Rama, OG Rama killer, and not even the only one today, but the OG Rama killer.
Damn.
So yeah, single target Buster DP is over 10k attack. Very nice, very fat. But double Buster, double Arts makes sense because he has focus for both of those cards as well. First skill, Buster absorb for 3 turns, 600%. And then a crit damage, 50% for 3 attacks, 3 turns. So it's half of what Saitou gets, sadly. But, at least it means your Busters will, most likely crit when you get them. Because it's focused absorb, so that's cool, I guess. It's okay. Second skill, 1 turn evasion for 6 turn cooldown, so it's the standard this time. Now he has the arts absorb here for 1 turn, same number, and MP generation for 50%. I do like that they have the Buster absorb with the damage one and the arts absorb with the MP gain one. Even though the evasion is still awkward when it's like with these, because sometimes you might not be able to get one of the effects to be of any value at all. But I do like that they split them like that. And then the third skill is Buster up 40% for 3 turns, which is actually on the higher side of card buffs. Ignores evasion for 3 turns, and then AoE crit chance down for 3 turns, 20%. This on a 5 turn cooldown, I think is really good. This is a great ass skill though. Great numbers, good utility, monkey mode. I love it. I think this skill is great. Could be an SSR skill for sure.
Yep.
Okay. Magic Grise, great numbers. Writing B, negligible. Berserker Append, yeah. Thank you, Ibaraki, for making this man even better, huh? Good. And then the MP. So if you don't have either of the damage mod active, the fat amount for Oni enemies, and then the, maybe not the fattest amount for demonic, is kind of it's a weak MP. But if you are fighting Oni, and I believe like every Oni in the game is demonic, right? I would assume so. Yeah, this
I think
MP
so, yeah.
is like a guillotine. It just slams. Just deletes people. Besides that, I think he's definitely still better than Rama, 100%. But would I say he competes with any of the some of the better ones we've seen? Maybe a little bit, but if you'd miss out on those damage mods, the MP is just weak, and it's not even as spammable as the arts ones because it's a Buster one.
Yeah.
And his crit potential is also weaker than some of the ones we've seen. Good numbers, though. Definitely good numbers. What do you think about Watanabe?
I mean, I really wouldn't use him outside of Onis, but
Yeah, same, honestly. It might sound cold, but yeah, he's very usable outside them. But would I still use him outside of Onis? I'm going to be real and say no as well. No.
yeah, usable and is different. Yeah, as you said, exactly. It's just
Like,
I
why
don't know.
settle for usable when you can actually have most likely better options anyway?
Yeah. I don't
I
know.
think one of the Bs is fair for him.
Yeah, fair enough.
Last year I apparently had him on A, but now that I think about it, I like one of the Bs better.
I mean, yeah, because I'm gonna be real. Killing Rama is not a big feat.
I
Wow,
feel like he should be B plus
that's
though.
too cold.
I think he match is at home here.
Tomoe, yeah, yeah, fair enough.
I do like Suzuka's kit a little bit better, but she has an AoE MP, and I kind of like him having a single target MP, so they kind of break even, if anything, for
Yeah,
non-Oni stuff. If
yeah,
he's Oni, then he's like A plus. But obviously, I'm
yeah,
not gonna factor that it's always against Oni, because he also can do general DPS as well.
yeah.
Okay. Ooh, next one is a nice one. Santa Karna, though. Oh, baby. I feel like a lot of people sleep on him. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just going crazy. He's really damn good. So, single target, quick DPS Saber. Attack is a little bit on the lower end compared to some of his peers, but not terrible. Double Buster, double quick makes a lot of sense. He has crit potential. He shits out stars, makes Ruler Scotty better. Good numbers. Is good. First skill, you get the green and red up 3 times, 3 turns each, 30%. I wish it was turns instead, but it's still a decent amount of hits. Crit damage 3 turns, no hits, 50%. Great skill overall, I would say. 2 hit, 3 turn evasion on 6 turn cooldown. Do you like 1 turn evasion or 2 hit, 3 turns evasion on a 6 turn cooldown? I think I like this one more.
2 hit 3 turns, not
because especially with skills like this, where that have like these awkward combos, this makes it way more easier to use.
Yep.
So it's a star absorb, good chunk for 1 turn, and then quick crit damage. So you can combine that with this, you have 150% quick crit damage from just his own skills for 1 turn. Add a few Scotties, and your crits, like your quick crits, will just hit harder than most single target MPs in the game. Third skill, it's a targeted battery, because, bonus utility, I guess, 20%, and then also gives the target a 3-time, 3-turn debuff immune. So needless to say, they're pretty protected for debuffs. This on a 5-turn cooldown, I like it. It's pretty good. Cool added utility with the target, maybe save your supports from debuffs or something, or yourself. Magic A, nice. Divinity A, meh. And then unique passive, Buster card crit damage, 12%. I like it. Saber bonus, whatever. The MP removes guts before damage. You know what's funny? Because it could actually remove guts after damage, and it would still work the same. Because guts procs like that. But you know what? Might as well do it first. And then quick performance up for 1 turn before damage, 20%. Very similar to Kintoki Rider. And I mean, he as a servant is very similar to him, like, not just with the MP, but yeah, that as well. And the MP is obviously a free MP5, so you can be damn sure that it hits pretty freaking hard. I hope you like Santa Karna, because I definitely love this guy.
Oh, definitely. He's
like one of the best single target sabers.
Yeah.
Like, even when we consider 5 stars as well, I would say.
Yeah. And especially after Summer Scotty, I like the I like the crit buster like hybrid thing a lot more. And also, I know this is like a joke, but he's one of the rare reruns we got last year.
Oh yeah, true. Well, we had to wait 2 years, but did you know that I had an MP1 Santa Karna from the first event?
Damn, what happened?
I fucked up, dude. I either didn't buy the copies or I burned them. I realized it over a year later when I did my tier list last year. When I was labbing him, I was like, hey, his MP does pretty good damage. And I was like, wait, this is MP1. What the fuck? So I had to wait another year to get the MP5 done. Anyway, A plus is a minimum, right? Would you say he's EX?
I don't. I'm very like I think EX should be reserved for like very special servants.
Yeah, maybe I should value it a bit more, if anything.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe I think A plus is still very fair though. He's super
A plus
solid.
Is fair. Like he's definitely on the same level of Lancelot and all that, and
Oh
he's
yeah,
also free
he
MP5.
can pull his weight against those guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Very good servant. But
Yeah, one of the
hey,
better welfares of all time.
Yep.
All right. Here's a servant, which I assume you have a bit more experience with me. Hopefully, we got Bargus next.
Oh, I mean,
AOE Buster, DPS, and soloer, I guess. Not really a farmer.
yep.
Story locked, sadly, once again with these round table as knights. 8.7 attack, sadly on the low side, but because of how much buffs she can get, you can definitely fix that on the fly a little bit. Good old gorilla deck, much like Gawain. Makes sense for her playstyle, I would say. And especially, dude, it's actually great that she has a triple buster because, again, she's used a lot in soloing, right? So mighty chains are even better on her because that one quicken arts card are so much fatter because of the triple buster.
Yeah.
So it's actually kind of really nice.
It's like King Hassan. I mean, not as good as King Hassan. King Hassan is like...
Yeah, it's kind of stupid, ridiculous, but this is still very good. She has the Gawain skill of attack up for 3 turns and then a good chunk of buster up for 3 turns if you have the sunlight field. Now, unlike Gawain, I'm pretty sure she does not do sunlight herself, so this is completely reliant on the field, isn't it?
Yeah, she doesn't.
And she has a bit lower numbers, but still, if you actually land the buster buff, I would say this is still a good skill. If you don't, it's kind of like bad.
Yep.
Then she does have a guaranteed buster up, luckily, as well, for 3 turns, 30%. Then we have this really... I always have to double take when I read this. So, how does this work again? So you get heal yourself for 1k when you attack for 3 turns, right?
Yes.
That's okay. And then you remove 1 latest buff from enemy when attacking as well, per attack.
Yes.
And if you remove a buff, they also get a 10% defense down for 3 turns. Okay.
Yeah.
Well... I would say with the heal and the buster alone on a 6-turn cooldown, it's like, it's okay. It's not amazing either. But if you manage to remove buffs, I mean, first of all, buff removal itself is already good. And then those defense downs can add up as well.
Yeah. Sorry, I heard that wrong. Yeah,
oh, yeah, that's fine.
Definitely
yeah, feel free to correct me if I misspeak, because I do that a lot. And then the third skill. So it's an AoE damage cut for 3 attacks, 3 turns, 1k. Pretty okay. And then she gets a regen buff that basically gives your party 15% MP gauge every turn for 3 turns. So it's similar to how Miyu's MP works, right? Like, she has the buff, but she gives it to everyone from her buff. So I don't think it's really a bad thing, if anything. Honestly, it's probably a better thing like this. Because you're probably going to protect her in a team environment anyway.
True.
7-turn cooldown, it's high. But we're going to talk about the MP next, so it might not be as bad as it seems. Magic Risk C could be higher. Madness Enhancement A+ is very good on such a red-heavy servant. That is excellent. Alter Ego bonus, again, great on any knight. All very viable. And the MP, which is, needless to say, like 3 times better than Gawain's MP. So first of all, 20% buster up for 1 turn before damage. More red, why not? Then you get 3k max HP for 5 turns. That's a lot of duration as well. And then we have one of the most broken effects on an MP, which is cooldown reduction. Yeah, all your cooldowns go down a tick. That is kind of nuts. Especially in a solo environment where she can use her MP very often, you'll be using your skills quite often as well. For sure. Yeah, sadly, if this was on 6th turn, she could probably do Koyan looping, so it's just out of the range, even all things considered, but yeah. She still has good presence as a DPS and a soloer. Would you even say her best case is soloing, actually?
Definitely.
Like, yeah, she has some team potential with this skill as well. But yeah, her best case might just be soloing stuff, yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like a lot of the times when they balance these like hit-based skills, like on hit I do something, they're balancing it around the fact that you're only activating it at max 4 times every 3 turns. But
yeah, they don't really think about it that much.
Then you do it 4 times every single turn, and it just starts to become really stupid. And then she also loops her MP. I mean, yeah, as you said, her quick and arts cards are pretty decent, so you can kind of use her MP really often, so her skill 2 is never gonna really be a 6-turn cooldown. And she just heals so much. Her only
Mm.
weakness is obviously really glaring, which is when you're soloing and she can't tank an MP.
Yeah, MPs
Most,
are no-go.
yeah, sometimes if you like time things right with the max HP boost, like if you overheal a bunch and then
Yeah,
you,
you do the Jinako strat.
yeah, and then maybe you can sort of
Yeah.
tank an MP. But
But
most
she's
of the
still a
time,
soul lord that wants to go really fast though, right? Regardless. So
yeah,
hopefully
I
not
mean,
deal with MPs to begin with.
yeah. If she's fighting stuff that has like low damaging MPs, like I think the best example is probably her being able to solo demonic Bodhisattva, the big Kiara.
Oh
Um
yeah. That's rare.
yeah, so she just has a lot of heal, and
Oh.
yeah, it's really good, and the buff removal as well.
Mm.
If you face a buff heavy enemy, she just kind of demolishes them, because I
Mm.
think also some enemy AIs, they get really uncomfortable when they don't have a buff on themselves, so they like
Yeah.
waste their turns buffing themselves, and she just
Yeah,
eats it.
I think a lot of AIs is coded like that, that they want to have a buff up, and if they don't have it, they tend to use the skill all the time.
Yeah, so she's definitely, I mean, in the right cases. There are a couple of like notable ones, like Koyanskaya in Lost Belt 5. Like there's a super recollection quest where she has like a couple million
Oh yeah,
HP, and
yeah,
our guests
yeah.
can solo that for free. So like obviously it's situational, because there are some bosses where if they're like a boss did a heavy crit damage, or like they have a short tick single target MP, then she's gonna roll over and die. But
Mm.
in the right situations, she's really good. But actually, I don't think she's that good in a team. I've tried her
Yeah.
in a team. It's very awkward, and her skill 1 is so bad. Her skill 1 is basically
Yeah,
not.
because a lot of the times you won't have sunlight, so it's just only a small attack up. Even if you can
Yeah,
use it a bit more often with the MP, it's not much.
yeah. So
So last year I had her on A, basically for similar reasons. Would you agree to that?
yeah. As much as I like her solos, um, she can. I know this is like a kind of a like a huge statement, but I think she can only solo. I don't
Mm.
think she's you would
So
want
would you
to.
say maybe she's even a B plus then? Is that too
Uh,
brutal?
I think that's too brutal, because when
Yeah,
she
maybe. Yeah.
solos, it's a solo.
Mm.
It's a real.
Like
It's
then it's
very
a
real.
sight to behold.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll keep her in A.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is very.
I feel good about that.
It probably piss some people off, but
Yeah, maybe. I think now we're actually gonna get the first new servant that wasn't up when I did this last year, and a very cool one actually, in terms of gameplay. Despite not being very popular as a character, this man is actually very good as a DPS. We got Roland next. Single target buster DPS. Have you played with Roland?
no,
Oh man, do you remember his kit?
no.
Dude, you're gonna be surprised here. He's actually super solid.
I
So he's
know
a
he has a
permanent as
really
well.
short. I know he has a really short cooldown skill 3, but that's about it.
Okay.
I have
Well, we are
such
about to see some stuff here then.
with him.
So 9.60k attack. It's not the highest when it comes to all the ones we've seen so far, but it's higher than the average for a 4-star. Double Buster, double Arts is actually very good for his kit, in my opinion, for the deck. Good modern numbers for the hit counts as well. Now the first skill is, I think, the weakest part about him. It's a 1-turn invul for 6-turn cooldown, which again is the base. Then he has 100% defense up for 1 turn, which again, in most cases, that's going to do nothing, because you're just going to invul all the hits anyway, right? So it's mostly a meme, but the 20% added battery is okay, right? And this is, in my opinion, the weakest part of his kit. So if that doesn't say anything, then yeah, okay. It can sometimes be useful if they have invul peers, but besides that, it's 90% of the time it's going to be a meme. Now the second skill is kind of ridiculous. It's a self buster up for 30% for 3 turns, which is decent. Full cleanse on self. Charm resistance down as a demerit, like no one cares. And then a full AoE buff strip. Not even single target like Fran. It's an AoE buff strip. Every buff that can be
That's
removed.
pretty nice.
Not 1, not 2, not single target. It's an AoE buff removal on a skill for a 4-star. Like, how ridiculous is that? Oh my god.
It's pretty
Like,
crazy, yeah.
such a good skill, dude. Wow. And then the third skill, which is fun as well. You get a 20 star bomb, absorb 500% for 1 turn. and then a 10% battery with a small HP demerit. And because it's on a 3-turn cooldown, I don't actually really mind the 1-turn effects because it's such a short cooldown.
Yeah,
You can
3-turn
use this
is
very often.
might as well be like
Like both skills 2 and 3, I
permanent.
think are very stellar for a 4-star. You can tell he was released like last year. This is kind of crazy stuff.
I do remember him having a pretty nuts MP, so
Oh yeah.
don't remember.
Magic
his skill
Rosé, I
set.
love it as well. Riding A, kind of relevant still. Rider bonus, whatever. And then the MP. So he actually does have Invul Pierce before damage, which is always great to have. And then the OC. 3 turns of attack and crit damage for self before damage, base 20%. Like you thought the Suzuka one was good? Yeah. Look at this shit. Oh my god. And again, he's permanent, so he's not even the hardest to rank up on his MP. Like, dude, I feel like he's one of the most underrated 4-stars. He's insane. He's kind of insane, right?
Yeah, that's nuts.
Wow.
Just...
Like, so much stuff, man. And good numbers, too. Wow. So much stuff.
Better than Tsuna.
Yeah, I would say for sure, yeah.
God.
Wow. I think I would definitely put him into A+, honestly.
I haven't used him a bunch, but that, like, on paper, that's pretty not like that,
yeah, it is so crazy.
It qualifies as an SSR kit, pretty much.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. It's kind of crazy. People need to use Roland more. I need to use Roland more. He's booked me so much I have MP5. I didn't even realize how crazy he was until I was doing like a bit of review before this tier list. Oh my god. Yeah, he's a cracked 4-star. Speaking of not so cracked 4-stars, though, the next one is also new. We got Summer Gareth. Now, of all the Summer 7 units, in my opinion, Gareth is like the one that's not really crazy. I think everyone else from Summer 7 were like at least very good to amazing, right? Summer Gareth sadly got the short end of the stick. So she's an AoE Buster DPS, which already I wish she was single target. And then her attack is 8.1k. That is disgustingly low. It's not as bad as Saber Lily, but it is very, very bad. That is not very modern of the game. I guess they want to keep it low because she's supposed to be like a tankish DPS as a Lancer, but man, that kind of sucks. Double Buster, double Art Stack. Nothing wrong with that at least. Good hit counts. First skill, we got red and blue up for 3 turns, and then a 20 star bomb. So again, very similar to who had this just recently? I'm already forgetting. Fuck.
Saitou?
Santa Karna, right? Yeah, but different card types, right? He had the same skill, but for red and green instead. But yeah, it's still a solid skill. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, it was Saitou. I'm stupid. Yeah, it was Saitou actually. So then it's the same. Is it the same skill? It must be.
I think. I'm not sure about the numbers, but the effects are the same.
Okay. Anyway, there's the guts, of course. 1 time 3 turns, 6 turn cooldown, standard numbers. 10 stars per turn on max rank for 3 turns. Could be better, could be worse. And then Sunlight Field for 3 turns. There you have it. It's okay. It's better than most basic gutses for sure. But it's not like an amazing skill. It's fine. Third skill, Buster up 30% for 3 turns, 20% battery for self, and then inflict burns on attacking for 3 turns. Okay, well I guess, you know, a bit of more synergy with Honey Lake, I guess. 6 turn cooldown? Yeah, maybe. I'm not overly wowed about her kit though. I was hoping her kit to be a little bit better, because the MP also will be pretty shit, I'm not gonna lie. I was hoping the normal kit to be better, considering how low her attack is.
She's just tiny Gawain.
Yeah, small Gawain. Magic Riz B, not too bad. Riding B, again, pretty irrelevant. Saber bonus once again, meh. And then the MP. There's no normal effects on a brand new limited 4-star. Can you believe it? And then you get a 10% attack up before damage for 1 turn. And if you have Sunlight, you get 20% as well for 1 turn. So 30% attack up for 1 turn before damage. That's it on the best case scenario for the MP. And considering the MP does no buff, no normal effects, she's limited, so she's not even that easy to MP up. Needless to say, this MP does pretty crap damage most of the time. And again, I wish she was single target instead, because she definitely can't farm. You would never use her to farm.
Yeah.
Man, I think the worst Summer 7 unit in terms of gameplay, sadly. She's very cute though. But gameplay-wise, yeah, I think even OG Gawain is better, honestly.
OG Gawain's better, definitely better in my opinion, because of that
I
deck and the
think
attack
C plus
stat.
is still fair. I can't put her like lower to Maeve because her skills are still pretty okay. They're not bad at all. Just her low attack like Maeve and the MP pretty disappointing. It's just like, yeah.
Yeah, I
I
feel
think
like
OG Gawain
people,
is better.
yeah, people feel like it's disappointing just because she's a step down to Gawain, which we've
No.
had for years, and her deck is like worse than Gawain, and it's just I don't know.
All
Yeah, I
right, then
agree.
next up we got the final 4-star, and then it's only the 5 stars left. So we got the latest Saber of them all, actually. We got Keisuke from Gura 7, right? Yes, also limited support Saber, like Lanling, I guess. But he has a bit of Shinsengumi focus as well. But luckily, it's only a small thing, so you can actually use him in a more wide scenario as well. But let's see here. So attack, again, on the lower side, but that's kind of what you want from a support anyway, so it's fine. Double arts, double quick, makes sense for the gains. First skill, it's his version of like a charisma. It has a 1 turn higher cooldown, but what do you get in return? You get AoE MP generation for 20% for 3 turns. Pretty solid, and then 10 stars. Would I say that's worth plus 1 turn to a charisma? I would say yes. It's not an amazing skill, but it's nice. It's good for supporting stuff, which is what he's supposed to do. Now, the second skill is where it's a bit awkward, because it's only self stuff. It's self, quicken arts up 30% for 3 turns, and then a battery of 20%. Like, I saw you, when he released, you did like a solo with him as well, where he can spam his MP, right? But
Yeah, but
it's
that
not
is
like legit,
very.
right? Like, you would never
It's
really
not
use that,
legit.
right?
It's not legit at all.
Yeah, like,
It's
you just
on.
show that you can spam his MP like that if you want to, but I assume there's no real reason to do it.
You actually can't. I apologize for that
Oh.
video. That video is it's on event bonus on
Oh, so you get more like
casters
more overkill as
where
well.
he kills in a single hit. So yeah,
Ah,
no, he's not even gonna
so
lose
yeah, it's
this.
not legit. Okay.
Yeah, he's not
So yeah,
legit.
this skill is a bit of an. This is the one thing I don't like about him. This skill. It's like this is giving me Mew PTSD. Like why? Please make it at least one of those are AOE, preferably the arts. Like maybe both, and then keep the battery to self. That's fine. But yeah, this is a bit awkward for someone who's supposed to be a full support. Third skill, it's like David 2.0, so party gets a 1-hit 3-time evasion, heals them all, actually way more than David, up to 3k, and then removes dots from the party. But with the David buff thingy, I think he has the better one overall. It's still a pretty okay support skill. I like the pretty fat AoE heal, all things considered. So at least this one and the first skill, these are great, 4-star support skills. This one, I just, yeah. Magic Res D could be higher. Riding E, I wish was higher as well. So pretty low numbers on the useful passives. Berserker Append is nice though. And then the MP, which is pretty interesting. So it's full on offensive effects. First of all, OC, 10% base AoE battery, which also works for him as a refund thingy. And then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. I wish it was maybe 15, honestly, because he doesn't have this on his kit either. And then, if you have Shinsengumi allies, they get 50% crit damage for 3 turns, which I'm pretty sure includes himself. Yes, it does. And then MP1, you get 20% attack up for 3 turns. Like, it's a good offensive support MP, but I kind of like Lanling's MP more, because it does like
Yeah,
everything. It gives you offense, defense, and it hampers the enemy as well.
exactly.
And
He's just so much more
especially if you don't
versatile.
run Keisuke with Shinsengumi servants, you don't even get the crit damage, so it's only stars per turn attack and then a small battery on an MP. It feels like
Yeah.
it should be like a really good skill instead.
Yep.
Like, I love my guy, because I'm a huge Shinsengumi simp, right? But I gotta be real. I don't think he's all that amazing. I wish the
I don't
skill
think
2 was
either.
AoE. I wish the MP was better. Then I would think he would be legit. But as is, I'm gonna be real, and I don't think I would really ever pick him on anything. Honestly, I will pick him for Shinsengumi memes because I love my squad. But besides, that's just a meme. I would,
Yeah.
especially if you have Lanling, you would always pick Lanling over him. Pretty sure.
It's a
So
pretty funny thing I saw. Like people said his position was Saito support. It's literally just Saito
that's
support
actually
because they're
true.
both
Yeah.
sabers.
Yeah.
Oh god. I don't know,
True.
man.
I don't think he's a terrible unit though. You can bring him, but again, I don't see a reason why you would ever bring him if you have better options though. So I can't really put him that high because of that. If you have even remotely better options, which there's a plethora of, I would just immediately bench him. So I think I'm gonna place him into like C or C plus. What do you think?
I think C. I don't really
Like just a flat out C, just be brutal with it. Yeah.
because I don't I get this Shinsengumi thing. The 50%, I mean 50% isn't even that high, right? Because like
Yeah,
most
like it's the only
Shinsengumis you
like
can just
I'm
use.
surprised he doesn't do more like Nobukatsu stuff. Like why is there no more Shinsengumi stuff?
Yeah,
Like maybe the
I
second
think
skill that's
they're
selfish only, make it AOE if it's Shinsengumi allies or something like that. Then he
I
would
think
actually have a handful of use cases.
they're very stingy with the numbers on him for no reason.
I honestly think even Hans is like so much better than he is.
Yeah, Hans MP is a lot of value.
Yeah,
His MP just is not good
and
enough.
his third skill is so great as well.
I would even okay. I know you like him, but like I would even put him D plus. But I don't know.
Yeah, I
don't
can do that. I can do that
but
dirty. He still has a decent kit for sure. That's too. I can't put him next to Liz, but you know what? Understandable. Okay.
you need a friend.
Okay. I guess
a
now
friend.
we have the long finishing line. We got all the SSRs next. So I bet this is where a lot of people skip on the video as well. But you know what? If you did that, I don't blame you. It's fair. Back to day one. We got the poster girl herself as the first one. We got Saber Artoria. She has definitely aged really well, I would say. So AoE Buster, mostly for farming. Not that great as a DPS, but farming, there's a lot of stuff you can do. She is very flexible for Buster farming. First of all, her attack is 11.2k, which among the average, let's see, it ranks at just below average. Double Buster, double Arts deck, sure, which can sometimes be 5 Busters. I'm still sad she has a baseline charisma, I'm not gonna lie. I wish this was buffed, I'm surprised it isn't yet. But maybe
God.
this year, you never know.
Yeah, it's gotta be this anniversary.
Yeah, they seem to give her love periodically. But yeah, it is what it is. Now, this second skill has been buffed. It's still sadly only a 1-turn Buster up. But now also comes with a MP damage for 1 turn, which is cool. More scaling with Oberon as well, I suppose, for farming. And then you get full red cards if you have her cards. So, go monkey, I guess. I would say the skill outside of farming, like even in farming, it's not amazing. And outside of farming, it's like, it's kind of weak, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Third skill is very important for her farming, needless to say. It's a 30% batter and a 5-turn cooldown. Very key. 15 Star Bomb is a nice bonus if you're not using her for farming, or if you actually need face cards as well, I suppose. So this is a very vital skill to, make her as flexible as possible. Magic Rose, okay, outside of farming. Riding B, kind of useless. Rider bonus. You could maybe run her on neutral, but I'm not sure if I would too much. And then the MP, which has a year 1 buff, so they only buff the damage. But luckily the OC is still nice because it's a base 20% refund. Very cool, and it scales really well with overcharge as well, which is why her farming also has overcharge CE options, which is very cool. So yeah, while the MP itself is a little basic, for farming purpose, it still does the job, right? And that's basically how I'm going to rank her. Because I would not bring Artoria on anything that's not farming. But man, on farming, though. Yeah. On farming, though, like, this is like 4 examples here already. With different comps. And if you bring, like, the best type of possible damage, she's hitting some really high numbers. Keep in mind, this is neutral. Like this is with
Yeah,
the I think this is the overcharged version of Black Grail, right? With Double Witch and Oberon.
I think so.
Those are some kind of
Yeah.
disgusting numbers, huh? Yeah. Like, oh my
She
god.
also doesn't have to use if you're using not Black Girl, K-scope, you don't have to use Atlas. So
Yeah,
that is
because of the 5-turn cooldown, which is so
yeah,
rare on the
five
batter. You
turn
can
cooldown.
literally bring a free Mystic Code as well. She is in. She's. Would you say she's maybe the most flexible Buster Farmer out there? Like in the whole
Ah,
game?
I mean, there's still Arcuate and Melusine,
Yeah, true.
but
Like minus
depends on
100% batteries.
minus 100%
Yeah.
batteries. Probably. I mean, she doesn't need a Mystic Code. That
Yeah, it's just so many
I,
different comps you can
yeah.
do. Oh my god. Yeah, Coolcaster will be up there as well for sure.
Oh, Crewcaster, of course.
Wow. So would you say she's still EX?
No. Oh, whoops.
Oh.
Oops.
Oh.
I mean, I don't know.
Ooh.
Especially after 90 plus plus.
Okay.
I don't know. I
Hmm.
think A plus
The
is
thing
fair.
is,
Like,
though, with my criteria, it's hard to get EX otherwise because with MP1, you can. It's not really like super viable for 90 plus plus on even like the best of the best when you think about it, right?
I guess so, but
Because like even like
but
as an owner of MP1 Melusin, I can tell you her damage is dog shit.
I mean
So it
that's just
doesn't do the
MP1
job.
problems on everything. Yeah. I
Mm.
mean,
I feel like she has to be EX tier. She's just a staple mark of like great Buster farming.
but you also mentioned how you would never use her outside. I guess
Yeah, but she's
there
so good
wouldn't
for
be a lot
farming
to
though,
put
and
in
farming
here.
is most of
It's
the game.
true.
So yeah, even if I only use her in farming, it's
Also, if we
like,
don't put some in
and
the
in some
EX, we're
cases
gonna
on
run
NA,
out of
I did comps
characters.
with her as well. That wasn't just but before we even get these Buster supports.
Oh
She's
yeah,
very flexible.
I'm using it right now for the
Oh, you are? Okay.
Valentine's. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
using
yeah, yeah.
double
Because
Chestoria
the battery
Vlad
and the
and then
refund, right? Yeah,
her yeah,
exactly. Like
and
I
her
have to
damage
put
is
her into
huge.
EX.
Her mana burst is probably one of the biggest like one turn damage boosts in the entire game, which
Oh
is
yeah,
crazy.
especially with Oberon. It's kind of disgusting, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I have to place her there. Even if, yeah, you need a fat copy for 90 plus plus, like a really fat copy, but it's maybe for some of the other servants you don't need as fat of a copy, but regardless, like this is as good as you can do with like my criteria basically when you think about it. So yeah, 90
Yeah.
plus plus is a bit more unrealistic, so it is what it is. I
Yeah.
think she's just extremely flexible, amazing farmer, has to be
Yeah, that's
there.
fair. Yeah.
Now we will get a big shift, by the way, because in my last list she was like a C tier, Altera that is. But man, with one buff, they actually gave her a place, so now she can also do Buster farming. So AoE Buster, Farmer Altera, I can't talk. I'm gonna be real again. I would not use her for anything besides farming. If she had a single target MP, she might be a decent DPS, but as is, I would only consider her for farming. 12.3k attack is very high. Love to see it. Dude, you can tell we've been doing this for a while. My voice is dying. Okay. Double Buster, Double Arts is okay for a deck for those that care about the DPSing. Her tactics has been buffed. So the party MP damage for her main purpose is like whatever, but at least now it's 3 turns, so she gets 20% MP damage all the time. And then also, if you're using as a DPS, AoE defensive buff strip. That's kind of cool, actually. So yeah, on a 5-turn cooldown, I would say nice utility. Not that it's mostly relevant for farming, but yeah. Still.
Mm-hmm.
Second skill has been buffed 2 times, because they couldn't make it work the first time. So yeah, this is the reason why she actually can be used for Buster farming. 30% battery, 5-turn cooldown. Problem solved, right? But they also added some other stuff. 30% crit damage. Why not? They increased the resistance to 120% offensive debuff risk, so I guess you can't really worsen her damage. 3k heal, and then also a 300% absorb. So this is a value pack for DPSing. For farming, the only thing you need is the battery. That's it. That's all you're going to care about. But honestly, as a skill, it's actually really strong. Just like among skills. I mean, you would hope so after 2 buffs, so yeah. Good.
Definitely.
Third skill hasn't seen a buff, but it's still better than like Charisma because she gets 30% attack for 3 turns with a 15 star bomb. So on a 5-turn cooldown, even though this is a day 1 skill, I think it's decent. It's okay.
Yeah. Short cooldown.
Yeah. Magic Riz B. It's okay. Oh, wrong button. Riding A, pretty irrelevant for her as well. Divinity B, nice demerit, enjoy it. Foreigner buff, again, if you're really lacking on like alter egos, yeah, go for it. MP has been buffed, more damage, and then more defense down on the OC for 3 turns. Sadly, it's 20% after damage. If this was before damage, she would be dealing quite a bit more damage as well. But even as is, her numbers on Buster farming are still like fairly good, right? Like those are some serious numbers. Like she shits on Mordred. She actually shits on Ibuki as well, which is surprising, needless to say, right? Obviously, Ibuki has more uses outside of that than just farming, but yeah, like these are legit Buster farming numbers once again.
Double MP damage ups is always going to be very
I guess
good
with the best case scenario, she even takes a dump on Artoria. So that's kind of crazy.
I mean, yeah, because Artoria's skills are not, you can't double them up because it's only 1 turn, right? And the MP damage up very much benefits with Oberon because he just flips it. So yeah, and she has one of the highest attack stats in the game.
Yeah, that attack is really high. Like, what is it, 12.3k? Yeah, it's crazy. This is a tough call, actually. Would you say I should place her into EX as well?
No.
Yeah, I'm thinking no as well. Like, yeah, someone might say like, but she does more damage than Artoria. Yeah, that's only in the best comp possible, right? Like, Artoria can be used, like, she has a lot more use cases as well, besides that.
Yeah, and like for example, sometimes in, I know I shouldn't bring up Night Plus as much, but like sometimes, very often you need to crit a turn, and the 5 Buster card skill helps a lot if you want to use it there. So I wouldn't say Altera is on the level of her in terms of farming. Altera is definitely better in like higher difficulty quests, but
I feel like A+ is a minimum though. She's still like insane for damage, and then her DPS is not terrible either. It seems okay.
Yeah.
Like, maybe you have better options even amongst them for, like, I would probably even pick Roland over her for DPS, but yeah. She's still in a much better spot now. Such a big difference. Because again, last year I think she was on like C tier.
Yeah, because
such a huge difference.
No crit boost on her skill too, yeah.
There you go, Altera was fixed. Yay. Time for the unbiased moment. We're gonna talk about Okita next. So, the OG feat waifu, yes. Single target quick DPS. High attack of 12k, not as high as Altera, but still high. Double buster, double quick with very great hit counts on the quicks. Everyone who's ever used her know that her numbers are the biggest thing about her. The numbers definitely still keep her relevant despite her kit being basic. So, the first, I have to say right off the bat, I hate her buffs. I just hate them. They're so underwhelming, but we're going to cover them anyway. So, her mana burst of quick, 1 turn 50%, and then the buff adds 20% attack up before attacking. Normal attack, not even the MP. So, you only get these with your face cards and extra. So, yeah, so it's really awkward when you think about it, because I'm pretty sure the best damage is still open with the MP, but now the MP doesn't benefit from these attack ups either, so it's only 1 turn. Like, come on, bro. Like, it's such a weird buff. It's not good. I am not satisfied with this. And then the second buff, like, this is such a stupid thing, okay? Okay, the one thing I like about it is that they added crit damage for 1 turn. That's great. She's gonna shit out stars anyway, and she has this absorb, so crit damage, perfect. Why are they adding a battery to her? 30%. She zooms with her face cards anyway. She doesn't need a 30% battery. You just crit 1 time with a quick card after an arts card, and you're zooming 0 to 100. Like, I don't understand. This was such a battery meta moment thing. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I like this buff more than the first one because of the crit damage, but I'm still not very, like, super happy with this buff regardless. It's after this buff, it's an okay skill for sure. Is not bad, but something else would have been better. And then a basic Mind's Eye False for more crit damage. Works for her playstyle. Keeps her alive a bit easier. Magic Res E, you hate to see it. And Riding E, the one time you want to see a higher rank, it's the worst rank of them all. Gotta love tuberculosis. Okay. Avenger bonus? I even made a video once. That was funny because when I used her maxed Avenger append against an Avenger boss, it's viable, but I wouldn't really recommend it if you have moon cancers. So, take that how you will. Her MP ignores defense on the normal effect, which is cool, and then does 30% defense down for 3 turns. That's massive, but sadly after damage. So while it is a basic one, still no buff, it hits hard, effects are good. I wish the defense down was before damage, but that wasn't a thing back then. Nothing was before damage. So it is what it is. But yeah, the biggest thing that carries her are her numbers. She goes from 0 to 100 very easily, and her crits are fairly juicy as well. Ooh. Is she in the loop sheet? I assume she is, yeah. Okay. She actually does worse than Saber Stolf, who will be the main comparison here as well later too, in terms of the best MP damage loop potential, because she can't even run a 50%er, so it's not that amazing. Luckily, it can still include double Scotty. Now, where should we place Okita? I think she's still very relevant. While would I call her like a god tier DPS? No. Would I say she's a great DPS? Absolutely. Maybe a bit of bias, but I think she's really strong still. How do you feel about her, someone who doesn't have the bias?
I mean, I'm no expert, but when Saber Astolfo first came out, I was like, oh, maybe, his skill set looks pretty good. But
his skills are definitely better, yeah.
Okita's cards, her refund, her hit count.
Yeah, Stolt doesn't have a bad card set or like numbers, but it's not Okita levels.
Yeah, and her deck actually, it's just it turns out, and the defense ignore. It just turns out that people just end up using her, and she's just.
I think she also gained a small value bomb because people forget that she's actually double Buster, double Quick, and not triple Quick. So Summer Scotty's existence actually makes her a bit more relevant again.
Yeah, unlike someone who had a Buster Star Absorba but only have one Buster card, but we'll get to that later, right?
Yeah, that's.
But yeah, so like. Okita is better with Summer Scotty as well. Her crits is just so hard.
I think I had her on A+ last year. I kind of want to do it again. Would you agree to that, or be honest?
I mean, I would. I don't think there's a. She doesn't have. What's her other competition? It's just a Stolfo, and I think she's better than.
Stolfo is the main one. The direct comparison, yeah.
Yeah, and I think she's better than a Stolfo, so I think A+ is fair. I just keep seeing her. I mean, I guess it's because she's popular, but I keep seeing her.
Yeah, she is pretty popular, yeah.
She kind of never falls out of, like you will always see her in some kind of min-turn. She just never falls out of favor. That means she's always good. She's never like outdated. So I don't know. I'm still
gonna do it, dude. I have to.
I think A+ is fair. I think it's extremely fair.
At least you make it sound less biased as well. I'm happy about that. But yeah, there you go. Okay. Then we're gonna talk about the rebellious son. We got the Saber Mordred here. So AoE Buster DPS / farmer. If anything, I think I kind of prefer her more as a DPS. She can obviously do Buster farming, but compared to the other ones, I think she does the worst, right? So I would maybe just place her based on mostly DPSing here. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, probably.
All right, double Buster, double arts. Honestly, I kind of wish she had triple Buster. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of feel like that would be cool, especially with the buff to the second skill. But
it would have been better flavor-wise as well.
It gives her a bit better MP uptime, but I kind of would have liked to have seen triple Buster.
Definitely.
Anyway, she still has a base mana burst. Unlike her daddy, she gets no love here, so it's whatever. For an SSR, it's just like so disappointing nowadays.
Yep.
Second skill, the instinct buff. So you get the Buster Star Absorb, which is why I want the triple Buster. And then 3 times 3 turns, 50% crit damage, 15 Star Bomb. I feel like that could have been 100% crit damage if it's only 3 crits.
Definitely.
So again, this is an SSR skill, and an SSR buffed skill. And it's
Yeah.
not even that old. It's like 2 years
It's
old or something.
stingy. It's so stingy.
They were like holding back or something. Is by far better than it used to be, but still like just okay. Third skill, her unique skill. Dude, my voice is dying. Jesus Christ. Self cleanse, and then a 50% defense for 1 turn. Now that is actually a significant amount. You can use this to tank something, especially on a team scenario, right? Where you can add to that. And then the 30% battery, which is the only reason why she basically can do some kind of buster farming here.
Yeah.
But again, you'll see the numbers soon. It's not going to be very pretty. But on its own, this skill is, I would say it's decent for sure. I like it. Sometimes you don't get the most value out of it, but, you know, it's still a decent skill. But overall, I think her skill set is way too old. Way too old. They need to give her more love. Magic Resist B, nice to have. Riding B, irrelevant. Saber bonus. Honestly, in her case, it can be okay if you're fighting Artorias that are Sabers, so it's not completely negligible. You can actually invest into it, so, you know, there's that. And then the MP. So she does refund 20% as well, which again enables the 50% CE looping, right? Which is cool. And you have the Arthur extra damage, which is even higher than usual, because normally you have 150 base. It's a 180% base, because she really hates her dad. And sadly, there's no other normal effect, though. So you think with a buffed MP that she would still, like, crush in terms of farming, right? But no, because her kit has nothing for consistent damage, right? This is a 1-turn buff, which most likely going to be used on turn 3 anyway. Nothing else helps.
Yeah.
And nothing else on the MP helps unless you're fighting Arthur. So that's the big problem when it comes to farming, right?
And she's worse at killing her dad than her dad is at killing her dad. That is hilarious. But yeah, there you go.
There's a lot. There's a joke in there. So yeah, looping numbers, double Vich, forget about it. And then double Vich Oberon. I would say it's definitely passable because you can use the 50%er. So if you're gonna run like up to level 90 farming, yes, it works. You can absolutely do it. It will serve you well. But anything higher than that, you're better off looking at the competition, if anything.
Yeah.
And honestly, her DPS potential, she should be single target. Her kit should be better. I don't know. I might be a bit brutal here for Mordred, but I think I'm going to bump her down quite a bit, honestly.
I agree. She's definitely amongst one of the
I might
worst,
say a B tier SSR, honestly. Maybe even C+. I don't know.
I don't think she's C+.
Yeah, maybe that's a bit,
I'm not ready
she can
for
still
that
do
yet.
a decent job to farming up to level 90 at least. She's good there for sure. Because you can also do it with 50%, so it's easier to build.
Yeah, and Artoria is such a weird trait.
Yeah.
And Artorias are all dragons, and there's so many anti-drag. I don't know, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm going to stick her into B. I'm probably going to get shit for that, but you know what? So be it. I'm used to it by this point. It's fine. All right, we got Nero Bride, who I believe... Does she still have a write-up right now on JP? I forgot if it passed already.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me check.
Okay, I'll go over her
the
meanwhile.
latest one. I think they're going...
I did a paid single for her yesterday. That much I remember. So maybe it was brought yesterday, so maybe it's still up. Anyway, yeah, single target arts DPS / support. A very cool, unique case here. So, 11.6k attack. It's actually pretty good on the higher than average for an SSR. Double buster, double arts. Well, triple arts would have been the best, but you know what? It's as good as it gets, basically, otherwise, for her. Buff to the first skill means that she gives it's a targeted skill. You get a 45% MP generation for 3 turns and a 30% battery. The cooldown is atrocious at 7 turns, but for farming, you only need to use this once anyway for her cases. Now, I will have to say this right off the bat. I think Umu Bride has sadly fallen a little bit out of the meta, right? It's similar to Tamamo, right? Like, they're both still great units, but when it comes to farming, You rarely see either of them anymore, unless the user doesn't really have the better options, I suppose. So it's just a sad truth, right?
For
So
farming, yeah.
like
I mean,
she's still good for both supporting, be it farming or supporting DPS, or she's not even a bad DPS herself either, but she's no longer like the end all be all that you would need for like some kind of arts looping because
I
of
mean, Shufu
mostly
exists.
Castoria, but yeah. And yeah, yeah, Shufu as well. She didn't exist last year when I did this.
Yeah.
She's such a great 3-star, which is basically Umu Bride when you think about it, and who also gives arts. So, yikes. Anyway, second skill, and all of her skills are targeted. So this you get 40% attack up and then 50% star generation. The star gen is like whatever, especially an arts servant. But man, 40% attack targeted. Hey, that's actually no joke. That's actually a very good chunk of attack up. So still a decent skill for 6-turn cooldown. Third skill has also been buffed, so the target gets 3k heal, 20% defense for 3 turns, not too shabby, and then 30% sky attribute damage for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. Even without the sky attribute working, it's okay. It's an okay defensive skill, but if you actually do manage to make use of the sky attribute damage, then I feel like it's good. Not amazing, but a good skill. It's not even a high amount of it, so it's just a nice bonus to have, if anything. So overall, I do like that her skills are like all targeted. It's great flexibility, but I feel like the skills are not like amazing anymore. They're good, but not amazing. Magic Wrist C, not too shabby. Could be better though. Riding B, kind of relevant once again. Who would have guessed? Assassin bonus actually can be relevant if you're using her as a support in against assassins for someone else. Can do something. MP has been buffed, so it does decent damage. I'm still sad there's no normal effect on it besides damage. For OC, you get burn, which is pretty irrelevant. You get defense down for 5 turns by 20%. Sadly, after damage, but very high duration. I like it. And then minus 20% crit chance down for 5 turns. Very sexy, actually. Good uptime. And considering her MP is fairly spammable, with face cards, obviously, because the MP itself refunds like shit. But yeah, it's actually nice to have those debuffs being applied constantly. MP does hit pretty hard. In fact, if I look at this sheet here, she is actually on the higher end. Now, the third highest is only when the 30% sky attribute is up. Normally, she's here, like she would be below Dioscuri. Not surprising, honestly. But if you do actually land the sky attribute, then she can actually reach some pretty damn nice numbers. So, yeah. Sadly, sky attribute, probably the rarest of all the attributes, if I had to guess. But, sometimes you get it. Not too shabby. So, this is a tough call, because again, she can be used as a DPS, she can be used as a support. For either case, I don't think she's like a top-tier DPS, I don't think she's like a top-tier support. But I think she's solid for both. How do you feel about Nero Bride?
She's definitely a little bit fallen off, as you said. I would have liked a lot of her numbers to be a little bit bigger. Like the anti-sky, I think should have definitely be 50%.
Yeah, Jinako got 50%, right?
Yeah, Jinako got 50%,
Yeah,
which is
that's
actually
weird,
really
though, yeah.
relevant in Minturn City now. But yeah, so I don't know. But yeah, as you said, she's actually still really high damage dealing. I just don't think she provides nearly as much as
Yeah, I
the
don't think
other
her
two
like outside of
other
her
two
MP,
arts.
her like stuff is all that amazing, like for DPS purposes.
Yeah, but then we got 2 other single target art, 3 actually, but like 2 of them are like really focused on DPS, and I think they both probably
I
fare
would say
better
all
than
the
her.
3 ones that we haven't seen yet, I would say they're all better for DPSing. Even if
Yeah,
one of them is not even fully focused on DPSing. I would probably bring all of them over Nero Bride if I'm not bringing her for support, even if she is fine for DPSing.
I guess she's A. I was debating A plus, but I don't
I
know.
would say A, honestly, personally.
Yeah.
If she was still as relevant in the support meta as she was, A plus for sure. For sure. But now I feel like I'm just gonna slide her into A. She's a great servant, but not really like a must-have anymore.
Yeah. I don't have her on JP. I used to debate on whether I should roll like a
I'm guessing you
esports
don't
cup.
really need her. Maybe in some really rare cases, You might need
Yeah.
like the battery, the combination of the attack of the battery, the sky attribute damage or something like.
Yeah, it's mainly
But
for
yeah,
anti-sky. I don't
yeah.
see her being used if it's not against sky, so I
It
don't
is
know.
nice that yeah, she can be used with any card type. Obviously, the least value with Buster, but yeah, she works with any card type.
Yeah. Eh.
All right, the next one is kind of a tragedy. They tried to fix her too, like with Altera, but yeah, Saber Shikiha. AoE arts. I'm gonna say DPS. Jord is so copium mode because he loves her that he even put the numbers on the sheet. But yeah, I would say farming is still copium. So AoE arts DPS Shiki Void. Attack is a sad, very low 10.7k. It could be lower, but it's still quite a bit lower than the average for an SSR. I mean, it's not the end of the world that her HP is higher because she does have a lot of healing focus, so, you know, it could be worse, I guess. Double Buster, Double Arts, I think is a fine deck for DPSing on her, considering what her MP is. Her, let's call it a Mana Burst, because that's what it is. Her Mystic Eyes, 40% arts up for 1 turn, Invul Pierce, and then AoE instant or insta-kill resistance down for 1 turn. So we can immediately scrap the third effect. That's like no one cares. So it's 40% arts up with a Invul Pierce. Would I say that's Invul Pierce is worth the minus 10%? Yeah, I would say that. This is definitely better than a Mana Burst. Is it a great skill? Absolutely not. But it's better than a Mana Burst, which, you know, doesn't say too much. Second skill, self-attack up, a weird 25% shout out to early game design choices. And then mental debuff resistance by 36%. Yeah, that makes sense. 5-turn cooldown. Good uptime. Numbers could be way better, though. This is not a modern SSR standard anymore. This is just a bit on the weaker side. Could be. It's not a charisma, though. Or like a tactics. And then the buff. Okay. So, you still have to sack 10% MP, right? But you get 30% now. Because, you know, trade-off. You used to only stack that for a heal. But now you get 30% battery. And the heal remains the same. Actually, no, it's... Oh, wait, it's targeted right now. Oh, yes, I forgot about this. Yes, it's targeted. So you always pay the cost yourself, right? Yes, but then the target gets the... Wait, no.
No,
you still get the battery. It's only the heal is targeted. Wow, talk about weird stuff. So only the heal is targeted, and it's 5k. Okay. Yeah, so kind of a weird skill. Reminds me of Parvati.
Yeah. Okay. So if you're looping, you make like your Castoria pay for it, basically.
Oh yeah, it's not for it's the target that can. Okay. Yeah. So you drain the target, heal them, and then you always get the batter on whoever you. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, you just take it from your allies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a 4-turn cooldown. I would say it's a pretty good skill on a 4-turn cooldown. It's definitely the best of her skills, which, you know, it should be because it's buffed, but yeah. Okay. Magic Rose, actually pretty good. She has her unique passive for 6% crit damage, insta-kill res, and mental debuff res. Nice bonus to have, I guess, for all of those. And then the rainbow buff of 6%. Actually a great passive, rather. Yeah, good stuff. Foreigner bonus, again, you can invest into it if you're lacking on alter egos. And you really like using her. Then the MP has seen a buff. I love everything about the MP besides the OC, which is instant kill before damage, so yikers. Other than that, it ignores defense buffs, great. It fully cleanses your party, love it. And then it gives your party a 10% MP gauge. And like a refund for her as well, which is also nice. But then you remember it's a one-hit MP and you want to cry in a corner? Okay, well, again, she can be made to loop. I can show you, because Jord was... He doesn't do this for any other servant here. I think he only lists this really weird cases for Void Shiki because he loves her. But yeah, as you can see, with double Castoria Oberon, with a super scope as well, you can actually loop with her. It is very ugly. The numbers are not really worth it. In fact, even Yasun does more damage, kinda. Or at least matches on the first 2 waves, which is kind of sad. But yeah, you can make it work if you're like Jord and you want to make it work. Hey, I'm not going to stop you. Go for it. Why not? Just don't expect miracles. But yeah, I would mostly place her based on as a DPS, I think. Now, I feel like her DPSing is not as bad as it might maybe seem. She has great sustain. She's kind of easy to keep alive. Her refund isn't the best, so it might take a while to get the MPs rolling really fast. But yeah, you could do worse than her, I guess. Very good, but kind of slow. Yeah, I agree to that. What do you feel about Saber, Shiki?
I can see her being like pretty relevant in some challenge quests that are like debuff heavy, where we just have like 3 cleanses. If you have like double Castoria, you just have 3 cleanses like going off back to back to back. And of course, you know, she keeps the team alive. The 5k heal is huge on 4-turn cooldown.
Yeah, that's actually pretty relevant.
Also, I'm not done with the good thing, I guess. There's like Invol Pierce as well, you know, ignore defense. She definitely seems like she's geared towards challenge quests, but then
yeah, I would definitely say that as well. Yeah.
As an AoE, I can only put her MP as a mainly utility instead of a.
There's one amazing scenario where the MP was like the best MP in the whole game for me. That was one of the Gilfish challenge quests against Leonidas that kept summoning the hard-hitting the soldiers. They're all Lancers, and they had really high HP, and her MP could insta-kill them all the time. It was like the best case. It was the best MP in the game for that shit. That was a fun clear, but that was just one example.
Yeah,
worth mentioning.
It comes down to like it's kind of a niche case thing, and a lot of times you want single.
Yeah, I feel like she's a bit niche, but not like to an overly niche position.
Yeah,
but I feel like on base, like generic stuff, it's still not like amazing.
Yeah, it's just kind of unfortunate. I don't know.
I would maybe say a B tier, honestly. I think last year I had a B plus, but I don't know, maybe B tier.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Definitely not a hopeless servant, but yeah, suffers from early game design. If she was released nowadays, she would be like close to Arcade, I swear to God. I swear to God.
Lore-wise, yeah. Yeah, totally. Like somebody mentioned in chat, her passive is just Arcwade's field, but like 10 times worse. It's the rainbow buff.
Yeah. It's still a nice passive, but it's not Arcade's passive.
Yeah.
Alright, Musashi next. Oh boy, a very big fan favorite, huh?
Oh, of course.
Single target buster gorilla woman. 12k attack. I like it on the higher end. Full gorilla deck. I actually like it even more now after the buff to 5th form, which also wasn't a thing when I last did this list. It is so good for like solos. Holy shit.
I was not expecting that.
Yeah, it's kind of disgusting for solo. Anyway, yeah, everything here makes sense, especially after this buff. So yeah, it's the first skill now. So now you get double hits for 3 turns instead of 1. And you also get a pretty decent 1k damage cut for 3 turns as well. Which, you know, why not? And then the damage up, did they buff that as well? Oh, yeah, it's 3 turns now. Yeah, okay, so the amount remains the same, but it's 3 turns now as well, so that's good. This actually gives her face cards a lot of damage potential. And fairly good gains as well if you get that arts card. It's nuts. It's just nuts. So now on a 6-turn cooldown, I would say this is a very strong skill. It used to be like, oh my god, it's like downtime like City, but now, way better. Way better. Makes her solos very cool. I wouldn't say she's like an amazing solo servant though.
No.
But you can definitely do a lot more work now. Because with herself only, you could do back to back to back to back MP. And that's pretty sexy.
She also has the invol, so yeah. I mean, definitely not like super amazing solo, but she can handle stuff, yeah. Anti-class mainly.
Then her mana burst is just a better one because it comes with an invul pierce, and that's it. Otherwise, it's just a normal mana burst. So slightly better than a pretty meh skill nowadays. I would still say like maybe below average. Not an SSR tier skill. Third skill, invul, 1 turn, 6-turn cooldown, so the average stuff. 30% star gen for 3 turns. Can be okay with 5th form, otherwise kind of like miss me. And then a self-cleanse, which is a nice bonus with the invul, because it's both defensive effects. So you're always going to use this defensively. You would never use this for the star gen, so it's just a bonus there. You would use it for the cleanse and the invul. That's it. On that sense, I would say it's better than, you know, most of the 1-turn invuls. It's still not like amazing, but it's up there for sure. Then Magic Grise is the only passive, but at least the number is good. Berserker Append, you love to see it. MP has been buffed and has a very interesting effect now. So 30% MP damage for 1 turn before damage. Good OC, I like it. Removes enemy buffs after damage, so a bit awkward. And then the buff also added 150% extra damage mod against Alter Ego and Moon Cancer. So she's actually a viable option for those, like no joking. This is a considerable amount of damage. You could absolutely run her into those. Even better on Alter Ego because she takes less damage from them. Moon Cancer, Ruler is probably the best. And surely everyone has Queen Eo or something.
Yeah.
So Alter Ego, I would say, yeah, very viable. Moon Cancer, if you really want to, she can probably do decent damage there as well, but not as good as Rulers. So, is she even on? I don't think she's on this sheet, is she? Yeah, no, there's nothing. There's no case to be made to be able to make her back to back MP without solo. Okay.
Yeah, she can't get 10.
Yeah, he has nothing.
10, right? Yeah.
So what do you feel about Summer? Not Summer, but normal Musashi. I think I had an A+ last year. I think A+ again. You might think someone might say, "Oh, you should bump her up because of the good buff," but I'm thinking no. I'm thinking still around the same part. If anything, A+ was generous last year.
Yeah, I think A+ is fair. I mean, she always does what she does best, right? It's just you need some damage, you just throw her at it, and she kills it. And also, she has Invul Pierce, so the buff removal after damage is
it can help with a little bit with
deal.
that awkwardness. Yeah,
it's not that big a deal in my opinion. And of course the 5th form thing, it doesn't. It's really good, but it doesn't super bolster MP damage or something. It doesn't make her one of the biggest nukes, which she already is, but it doesn't improve.
Yeah, she still has one of the highest damaging potentials, but she sadly can't use her MP as often as some of the other ones, which overall doesn't make her the highest damage potential. For single MP, yeah, pretty much, yeah. But when we think that some of the other ones can do back to back to back, etc., so it really adds up.
I guess, yeah, she needs more RNG. If the 5th form lines up, then definitely. But yeah.
Apparently, someone said you can supposedly make her loop with habit shot, but it's probably pretty pointless.
Habit shot?
That's funny.
Yeah, all right. I mean, I wouldn't say she's EX.
Yeah. Maybe one buff away from it.
She's pretty close though. I mean,
should I do A++? We could. I sometimes add tiers if needed. Do you think she would be worth it, or just leave her here?
I mean, depends on how many people we want to put in EX, because I'm not seeing a lot of EX.
Well, I think it's gonna change at some point. We'll definitely see more EX still, but yeah.
Yeah. Definitely.
Well, okay. Here's the thing. I already mentioned in my disclaimers. We are when I've stopped placing everyone, we're gonna do a final check when we can maybe shuffle. So let's leave it there for now and see how this ends.
Definitely
okay?
high, very high A+.
Okay.
Because that Alter Ego, I really like that anti-Alter Ego.
Yeah, it's actually good.
You have a lot of good choices. You just have a Kama and a couple of Pretenders. Most of them not single target.
Yeah, there's still Pretender is still a very not very popular class.
Yeah.
All right, Arthur is next. We actually got the raid up today on NA, I think, with the sexy buff that we're about to see, which is one of my favorite buffs of all time. Alright, the AoE Buster DPS Saber. Definitely won't call him a farmer. But yeah, DPS. 12.4k attack is very high, needless to say. That is a good stat line. Double Buster, double arts is fine. Actually, no. Because of the buff to the second skill, I like the double arts. Before this, maybe triple Buster would have been better, but I actually like the double arts now. So, this is the stupid buff. Oh my god. This is what an insane mana burst looks like. 3 turns of 50% Buster up and MP generation of 30% for 3 turns. 5 turn cooldown. It's only 2 effects, but man, is that a crazy skill or what? Holy crap, dude. Oh my god. This skill on someone else could be game breaking.
3 turn mana burst is just kind of stupid.
It's disgusting. It's so much Buster up, dude.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, such an amazing skill after that buff. They buffed his instinct a long time ago as well, so he has a 30 bomb now with 50% crit damage for 3 turns. Now on a 5 turn cooldown, I think it's okay. Not broken, but it's definitely good.
It's a huge amount of stars. 30 is
Yeah, it's a big star bomb, bigger than most. And then the third skill, which I think is the weakest part of his kit, which is 20% battery and then 100% super large damage for 1 turn, 5 turn cooldown. Obviously, if you fight super large, it's a good steroid, but it's kind of a weak skill, I'm not gonna lie. I love these way more. These are great.
It could have been 30.
Yeah, so close. Anyway, Magic Res A, good for DPSing. Riding B, with 3 hits and the MP gain, it can be okay. Saber bonus, Miss B, and then the MP. This is the big problem of Arthur. The day he gets a sick MP buff is the day he climbs into EX tier. But man, this MP kind of sucks. No normal effects, 10% MP damage for 1 turn before damage. That's it. You're telling me this is an SSR MP, not even a day 1. This is a 3-star MP from day 1. Like, what the fuck, dude? This MP is a noodle. It's a noodle. The biggest problem of Arthur. Like, I think he's otherwise in a very solid position. High stats, great 2 skills, 1 conditional for big damage as well. But man, this is such a terrible MP. Oh my god. And it's even weirder because someone said, like, super giant enemies tend to be like 1 in a wave, right? Like, there's only 1 enemy. I can remember, like, the summer challenge quiz that had a bunch of giant boars, but that's a very rare exception. It's just so weird.
Yep.
MP short of excellence. Shout out to EX tier MP when it's actually E tier.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh man, where would I... This is a tough one. I think, did I have him on A last? I'm guessing it was A, let's see. Yeah, it was on A last year, and I think it included this buff as well.
I would be harsh, I think, because of how bad his MP is. I think he belongs.
You want to be a bit harsher, yeah?
I think he belongs at most 1 tier above Mordred, or even with Mordred. Maybe
I'm gonna do B plus, honestly. I'm gonna do B plus. Yeah, I prefer him to Mordred, but not by a whole lot. I think I'm gonna place him in B plus. It's tough, but it is what it is. He's, again, don't lose hope, Arthur fans, though. They give him a nice MP buff that has like a sexy second effect as well. Maybe buff the OC value as well. He can be amazing. So don't lose hope, okay? He can still become amazing. He's just an MP buff short, okay?
I'm just replying to chat because like Mordred actually still can loop. You know, he can't loop, right?
But to be honest, I wouldn't really pick Mordred for looping that much.
True. I don't know.
Yeah. I feel like this is fair.
Yeah.
Otherwise, maybe he should be a full tier above her, but because she can loop and he can't, I'm only going to do a plus between.
Yeah.
Okay. Next is a unit I actually like, but sadly has been scammed with buffs. Actually, not all of them. One of them is good. But yeah, we got Sigurd next. Single target buster DPS boyo. Much like Arthur, a very high attack of 12.4k. You love to see it. Double buster, double arts. Probably makes sense. Maybe he should have been double buster, double quick for Summer Scotty. You know?
Yeah,
synergy.
I don't know.
Obviously, they didn't know that at the time. They only thought about Scotty back then, but yeah. Oh well, it's not the worst deck. It's fine.
Yeah.
First skill. What the fuck? 3 attacks, 3 turns, 100% crit damage, 5 turns. This is not a great skill anymore. I don't know if it ever even was. It
was decent, I think.
Like, it's not terrible, but like that's it. Like, we can do better than that. Like, if it's only crit damage on a 5-turn cooldown, they could have made it 3 turns, right? Not 3 times 3 turns.
It's not fun. Yeah, but yeah, I think
nowadays,
at this point,
like, it's sure there are worse skills out there, but I wish this was better. And this also is related to one of his other issues, is that he has no absorb in his kit whatsoever. So if you've ever tried playing crits with him, unless you're shitting out stars every turn, you're gonna get angry trying to crit with him, because he will whiff a lot. Where the fuck is the absorb, dude? They're like, oh, use Bryn with him, because she's supposed to give him the absorb, but they're a terrible pairing. Why would you, like, maybe against Berserkers, why would you, like, pair a Lancer and a Saber? Like, I don't get it. Maybe if it's against like a Dragon Saber, then yeah, but Anyway, this is the stupid buff to his weird mana burst. So they reduced the cooldown because it was atrocious, because of the guts. Now it's a 6-turn cooldown, so it's still worse for a mana burst. And instead, they also made it 3 times 3 turns instead of, you know, it was 1 turn, right? Yeah, What is this buff, dude? This doesn't do much at all. This was so disappointing.
Yeah, the card eating up the Buster was pretty rough.
And it's, again, I hate the fact that it's with the guts. It suffers with the cooldown. It's so stupid.
6 is fair, though.
Yeah, but it's so awkward. And they could have done so much more with this buff. Yeah, why doesn't he get 3 turns of 50% Buster up like Arthur does? Come on, bro. He gets the MP gain, too.
Better than Arthur than every other way, though.
Yeah, okay. Third skill. So yeah, targeted star absorb. I wish it was star generation 100% for 1 turn and then debuff immune for 1 turn.
Yeah,
this is just terrible. This is terrible. Yeah, first skill I can maybe understand. Yeah, this is not worse. This is just flat out terrible. Like, what the fuck is this? Why isn't it absorb first of all? And why is it so bad? He's like a year 3 or 4 SSR. What the fuck, dude?
Unless it's a super specific.
Like, why does he even have a support skill? He's supposed to be a full-on selfish DPS. What is this? God damn it. Lore things messing up servants, I swear to God. Make this give absorb as well and a battery, then we're fucking talking. Alright, magic res A, good, riding A. 4-hitter quick, it's okay. Ability B, nice demerit. The Saber bonus, yeah, again, if you're fighting Dragon Saber, then you can bring... Actually, no, what am I talking about? Bryn sucks there. It has to be Lancer. Never mind. Okay, MP. This is the one thing I like, though. It's not a complicated buff, it just adds the damage, but I like the normal effect, because it's a guaranteed drain. Unlike Shitonai, who only drains dragons, he drains everyone, so you don't have to fight dragons to get the drain. I love drain. Guaranteed drain is good civ. And then the dragon mod is okay. A fairly common trait, if you will. I think a post buff, it's a good MP. It's not like an amazing MP, but it's definitely a good MP. This is good. So this and his stats, I think, are the best part of Sigurd. His skills are like 4-star, 3-star tier. Ooh, but he does have good numbers, though.
Yeah, and he is the...
I think he's comparable to Okita a lot of the times. Shitty skills, good numbers, fairly hard-hitting MP.
Dragon killer.
I still prefer Okita myself, though.
I think Okita's better, but
yeah.
I mean, he... Like, at the very least, I don't think there's that many people that does killing dragons better than him. Unless you're talking about like saber faced and okay, but
yeah. I think I had him on B+ last year, and that was before the buff to the mana burst. I'm not sure if I'm gonna move him, honestly.
I like him better than Arthur, but it's fair enough, I guess.
I like Arthur. See, here's the thing. Arthur skills are way better, but his MP sucks. Then it's the opposite for Sigurd, so maybe they break even in terms of that. Their deck is similar, their stats are similar. Like, they're just... One has better skills, one has the better MP.
I think it's probably just min-turn brain rot again, because a lot of times you can, like, supply that lack of skill with just some meta support, and, oh, you know, I got the stars now, I don't need the... But yeah, I know he's definitely lacking in some aspects. I don't know.
Just make his skills better, dude.
Yeah,
please. He has good numbers, hard hitting MP. That's already very good, but that's as high as I can put him. Besides that,
yeah.
Okay.
I don't think he's better than anyone up there.
Okay, now we're getting to the SSR. Besides Nero Bride, the other single target arts sabers, starting with the Benny Enma. There's been a lot of discussion, at least people asking me, like, should she get a buff? I think she could get a buff. Does she desperately need one? I don't think so. I like Benny Enma as is, honestly. So she's like half DPS, half support. Her attack is 11.6k, which is fine, nothing bad there. Double Buster, double arts, I think fits her playstyle very good. Very well in even. Mind's Eye Falls gives her a bit of crit potential and, you know, a bit of survivability. Is standard, it's still okay, it's not amazing. Now, the second and the third skill is where I really like Benienma. First of all, AoE drop defense 30% or 20% for 3 turns. 30% crit chance down for 3 turns. AoE MP seal for 1 turn, and then the demerit that is completely negligible. You heal them for 1k, which doesn't matter. So I would say this is a great debuff, AoE debuffing skill. Very strong to this day. Good shit. Third skill, also very great. So it's a charisma. You get +1 cooldown, but then you get all of this stuff. Buff removal resistance for the whole team, 100%. Your buffs are safe. Woohoo. 20% AoE battery. Yeah, that's pretty nice. And a 1k heal. Same for the enemies, but yeah, for you it's actually pretty okay. So yeah, her skills 2 and 3 are the real highlight. You can get a very strong start going with here. And you can even save the third skill in case you actually need the buff removal resistance as well. Like, for instance, against, I believe I used Beniema against Demeter, because she removes all buffs after the first bar, and you can obviously break it on turn 1. So if you use this on turn 1 as well, hey, you get to keep all your nice buffs, and she doesn't one-shot you anymore. How nice is that? So there's an example, I guess. Overall, I think her skills are the real highlight. For sure. Her MP, sadly, is on the weaker side. Magic Crusade. Yeah. Sorry. I like her passives are great though, by the way. Magic Crusade, great. Yeah. Crit damage, high rank, nice as well. Presence concealment as a bonus. It's not gonna do too much, but it's nice to have. 10% arts, like yes, please. And then cannot be skill sealed. Like that's great utility. Now, these are the best passives we've seen so far in this tier list by far. So, nice stuff right there.
Yep.
Assassin damage. You could bring her there again sometimes if you need her for supporting. And then the MP. I think if they buff her MP, she's going to be really amazing. Because there's no normal effect besides damage. And the OC is 2 damage mosh against Chaotic and Evil, respectively. 40% on base. It's not that hard to at least find one of those. It's going to give you a bunch, quite a bit more damage because it's also for 1 turn, so it affects your face cards as well. But if you don't fight, because some enemies don't even have alignments, if you can't find any, this MP is terrible. It's just flat out terrible. 5 hits is okay, so it gives a bit of refund with good buffs as well, but it's pretty bad, honestly. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
So it's really niche.
I would have liked if her MP was more supportive, even if it...
Yeah, honestly, same. I think they should buff it and then add a supporting effect on the normal effect.
Yeah. They did the exact same thing with the Johanna. I guess she has a buff.
You know what's kind of sad, though? Beniema should have had the MP that Trung Sisters have. If she had that MP, she'd be so amazing.
The heal. Yeah,
dude, that'd be so amazing.
Yeah,
oh my god.
Be a legit healer.
Yeah. Fuck, dude, that would be so amazing on Benny. Anyway, I still think Benny is a solid unit, though. You can use her for, like, slower arts teams as well.
Yeah.
She doesn't have to go fast.
Res is just rare. It's just her and Murasaki, so it's kind of...
well, there's Semiramis as well, but it's on her MP, so it's a bit more awkward.
Of course.
So yeah, usually not really worth considering.
I keep forgetting.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I would bring anyone else for that.
She's good. She has
I can't place her or below an A at least, but I'm not sure if I can do A+. I think I did A+ last year. Let me check. Yeah, I did, but I might be feeling A honestly now, especially with the release of Trung Sisters now.
Then Nero Bride sometimes, so I think it's fair. Yeah, A is fair.
Yeah, maybe they are kind of comparable. They do different things, but you know they both offer a lot of tools. Do like Beniema though. I still use her quite a bit, regardless. All right, then we get the main Okita competition, huh?
Just wait for the... Okay,
Okay, we got the gay Saber himself, Mr. Astolfo. So single target quick as well, like Okita. Attack is decent, not as high, but you know, still considerable. He's got a quick double arts. Like, he should definitely have the Okita deck because he has the weird third skill. So he has one Buster, which when you see the third skill, you're just like, what the hell were they thinking? But yeah, the
Yeah.
deck is kind of weird because of that. I'm not gonna lie. And because he has crit potential as well, I really wish he was double Buster. Like, why is he double arts? Where did that second art? Like, even like Ryder is like triple quick. Like, why did they give him double arts? I don't understand this deck. It's so weird. All right, they have buffed the first skill, which is actually making Okita's skills look way worse. So 20% battery, and then 20% MP per turn for 3 turns as well. Full cleanse and a 20 star bomb. Now that on a 5 turn is actually really good. Now that is a good SSR skill right there. Now we're talking. I wish Okita had shit like this. No, I'm joking. But yeah, this is a good skill. This is a really good skill. Second skill, gotta have terror because everyone's afraid of the monster. So 3 turn terror, just 40% chance per turn to proc the 1 turn stun. And with terror, you can get multiple stuns, right? Because the debuff doesn't, the clock doesn't actually disappear, right? It stays there for 3 turns. It's just a 40% chance per turn. I'm pretty sure you can get multiple stuns per target. Which is why Van Gogh is also pretty busted when they don't have debuff immune.
Oh no, it's only one time because it's because Van Gogh, because it reminded me of Van Gogh doing something dumb where she
it is
will
one
proc
time.
like
I
all
wonder
the fear on 1 turn and then it would just waste it.
Oh, because the terror says the terror clock itself is 1 time 3. I guess that implies the stun. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess that keeps it balanced. Okay. And then a 3-hit, 3-turn evasion. So he literally gets the evasion he has on Ryder's MP, which is pretty fat. That's a lot of evasion, needless to say. So this on a 6-turn, I think is also pretty strong, actually. Wow.
Yep.
So already looking very good. And then the third skill, 20% attack for self, 30% crit damage, and then like, not only is it Buster Absorb, but it is 3 turns of Buster Absorb. On a normal deck rotation, you're gonna see that card 1 time anyway in 3 turns. What the fuck's the point? They should have made like 1 turn 5,000% or something if they really wanted to focus on it. But why is it 3 turns?
It's a demerit.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like, what the fuck is that?
Like when I'm trying the mid turn, it's just every time the bus just steals all the stars from quick.
Oh yeah, dude, that sucks.
I hate it. Yeah, because
like this is our. Funnily enough, this is his worst skill because of that.
Yeah, just remove like the buff would be to remove that line.
Yeah, it would be better in some cases. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, overall, I still think his skills are very good, especially compared to Okita. He definitely destroys her there. Ooh, okay. Then we get Magic Rose, nice, and a Writing A, much higher than Okita, which is cool, I guess. Rider bonus, pretty irrelevant. The MP has the much needed quick buff. Before damage, 20% 3 turns. I mean, that's a pretty fat OC, like, come on, dude. And then an MP seal normal effect I'm a big fan of as well. So yeah, there's really nothing too much wrong with him besides that weird Buster Absorb thing. Otherwise, he makes a lot of sense to me. And looking at the numbers,
I think his cards are not that great because he has MP per turn. Like they really like.
Yeah, his cards are considerably weaker than Okita, but besides that, I like his stuff. I really like his stuff.
They really like the cuck servants with MP per turns with their card MP refund. It's like, oh, you already have this, and you don't have to have a good card.
Would you say that he equals to Okita overall?
I
think last year I said that, right? But it's always a debate.
I disagree now because of his deck. I think his deck is worse.
Yeah.
I really don't like his deck. I think his deck makes 0 sense. It's already worse just because Summer Scotty, but it makes even less sense.
Oh yeah, true. So, dude, if he had double Buster, it would make the third skill more sensible, and Summer Scotty synergy would be so sexy as well.
Yeah, so I don't understand why they did that. So I actually still like Okita better. I mean, I don't really use Okita that much. I don't have her. I've only used support once, and I do have him grailed. So usually, like for me, I usually have more complaints on my grailed units Like I grilled you. Why didn't you do like what I want you to do,
Yeah.
right? But like, yeah, but he's kind of he's still really good. Yeah, like his skill 2 is pretty nuts. It's 3 times, right? And
Yeah, skill 1 is
1,
nuts too after the buff.
yeah,
Even if it nerfs his gains, I guess.
Star Bomb. Yeah, he has really good skills, but cards are not good, and deck is not good.
Maybe
I
A
guess
tier then?
I don't know. I guess in a way he's equal to Okita, but I just don't like his deck. So yeah, A.
A or A plus for sure, but yeah, we'll leave him there for now. For Jamango asking, yeah, the single target loop sheet, they will all be linked in the description of the video. Alright, 6 more to go. Dioscuri is next. Is this the last permanent? Yes, okay. Everyone else is limited, okay. So, single target arts DPS extraordinaire. The Gemini twins, 11.8k attack. Pretty good. Double arts, very good for the MP spams, especially when you see one of the skills. Good numbers, modern. First skill, there it is. So when you hit with quick cards, you get 10% MP gauge, and when you hit with arts cards, you get 10 stars for 3 turns. That's it. It doesn't really do anything else, but that's 4 out of 5 of the decks. So, and this also works with their MP, which gives you 10 stars as well. Worth noting, I suppose. I kind of wish this was a 5-turn cooldown, though. I'm not gonna lie, right? I kind of wish this was a 5-turn cooldown.
Yeah.
But, it's not terrible.
They probably... I don't know. Yeah,
because here's the thing with Dioscuri, I feel like. When they're unbuffed, like, they're crazy. But when they're not buffed, oh my god, it just slows down like crazy, right?
Yeah.
With buffs, they're just living the life. Their version of tactics has MP damage, attack up, and then party debuff immune 1 time 3 turns. So all of that on AoE. For a 5-turn cooldown, I wish the numbers were higher, honestly. If they're 1-turn effects.
Yeah. I think
like 15% each is kind of low.
Low steroid in general. I guess it's because they put in the debuff immune, but I still think it should be 20 at least.
Yeah, at least 20 for sure. So not the best skill either. Third skill, very vital. You get the blue and the green buff for 3 turns. But this is another one of those awkward things because it also has a 1-turn evasion. They bumped it up to 6-turn cooldown, but they didn't bump up the numbers for the cards. Normally for a 6-turn cooldown with these double card types, it's 30%. But because the evade, I feel like they didn't bump those up either. So it's kind of annoying. They should be 30%. So definitely. I feel like their skills are good, but they're just lacking on, like, every single one is lacking a little bit.
And numbers too small, yeah.
Alright, the passives, and there's a lot, because, fun. Magic Grise, you love it. The Writing Bee actually useful this time. Madness Enhancement B, though, pretty useless. At least, really won't be relevant. Avenger passive, so you get more MP on damage taken. Some crit damage. 3% MP per turn, and then their version of Divinity, which comes with 5% MP generation and 5% star gen. Well, it's infinitely better than a normal, Divinity, for what it's worth. So overall passives, I still like Benny and Muz more. Like, when it comes to power levels, they still have a good chunk of stuff to like, though.
Yeah, anti-skill seal is just good.
It's kind of nice. No one else has that, right? I'm pretty sure.
There might be a new one, but I don't think so. I don't know. They've
also, their append is against Ruler, so that's pretty shit.
Yeah, because blame Castor as Avenger.
Yeah. Alright, their MP, though, is where things get really, really nice, though. They have the holy duo of the Invul, Pierce, and Ignore defense.
I do like that.
That's why their MP being so spammable gives them a lot of value. Sadly, the double res down for blue and green is after damage, but it's still 3 turns, 10% base each, so it's gonna make looping easier with the face cards. But that's also a reason why their MP looping alone is fairly weak, despite having 8 card hits. Like, it still pales in comparison to, like, Saitou and Trung Sisters, etc. But, I still like the MP for the effects. It's really strong.
they really just wanted to tag in the quick. I feel like a lot of the numbers are too low because they wanted to add the quick.
Yeah, because of the double card types, yeah.
Yeah,
If they were
they
full arts, they would probably be a bit better, yeah, for sure.
like 20% art res down. Now that's suddenly looking pretty
Yeah,
good
that's
for
what
his
a
MP
Saitou
damage,
does
right?
before damage.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, there's a lot to like them. I think last year I placed them into EX. I was maybe overhyping them a little bit, especially now we have Trung Sisters as well, but I still stand by that they're a great DPS.
Yeah.
I would still place them in like A+ for sure.
Yeah, that's fair. I like their MP. I think their MP lacks damage, but the invul pierce plus
Yeah, the
the
utility
defense
is very nice,
ignore is
yeah.
pretty good, yeah.
And also, they have a bit of an edge over most of their competition because they're permanent, so small edge there.
I guess so. Yeah.
Everyone else tends to be limited on their, category.
Yeah.
All right, this is a servant where you have way more experience than I do. So, Saber Ibuki, the OG. Do you have a Grail one? You have, right?
No, I only grab the Berserker one.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you still definitely know more about Ibuki than I do. Anyway, Buster, AoE, DPS, and Farmer, but probably should be more used as a DPS, right?
Yeah, I mean farming works as well.
Yeah, it's easy to do, right? Because of the big battery, at least, yeah.
Yeah. She's definitely more like prevalent in probably like 90 plus where you're not like always doing double Vich, because a double Koyan probably, like Artoria would be better.
Yeah, her crits are kind of disgusting as well, right?
There are some things I don't like about her though.
Oh. Alright, let's go over the kit first. First of all, 12.7k attack is disgustingly high. That is insanely high attack though, so that's great. Has the full gorilla deck, which honestly, probably a good thing for her DPSing, right? Yeah.
Definitely.
So, first skill, 3x 3 turn, 40% attack up. At least the number, at least this time, is higher because of the 3-time thing, so that's cool. And then there's the 50% battery. So for a 6-turn cooldown, I would say this is better than most batteries of the same kind. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we get the second skill, which is really strong as well. Buster up 30% 3 turns, defense up 30% 3 turns, and 20 stars on a 5-turn cooldown. Yeah, this is what Mordred should have. Well, yeah, this is a strong skill. Very good uptime and good effects. Easy to, you can just pop this immediately. No need to worry. It's not awkward. It's good. It just works. Yeah. Keeps you going. Works with the triple Buster deck and the MP as well. Very good.
Yeah.
And then the third skill, which is a single target MP seal, 100% on base. Self crit damage 50% for 3 turns, and then an undead damage mod for 50%. Let's be real, undead, pretty shitty for a trait, honestly. It should be like demonic or something. Undead is not super common, sadly. So, minus that.
Like Summer, but yeah, it's kind of...
I would say if you take that on the occasion, or like it's 50% crit damage with an MPCL 6 turn, it's okay at that point. It's not amazing, but it's still, it's alright for sure. Okay. I guess, yeah, there's worth mentioning that because of Summer Wu Zetian, there's a bit more value for undead trade, but I'm not sure. You probably wouldn't bring her over like Koyans or whatever, so
yeah, probably not.
It's just a meme, if anything. It's not gonna be as, you getting this 50% is not gonna like make up for it, what you lose otherwise. Alright, Magic Grisey, love it. Riding Bee, kinda whatever. This passive is very cool. So more Buster damage, 12%, like come on dude. And then a damage cut for 200, which, is not that much, but it's a bonus, so you'll take it. And then she has a good divinity, which comes with 20% debuff res. So while the passive, there's not many of them. They're good passives though. Base 40% magic res is, nothing to scoff at. Ruler bonus, hate to see it. And then she also has the holy double of the invul pierce and ignore defense on her AoE MP. And much like Dioscuri, also does the Buster is down after the damage for 3 turns, 20%. So it's like Okita Alter numbers.
I really wish she had it before, but
Oh, is that one of the things you really don't like about it? Like the
Yeah,
servant?
it's this and her skill one, which is attack, like hit based. It's
Yeah, because
mainly
again,
the
you can't even, you will never be able to use that for a single extra attack either.
yeah.
It's my problem with Saito as well.
I mean, I guess it's okay if you're farming because it eats up
Yeah, for
3 MP,
farming, it's
right?
passable for sure. It
Yeah,
does the job. Unless
40%
you need
attack.
face cards, then maybe not. But
Yeah, if you need face cards, then no. So I think she could definitely. Okay, I know I'm gonna get blasted for this. So I think she could use a buff. This is
yeah, I
let
mean, I
me
would.
see what's
Here,
up here.
I'll say this: I don't think she needs a buff, but if they buff her, I will not be surprised though.
Yeah,
Like,
she has places to buff, right?
dude, Sigurd fans are gonna kill you though if you're wanting buffs on already good skills and what.
Just make the
Okay.
make the undead like more white or something. I don't know.
I guess it does give you more attack up for farming though, because otherwise the attack up will be smaller. So it's like, you get some, you lose some. For DPSing, it's worse.
Yeah.
Now her numbers for farming, you definitely will run the triple support. Double is like, unless you're running like only up to 90, is not really gonna be worth it at all. It's not doable. But with the triple support, double with Oberon, 50% starter. Her wave 1 and 2 damage is not amazing. She definitely peaks hard on wave 3, but depending on your copy, might be, workable for sure.
Yeah.
Now, there is an argument to be made. Should she be EX tier? I think that's where I had her last year. Mostly because while I still think Artoria is more flexible for farming, she's definitely way better. She has a lot of DPS application as well, right?
Yeah, and her attack stat is pretty
Yeah,
ridiculous.
it's like it has to be like top 10 highest in the game, right?
Yeah, triple buster, super high attack stat.
Yeah, she's like a perfect example of monkey mode servant, like it just kills enemies with red stuff.
Yeah, it's just the hit based attack. I think she's very close to EX, but
I'm gonna put her there, honestly. I'm
yeah,
gonna do it. Even if she might someday get a buff, as crazy as it sounds, I'm still gonna do it, you know?
yeah. I hope she gets a buff, so she's
Yeah.
like solid EX
She
now.
definitely has a modern kit.
Yeah, her face card just does so much damage. It's kind of ridiculous.
Okay. Then we got, this is gonna be a fun one.
Oh boy,
People are gonna kill me
Muramasa.
for this. We got Muramasa next. Okay. So AoE arts farm slash DPS. And honestly, I might say I'd rather use him on DPS than farming.
Oh, let's
Like,
go.
okay, I
Hot
said
take,
it.
I
I'm not
agree.
saying his farm is
Yo,
bad. It's not bad, but I
I
mean,
kind
you
of
have
agree.
options maybe. And I actually kind of like his kit for DPSing, if anything.
I mean, not really in the Saber class. I guess like art Saber
Hmm.
AoEs don't have good ones, but yeah, like okay, we go first. It's fine. I kind of
Okay.
agree with what
Yeah.
you're going with.
All right. 11.3k attack, so it's slightly under the average. So if you compare this to like Ibuki, it's like kind of sad. If you want to compare it with DPSs, I guess. So it could be better, could be worse. Double Buster, Double Arts, I think is a good deck for him when you think about the DPS possibilities for, crit damage and more MPs. Then we got the fun first skill, which is like Mana Burst on steroids. I feel like people still overrate this skill. Like it's still only 1 turn effects on a 5 turn cooldown. Sure, it's
Yeah,
like 3 times better than Mana Burst, but Mana Burst is already a shitty skill when you think about it. So you get all
and
the
you're
card types, 50% for 1 turn. Cool. Especially if you have a Mighty Chain, you love it. And then the Absorb, which is a high number for a Saber, which basically means you're gonna get like all the stars, unless someone else has Absorb as well. And a 15
yeah.
bomb helps with that. So yeah, it makes sense. It's easy to use. I still don't
Most
think
of
it's like an amazing skill, even if it has all of Geronimo and then some.
yeah, I mean, most of the times you're not going to fully be able to, take
Mm,
advantage of all three. It's usually going to be one or two if you're
yeah,
lucky, right?
that's
Like the
true. Yeah.
Buster and Arts. Like Quick is, I don't know. It's yeah,
Okay. Second skill. This is where the fun starts. So ignores Invul for 1 turn. Cool. And then he gets crit damage against evasion and invul targets by 100%. Cool.
That one's
And then 3 turns of 100% star generation. With this, he can actually, with his MP, he can generate a few stars. Not caster guild levels, but, you know, a bit of stars. And then also 100% crit damage, just flat out. You get that for 3 turns. So if the enemy happens to have dodge or invul, you get 200% crit damage for 1 turn. And then 100% after that. So
I've
yeah,
heard of
the potential is kind of nuts when you think about it.
I've heard the funny Oberon synergy, but I don't think that's worth it.
No, really? Oh, yeah, because he
MP,
applies invul with the MP. Oh, that's funny, actually.
But I don't
That's
know.
an interesting...
Sounds
Yeah, maybe
funny.
not worth it, but, you know, it's funny. Alright, the third skill, I actually, I like it. Not so much for farming, but more for DPSing. You still get the 50% battery, which is nice for farming, but you don't really get anything out of the second effect, which is you get 10% gauge when you do normal attacks for 3 turns. That's actually big. That includes your extra attack. So everything besides your MP will generate 10% gauge, no matter what, on top of the whatever they would normally generate as well. So I think on a 6-turn cooldown, on DPS purpose, this is a really good battery skill. Actually, I like this skill.
He would be EX if they gave him the alter ego NPC skill.
Ooh, true.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
200% anti-divine.
Yeah,
That's
he
so
would be the
dumb.
best against Divine Spirit. Okay. I think his skills overall are good. I don't think they're like broken, like maybe some people think. I think there's good stuff here though, and it's some synergy as well for sure. He likes to spam his MP and he likes to crit. That's Muramasa basically. George says main problem is that he can be either a good crit or a good looper, but never both at the same time. That might be true, yeah. Magic Grizz B, it's not bad.
Most of the time.
10% arts up, you love to see it. 5% crit damage for the party. Why not? Usually he's probably your only DPS though, but yeah, sure. And then 20% king damage mod though is actually cool to have. This makes it that sometimes, for the people that really love him, you can have better uses on neutral farming, right?
Yeah.
Because of the some servants having king traits.
20% is like borderline active skill numbers. So
yeah, that's actually not a low number at all. It's a power mod still, so yeah. It's a good passive. He actually has caster append, which is funny, considering casters are the easiest to loop. So, you know, it's actually not useless if you want to do neutral there. But you will need the numbers for neutral. I'm just saying that flat out. MP1, forget about it. Alright, then the MP itself. So there's a lot to like here. 10% arts up for 3 turns before damage. OC base. Could be higher, but still, it's 3 turns. I like it. 10% MP damage for 3 turns. Flat before damage as well. I said that 2 times. Oops. Yeah, it's good. I like it too. And then removes all offensive buffs before damage. I kind of wish it was defensive buffs, but, you know, sure, it's nice to have, I guess. And then also ignores defense. So FX-wise, the MP actually has a lot of shit going for it, and I actually like the stuff it has. Like, both the MP damage and the arts are good for looping as well. And you not get the nice utility for the ignore defense and the offensive buff removal for DPSing as well.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty good. I like the effects.
I think his attack stat holds him back though. I think it might be hot take, but like if he had like Ibuki's attack stat, he'd be cracked, right? But I think he has like one of the lowest attacks.
He still pulls decent numbers on farming, dude, right? Yeah, like with just double caster and black grail, which you can do.
Ramp up MPs are always pretty good, like Space Ishtar, right? It's just the ramp up effect. It's always gonna be good.
Like here's the thing, I think he's really good. But I don't think he's gonna be like a neutral god, like let's say Space Star, for instance, for arts, or Summer Ibuki, which is just ridiculous. Like he's at least against Lancers, he's gonna be excellent, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's really good, but I think it's only because of Castoria. I think if there's no Castoria, he's worse than Ibuki. But that's my hot take. Here comes.
Dude, I don't know what to do here, honestly. I had him EX last year. I don't know. Do I do it again? I don't know. Dude, I can't do it. This is a tough choice.
I mean, hold on. Let me
give me a hot take or two.
Can I look at the hold on, wait, let's scroll up a little bit.
Oh, you want to see a list or something?
I mean, yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
I can confidently tell you he's better than Altera, right? Like, but but like,
True.
is he EX? Like, I'm even a little bit iffy about Ibuki. I I guess Muramasa with Castoria maybe, but Muramasa. And also considering he doesn't have much competition, to be honest, I guess it's fine.
Yeah.
Ibuki has like everyone else who has
Yeah.
AoE Buster, so I guess it's fair. But
It's tough. Honestly, because considering I'm not even gonna think about neutral looping that much. I'm gonna say against Lancers, gonna place him in EX. That's the whole point of this list anyway. Like that's his best
yeah,
case scenario, and that's not even niche. That's literally the purpose of the class.
yeah, people are like putting him way too high. People are like, "Oh, are you one of the big
Yeah.
like 3 arts loopers?" Well, nah, probably
Well,
not.
like
But
in the grand scheme of things, like if we were to take like neutral as well, I don't think he's EX. But this is
yeah,
among like versus
Saber,
Lancers. For both
true.
DPS and farm, he's gonna do good numbers. For sure.
Yeah,
Even at MP1, you can still do fat crits, no problem, right? DPS is
yeah,
gonna be
he's an
fine.
EX Saber. Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go. Yeah, that's a good statement. He's an EX
Yeah,
tier
so
Saber.
for people tuning into this point, this is only against Lancers, which I feel like is not niche enough for me to like not consider that to be the case because it's a base class. You can see a lot of Lancers, okay? This is not considering neutral looping. You have better options there, okay? You can do it
Yeah,
with him as well if you have like the fattest copies, etc., but you can get by easier as well. This is against Lancers, okay? So
yeah. I mean,
there you go.
yeah, neutral. I'll take all the Avengers and Ibuki over
Yeah.
him.
Okay. I can already see people molding.
He's EX. Fine, it's fine. He's
All right.
EX. Look, he's there.
We can both die on this hill.
Oh,
All
the
right.
good one. Another good one.
All right. My most anticipated servant of this year for NA, needless to say. Okita Alter Saber. Right off the gate, I could say without bias that, one of the better quick loopers in the entire game. For sure.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool. It's funny because we're going to see two really good ones in this list still.
Yeah, both Sabers. I think
Yeah.
both the best ones are Sabers.
Yeah. Anyway, starting with a 12.4k attack, needless to say, again, very high. Is not Ibuki high, but it's still very high. Double quick, double buster. I actually love this deck because, especially after Saber Scotty, of course, worth mentioning.
Oh,
Yeah,
definitely.
it's just perfect synergy. If you want to use her outside of farming as well, you can absolutely do that. But yeah, deck makes sense for that. Very good. And because it's still an Okita servant, the numbers are cracked. So yeah, good gains, etc. So yeah, every Okita has cracked, gains. First skill, attack up 30% 3 turns, and then green and red 20% for 3 turns. Straight up just shits on the OG Okita Alter's first skill even after the buff. I still prefer this one. So,
Yeah.
thanks game. Okay. Yeah, I will do that, Jord, yeah. So good skill, I would say. Second skill. You can see a pattern here. 30% battery for self, then crit damage for 3 turns, 30%, or 50% rather, and then a 1 turn of absorb. Honestly, I'm not too worried about the absorb being 1 turn, because they're going to be shitting out so many stars anyway with a good amount of MP spam. So I actually like that the absorb doesn't really have to be 3 turns. The crit damage is nice to be 3 turns.
Cooldown is so dumb.
Oh yeah, that too. That's kind of nasty.
Why is it at 5?
Yeah, most 30% batteries are 6 turn, and this has a couple of other cool effects as well. Okay. And then 2-hit 3 turn invul for self with 30% MP generation for 3 turns. So if you weren't convinced that she could loop it pretty easily, yeah, this is just, why not have this too? Because, you don't have MP gain with Scotty comps. Well, now you do.
Really good survival skill as well.
Yeah, it's flexible.
And it's better than evade. Right?
So this in a 6 turn, while it's basic, it's still, it works. It does the job. So it's a basic kit, but it's all like good numbers, I would say. So Magic Res A, good for DPS, and then crit damage, considering you're going to be shitting out so many stars. It's nice to have. I wish they had writing as well, but oh well, can't get everything. Berserker append, because yeah, gotta have a good append as well. And then the MP. So unlike Muramasa, they remove defensive buffs before damage, so I usually prefer that to removing offensive buffs, although it depends on the scenario, I guess. So yeah, a keynote before damage, good, otherwise it loses a lot of its value. And then 20% quick up for 1 turn before damage to help more with the gains, I guess. 8 hits. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
So while it's not as stacked with effects as like Muramasa MP, it makes a lot of sense. It's another great MP. And if we look at the sheet, you're going to be seeing 2 SSRs here that, have some of the best quick looping numbers in the game. Okita Alter being one of them. So even with just double Scotty and Black Grail, like those are kind of stupid numbers with double support. And that's not triple, that's double. And then when you add a third one, it just gets even better. You can probably do Oberon as well, honestly. Because you already have decent numbers for wave 1 and 2. But yeah, worth noting for both this and, the other Servant is that they can't loop with a 0% CE with Zerk and Assassin, okay? That's something worth noting. Assassin I'll probably never do anyway, but Zerk, kind of a bummer when you think about it. But oh well.
Yeah. She has that append, right?
Yeah, but yeah, the append at least helps with damage. When you have to switch out to a CE, that helps more. Yeah, definitely one of the better quick loopers in the entire game. Last year, I'm pretty sure I placed her on EX, and that was before Summer Scotty was a thing.
I mean, her face cards are so good, right? Like, sometimes... okay, I guess not. I guess that's a stretch. I was going to say sometimes even against single target, I'd take her over Saber Okita, but I don't think that's the case. But I don't know.
Yeah, honestly, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, she's so good. Like here's the big 3. Like
imagine, because she's a modern Okita. She has the nice Okita numbers, but now she also has a modern kit. So it's like best of both worlds. Yeah. She's the best version of Okita by far.
Yeah, kind of can't argue with it. It's just so good. Like there aren't a lot of quicks that can farm like with Black Grail and no swap out.
It's funny because one of her peers does it, but regardless. Okay. So yeah, there you go. I'm still happily place her there. Call it buys if you will, but she really is one of the best quick loopers in the game and also very good outside of farming as well. Alright, then we're immediately going to talk about her main competition then, because, release order. We got the Charlie Boy, AoE Quick Saber as well. While not having as high of an attack as Okita Alter Saber, still 12k, very respectable. Good number, I would say. Has the gains deck instead of the double buster, so a bit less synergy with Summer Scotty, but, is, I guess, better for MP spam, for what it's worth, with face cards. Good modern numbers as well. Right, then... honestly, I think this... I forgot, I think Trung Sisters was supposed to be before this, because I think Copy messed up their order, but you know what, it's fine. We're still gonna do it like this. Anyway, his first skill is really interesting. So you give one ally an invul for 2 attacks 3 turns, which can be used on himself too. And after you use the skills, if he doesn't have invul of any kind, he gets 20% MP gen for 5 turns. 5 turns. Pretty cool, I guess. It actually is almost matching the cooldown on max rank, which is kind of nice. Yeah. And then you get I don't know what to call it, activation buff for 5 turns. So when you get attack, you gain a heroic king buff, unique trait buff thingy for 5 turns, which makes his MP do more damage. So it's basically Super Bunyan, but only when taking damage, and it's not a passive. So it's, I don't like similar. Because he doesn't have a taunt either. It's gonna be RNG, sadly. So you can't really rely on this to make your MP a lot better, sadly.
Yeah.
But it's there. If you get hit, hey, you might as well do a bit of MP damage as well. And then if you actually do have an invul on him after this skill is used, it's like if you target this with himself or if you get invul from someone else, use MP seal yourself for 1 turn, which can be that can be annoying actually.
I hate the fact that it's not just if you target this on himself. It's if he has MP at
Yeah,
all.
it's like any
Invul at all,
invul after this
sorry.
skill is used, right? Then
Yeah,
it
I
happens.
hate
It's
that.
not just
Yeah,
hit this invul. So
yeah,
you have to
exactly.
be careful
I hate it so
sometimes.
much.
Yeah.
I've been screwed by that more than once.
I think itself, the skill is pretty good. I like the uptime stuff. But yeah, the MP damage thing remains to be, it's RNG, so good luck.
I've seen it like pull some leverage against bosses that constantly do AoE damage.
No,
such
AO
as,
attack, yeah, then it's really good actually, yeah.
like the Koyam Beast thing.
Like,
But
it's the same problem with Super Bunny, but at least she can also get them from attacks, so it's a little bit easier. And it's also always
yeah,
up because it's a passive.
yeah, you can't really get those really.
I feel like they
But
could have made it on attacks as well, if they cap it anyway, like Super Bunny. And I think they do cap it, so I don't know why it's only on hits taken. It should have been also on attacks, right? I think.
yeah, and it's also like this skill wants him to be unprotected, right? Because he can't
Yeah.
have it all on himself, but they also want him to get hit. So it's
Yeah,
really awesome.
it's kind of,
I do understand.
counterintuitive, yeah. Anyway, the second skill, though, we get his charisma. So with +1 turn cooldown, what do you get? Self-demonic damage, 30%. Self-divine defense, 30% for 3 turns. And then 30% battery. Would I say that's worth 1 turn cooldown? Probably. Mostly for the battery. So yeah, it's not double damage mod. It's a damage mod and a defensive buff. So yeah, it's going to be a thing that he has a lot of niches in his kit. There's a lot of stuff. These two are not even the only things. And then the RNG of the MP damage buff as well. So I feel like depending on the use case and depending on the RNG of the battle, you're going to have like a really amazing Charlie or you're going to have like a subpar Charlie.
Yeah.
Anyway, if everything works on this skill, which is kind of hard, it's really damn good. If it's only one of them, it's still fine. If it's neither, so it depends. Third skill, self quick up 30% 3 turns, 30% crit damage 3 turns, and then evil crit damage for 3 turns 50%. So 80% crit damage if enemy is evil. So there's another, niche right there. Okay, for his defense, demonic, divine, evil alignment, they're not like super rare for bosses. So when you're fighting a boss, most likely at least one of those things will be working. So
True.
yeah, it's not the worst case ever, even if it's a bit annoying to never, like, in most cases you will never get like the best case scenario Charlie. This skill is still good on a 5 turn cooldown, I would say. I like it.
I would have liked if they swapped the crit damage, like base 50, extra 30. But,
yeah, yeah, that would be better, obviously. But I think on a 5 turn cooldown, like, they can do that.
True.
Yeah. Whatever. Okay. Magic Grise, pretty good. And he actually has the riding passive, unlike Okita Alter. But yeah, there you go. Nice 10% more. Good. Also has a Berserker append. So, the competition is even more similar. Good. And the MP. So it's AoE quick res down for 3 turns, 20% after damage. Oof. And then the only other normal effect is the bonus damage per heroic king stack, which apparently stacks up to 12. So you get 100. We can get 120% more damage, I guess, for the MP.
Yeah.
You're probably never gonna have that unless you solo. It's probably impossible.
It's so hard.
Yeah. And yeah, the MP has 12 hits.
You can't even do that solo because you can't put that skill on yourself.
Well, you can, but you get MP like sealed.
Oh, no.
I think you still get this thing, right? Unless I read it wrong. I think you still get this thing.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I should remember.
I think it's because it says grant self, it own self. I think if the invul thing is only for the MP generation and then the seal. You don't get the MP gen though. You will lose. Pretty sure. But you will get the heroic king thingy.
I should remember. I think I did a Dolman solo, but I forgot.
Yeah. But yeah, solo it's easy, but otherwise it's RNG. So yeah, 12 hits. Otherwise he wasn't really matching Okita with the buffs, but yeah, because of the 12 hits, that's kind of nuts. So if it wasn't obvious, he could also do the same thing. He can do Black Grail looping easy peasy. Although it's funny, he still can't do it on Zerkid Assassin. So they're so similar in like so many different ways. It's kind of crazy, right?
Yep.
But when you think about it, both of them can also, when you do the triple support, Then you can even loop 2 enemy waves. So yeah, if you bring the full deal, then it's actually doesn't even matter anymore. And even the looping numbers themselves, right? Very similar. There's barely any difference. So man, they released 2 very similar, at least in terms of farming, they're very similar.
Well,
Well, he is definitely still a top tier quick looper, right?
There's no denying that. People are not gonna like this. My hot take is I think he's straight downgrade from Summer Okita. Okita.
I do like Okita Alter's gameplay because she's not reliant on anything. She's always going to have a good time with her nice numbers as well. She will always have a good time outside of farming.
He's like Summer Okita, but you have to like...
With him, it's like you have 3 niches and then you have RNG MP damage as well. That's 4 things. While they're not the most rare things out there, that's 4 things you have to like, you might not get every time.
Yeah, he's so much more clunkier than Okita. Okita can solo well as well. Like,
and she has a bit better attack as well, for what it's worth.
His invul put on himself has a demerit. Okita has the same invul on herself, and of course it doesn't have a demerit and has a bonus. I don't understand. I just feel like I have both, and I have Charlie at MP4, regrettably for Crimhild, but he's I don't know.
I feel like here's what I might do. I might do an A++.
Really? Honestly. I don't even think he's A++. I think he's like on Musashi tier. I think he's just A+.
Ooh, that's tough.
I think he's he has honestly, sure. He makes 99 stars. But,
all right, you've convinced me. You have convinced me. Okay.
All right, hear me out. Hear me out, chat. 99 stars is the same as 50 stars.
Ooh, true. Actually, true. Maybe if they do something with that, he's gonna jump immediately.
Yeah, he makes 99 stars, but it doesn't matter.
The hot takes continue.
Yeah,
honestly, I'll roll with it.
His deck is also worse. Now with Summer Scotty. I don't get it. I just think he's worse. Someone's gonna kill me.
Dude, same. Anyway, let's talk about Trung Sisters, because at least from my POV, I'm gonna only talk about good stuff.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Here's the hot take. I like them better than Dioscuri.
Dude, same. I don't think it's a hot take, honestly. Anyway, single target arts DPS Saber, the latest SS. Well, actually, no. Maybe Charlie was before them, but yeah, this order might have been scuffed. But anyway, the last of the tier list, we got them, the sisters. Attack 11.8k, pretty okay. Still above average. Double buster, double arts makes sense when you see the skills as well. Very okay. Then we get the skills. AoE attack and arts up 15% each on a 5-turn cooldown. Could have been maybe 20%, I feel. Yeah. But, you know,
this is
the one thing I like about them, though. They have way better uptime than Dioscuri, though. Even if these numbers are not the best, it's still, like, good uptime.
True, 5 turns short cooldown.
And then the second skill, talk about uptime, by the way. So, first of all, you get a 15% blue and red buff for self for 3 turns, and then also for 3 turns, when you attack with red, you get 10% arts up, and when you attack with blue, you get 10% buster up for 1 turn. And this is on a 4-turn cooldown. So talk about uptime, huh? It's a bit awkward with the switching thing, besides the flat buffs you get normally, but you know, it can make some of your chains better for sure. Yeah. You know, they still have double buster, double arts in their kits, so it's not the worst thing. Obviously, you would prefer them to buff their own things, but you know, I still think on a 4-turn cooldown, I like this skill actually.
I think this is what they should have done with Dioscuri, where I don't think Dioscuri's skill gives a quick and arts buff with it, right?
No, they give you gauge and stars based on the quick and arts cards.
Yeah, and it's like on attack. They don't give it like a base boost damage, which I think they
should have. Because that's what you meant. They only do that effect, and in this case, you also get the buffs as well. Yeah, and this is on a lower cooldown as well, which is kind of crazy.
2 turns lower, which is
that's a big difference. Wow. Third skill, self 30% battery. Party gets also 20% MP generation. They get them as well because it's party wide, and also party 20% crit resistance. Now, you know me, I love me some crit chance down. This is a better version of crit chance down because you can't whiff it unless, you know, you fight Kamazots or something. But yeah, it's nice. It's a nice buff to have, honestly. And considering they like to go a bit slower sometimes, although you can go fast with them as well, you'll see the numbers soon. Yeah, it's actually great for stall stuff as well. I really like this skill as well. It's great utility. Like, I like all the skills. All of them you can just pop, pop, pop every time they're up. And just have nice uptime, help your entire team and themselves. I like this stuff. Magic Grizz B, decent. Riding B, kind of meh. Divinity C, yikes. Assassin bonus, not really relevant. And then the MP. This is what I really love. Ooh, I love the MP. So first of all, sadly, it's after the MP for the OC, but you do get red and blue buffs for 3 turns for the whole team. 10% base. So that can stack up considering the MP is spammable. And I mean spammable, you'll see very soon. And then the normal effect of party-wide 1k healing per turn for 3 turns. And again, you can stack this. Yeah, you don't even need any other healing if you're gonna go slow. This is it. This is all you need. It's a 9-hitter MP. You thought Saitou was crazy? Yeah, this is the same level without the art stress down before damage. Yeah, you would be surprised how insanely I tested this yesterday. Like, look at this number. They're the highest damage potential single target saber in the game. Because they can run Black Grail like Saitou can. That makes the difference. They literally loop their MP as a single target MP. Like, how crazy is that? With this setup, you can do back-to-back-to-back MPs guaranteed with no face cards. That's insane.
Yeah,
that's absolute insanity.
Why people say they're just worse Dioscuri.
I tried this yesterday and my mind was blown, honestly. My mind was blown.
Yeah.
I had been sleeping on them for so long, honestly. I think they're so good.
I really liked them when I did the fight against Super Recollection Quest Golden Canis.
Dude, I did that with Benny Emma myself, but when I was fighting it, I was like, maybe I should have brought them.
Yeah, like they provide the heal for your
exactly.
Team, which is kind of like sometimes if you do double Castoria, you don't have a heal, and they can be the heal. So it's
I used Castoria and Proto Merlin. I managed to keep myself healed up, but yeah, with Benny Emma. But yeah, I feel like they could have been even better, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, Dioscuri definitely sort of, how do I say this? They solve more gimmicks because of the ignore defense and pierce, but like if the boss does not have either of those, then I feel like Trung Sisters just, beats them like pretty consistently.
Dude, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna place them in EX.
Oh, yo, I'm not that bold, but...
I'm doing it, dude. I'm gonna freaking do it, dude.
I'm not that bold, but damn.
I'm gonna freaking do it. Okay, you heard it here first. Plushie might be like saying hot take. I'll do it, dude. I will do it. I'm convinced.
Boy. What an ending to the list.
I'm convinced. Yeah, we might have to end with a hot take, dude. We have to. I guess, before we end, we have to see if we're gonna change any of the orders. But yeah. Sure. Wow. Dude, I will do it, dude. Yeah. I don't care. I've tested them. I've tested them. It's nuts, dude. It's freaking nuts. Let's go, dude. All right, now, do we want to change anything?
I don't know. There's nobody in D tier.
Yeah, I know the skill is the thing is only for 1 turn awoken. That doesn't matter. The uptime is amazing, and you still get the 15% buffs like on a 75% uptime anyway. It's just a bonus on the active thingy.
I don't know.
Do you feel like there should be anything moved? Chad has a lot of opinions, at least.
I would move Altera down 1.
Ooh.
I know she's good, but like I don't think she's good, like as good as everyone else there. I don't know about Yasun because nobody can compare to him, but I don't think Altera's there. Like now that we've seen all of that, I don't think Altera's there.
People think Mordred is too high as well.
I think people are mad about Bargus. Are anyone mad about Bargus?
I don't think so. I think people accept Bargus.
Bargus could be A+. I do think Bargus is better at soloing than, like, I don't know, Lakshmi by.
I think I'm pretty happy with the A personally.
Yeah, I would just I think Altera down 1 probably. I don't know about the others.
You know what? Okay, I'm gonna do something here.
I mean, we have one more tier. We can just move everything down one, right? We have a D tier. Oh,
You think everything should come down one? That's pretty brutal.
Yeah, just everything come down one. Make space for Alter. God.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Oh, all right. Well, yeah, that's fair. I still would have just put them in A+, but yeah, I guess. I do like
I think
them.
they're so good though.
Because mainly it's because people keep saying they're just worse Dioscuri, which I highly disagree. I think it's very situational, and like they're more generally good. Dioscuri is very much dependent on if the enemy has defense up in invul. So
you're overvaluing them. Why, dude? They're 5-star for freaking Saitou. How is that not amazing? They're 5-star Saitou.
Muramasa,
if you know how good Saitou is, you know how good they are.
I mean, for A++, I'll move some stuff up, right? I guess. Like maybe like Musashi and Charlie. I don't know. Okita, Musashi, Charlie, probably. I think they're like a tier above. I don't know about the 4-star Saitou, maybe. I mean, Saitou.
No, I can't put Saitou above Lancelot after the buff, at least, I think.
I don't know. I think Trung and like okay. I don't know. I mean, it's tier list, so I at least we're in the same direction, because I think in general cases I do like Trung Sisters a lot more than Dioscuri, but
people saying Muramasa should come down, maybe.
Although
it's like half and half.
What happened? Like a year ago, everybody's like,
dude, it's like half and half. People are so split on it, dude.
What happened to Muramasa? What happened? What did he do to lose your votes, bro? God.
Dude, I'm so close to sliding him to A+, but I don't know. I do like him though.
Down? How is it down? It's either A++ or A+. How is he ever down, bro?
No, they mean that he should come down from EX, is what they're saying.
Oh, I think one card, like, okay, who's his competition though? He got no competition.
Period. I guess if we consider across card types, then it's a bit of a different story, but
he's probably still EX, like compared, like as a Saber. As a Saber, I still think he's EX. I don't think he needs to come down.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty solid on that one, honestly.
Yeah.
All right, anything else?
Other than Altera, let's see.
Should I bump Charlie to A++ if I made the tier?
Personally, I don't know if you can tell from my tone, I'm not a big fan of his kid. But
yeah. I'm honestly not super sold on it either, honestly. But I mean, at least his farming numbers still speak volumes.
Yeah, but he's just worse Okita. I'm not even saying this because
when you think about it, there's only a plus between them, even as is. So it's not even that big of a deal. Like I would say that farming wise, they're both like up there, but then I feel like Okita Alter is just way easier to use. She always works. Charlie always doesn't get out actually most of the time he doesn't get everything out of himself, and the awkwardness with the first skill as well.
Yeah, and Okita has defensive buff removal before damage.
So wait, Yuri, you're saying that Charlie is as good as Okita Alter with 0 niches active? I don't know about that, bro. If you have nothing active there, no crit damage, no defense up, no power mod, look at the spreadsheet. That's farming numbers, bro. What are you talking about? I'm saying their farming is like equal, and that's why he's highest to begin with. I'm saying Okita Alter is just so you can always use her easily in any case anyway, right? She has no niches. She always works. Now I know Yuri's on copium then. Okay.
Is higher ceiling considering like MP damage? like in CQs, but like it's so hard to get hit with him. Like I hate that gimmick.
Okay, there's someone that no way Roland is the same tier as Musashi. Okay, you don't even know the disclaimers, so yeah, okay.
4-star can't.
Don't compare the 4-star to the 5-star.
Also, Roland is someone with a invul pierce on.
Also, honestly, I don't know. I kind of vibe Roland a lot. He's really fucking good, dude.
I just have personal vendetta against him. It's not really his fault.
Yeah,
Just
true.
had to put him with
I mean,
the
he spooks me a
criminal
lot too,
banner.
to be honest.
It's so dumb. A++ looks bad with bump Trung to EX. I'm actually more look. I like Trung, but I don't think they're EX. But
You think they should come down? Okay, fuck it, dude. All right.
who should come down? Oof.
Okay, we'll just delete that.
No.
Okay. I can't have they have to be at least equal to Dioscuri. At least. That's the very least. Honestly,
Yeah.
most of the time I kind of like them more nowadays, but honestly, yeah, sure. We'll keep them
Why'd
there.
you give in?
We're still good.
He can always still bump them up to EX. He never
Yeah.
said it.
What if I change my mind again? Okay.
God.
Oh, dude, there's gonna be so many mixed opinions. You never can please anyone anyway. But yeah, honestly,
Tier lists are hard. I think tier
yeah,
lists are
yeah, definitely.
because there's too many aspects, right?
I might settle with this. I think most of the people telling me to move stuff are very biased at this point. I know, like Beal begging me to move Musashi to EX. He's like the biggest Musashi fan ever, so I know it's biased as hell. So yeah, I think a lot of the movements at this point are just very biased.
Salter.
Maybe some of them are fair, but I feel a lot of them are just biased.
Is Salter Rama tier? I don't know. I only have.
I think I'm pretty happy with this.
Not doing anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with this, honestly.
Yeah,
Obviously, you would never create a list that will please everyone, but I think I'm mostly pretty happy with this. Like myself, you know.
I think this looks fine. Musashi has anti-alter ego. I know Musashi has anti-alter. That's why she's an A+. Oh boy, that's gonna kill someone again.
Oh my god, you're gonna get stabbed by Beal.
She has upgraded MP. I think that's a more important part. Upgraded MP, big damage.
Okay. Where do you bring Mordred? Nowhere, because she brings nothing unique. Well, that's assuming you have all the competition. You know, she's still a fine servant, right? Obviously, if you have the better options, then fuck it, dude. Or are you just saying I should be more savage and assume people always have the better options? I mean, I could do that if I wanted to.
If that's the case, I put Charlie and B. Okay, I'll stop.
You can only push your luck so far.
I don't know. I might have bias with the Traum banner. I'm gonna be real. Because Crimhild really scarred me for life. But you know,
someone saying Mordred is not 2 tiers above Salter. Maybe that's a good comparison. Because honestly, even as a 4-star, Salter is not too far from Mordred.
Sure, put her up. I think she deserves to be.
No, I think they're saying Mordred should maybe come down instead.
Mordred comes down. I think Lily is probably Salter level. I don't know, but Lily is free.
Okay. We'll do. I agree to this at least. I agree to that.
Let's go kill. We always go down. We never go up. Let's go.
I mean, you gotta be before. Maybe this is the year of this is the savage year. Okay, we like down more than up.
Salter up. Okay, how about now? You know there was no space, but now there's a comfortable space where Mordred can sit. Okay, I don't know.
Oh my god, there's gonna be so many angry people. I mean, there already are, but yeah, even more later. Guys, just think about the YouTube only people.
Guys, you don't understand.
You know what? I think I'm gonna log this down. Okay, I'll say this much at the end. I can completely understand if you want to move servants up or down a plus. That's fine. That's always fine in my opinion. A tier or more, then I'm gonna fight you, okay? But a plus, up or down, yeah, you can shuffle all this shit. I don't care, dude. You can shuffle all of them. Like, as long as they're touching, you can shuffle them. That much I'll agree to. So if you want me to move someone up a plus or down a minus, that's fair. I can understand that. But anything more than that, I think I'm pretty sold on this placement. So I'll just leave it at that. My hands are in the air, okay? This was already over like 5 hours or something. I'm surprised my voice even lasted until the end. Jesus Christ.
No, you want the servants to be thought of as bad, so they buff them, guys. You don't understand.
Yeah, true. I should put everyone on E. Yeah.
That's why I keep saying Coin Dark is trash. Okay, I'm gonna stop.
Yeah. Okay. Dude, I first of all, I want to say thank you to you, Plushie, for staying here for all this time. Like, you literally were here the full list.
It was fun.
I actually very much enjoyed having your input here. It really helps out.
Yeah.
So if you're down, we can do this again in other lists as well, depending on how much
Sure,
time you
sure.
have.
There are
I'm sure.
definitely more
I hope people
classes.
on YouTube and stream also liked having you around. I mean, Stream Chat seems to be enjoying you, so yeah.
It's really fun. There are definitely classes that I am more like familiar with. Like Saber is kind of
Mm. Yeah,
I don't
honestly, yeah,
own a
same
lot
for
of
me.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Honestly, if you're watching this later on YouTube, this is basically the end. So there you go. Please try not to be too mad. It's, don't take this too seriously. I know some people will, but yeah, try to be civil. This was the first list. Next up, I believe, is Lancer, if I remember correctly. Maybe next week, depending on how my condition improves or gets worse. But yeah, I'm still happy I managed to do this today. And again, huge shout out to Plushie and everyone else helping here. Press the like button for Plushie, if anything. Not, if you disagree with my opinion, fair enough. Press like for Plushie. He took 5 hours out of his busy schedule just to talk about servants with me out of the goodness of his heart. So again, a huge shout
it's
out.
fun. No
Great
problem.
guy.
No problem. It was really fun. Yeah, I enjoyed that
Yeah.
a lot.
Okay. So there you go. With that, we'll just wrap up. So again, subscribe not to miss out on future videos as well. Check out Plushie's channel as well. I'm sure most of you guys are already familiar. If you want to see a ton of nice, high intellect gameplay, good setups, etc., definitely check out his stuff. He posts a lot, so would recommend 10 out of 10. And yeah, you want to say something? Maybe at the end. You can
Thank you guys
advertise
for
as well. Feel
watching.
free to.
Nah, it's fine. It's all right. Thank you guys so much for watching. It's really fun. I like doing hot takes.
Yeah, that's what we live
Yeah.
for. Alrighty then. So there you go. Have a great rest of your, I think, weekend by the time this comes out. So yeah, take care and a peace out.